All right. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, or should I say good evening to those of you on the East Coast. Welcome to coverage of the APA World Pool Championships from here at the Westgate Resort and Casino in Las Vegas. This event, of course, brought to you by the American Pool Players Association. I'm your host, Jason Bowman. I'm joined by the striking Viking, Ava Mattia Lawrence. Ava, it's been a wild ride the last 10 days. All good things must come to an end, and today it ends with the granddaddy of them all, the 8-Ball World Championship.
Pretty amazing. This is it.
From 713 teams, folks, we are down to the last two, and they're going to be competing for $25,000 in cash in this final round. As you're taking a look at what's on the line here in the match, we just watched a couple of excellent semifinal round matches. Both of those teams that survived to the Final Four walking away with $7,500 in prize money, so a nice payday for them. But now we are focused on the final round, and in the final round we have, from Evansville, Indiana, we have the team of Believe the Hype, and from Harahan, Louisiana, we have the team of Make It Work. Of course, I know that says Evansville, Tennessee, but our producers will get that fixed to Evansville, Indiana here momentarily. As the
Way
players
to stay on top of things.
yeah. As the players prepare for the match, let's take a look at some of the real quick rules for those of you that are not necessarily acclimated with APA rules. Of course, for the 8-Ball World Championship here, you have teams of male and female players. Each team has a maximum of 8 players on a roster. Teams will choose up to 5 players to compete in a match. So of the 8 players on a particular roster, you can expect to see up to 5 players in a match. Of course, there is the handicap limit of 23 for all of the players combined. That is their skill levels. Those 5 players' skill levels cannot exceed a total of 23. Players may be coached once per game. Sometimes we see that come into play. APA rules, of course, apply, and this particular event is played with the 3-point scoring system, meaning in each individual match, there are up to 3 points possible. So in the case of the shutout, the winner will get 3 points, the opponent will get none. In the case of a player, the losing player making it to the hill, meaning they only need 1 game to win, the opponents will split 2-1. And when the losing player wins at least 1 game but does not make it to the hill, the players are going to split the points 2-0. So we'll hope to see 5 matches and hopefully a really close battle, Ava.
Well, the last one sure was an indication of that it should
Absolutely.
be close. Went all the way down to the wire in the 5th match, Hill. It was pretty exciting. It was
Absolutely
loud and exciting in here.
And we do apologize for the late start, but with really good matches means long matches, right? So
True.
close, tight matches means we're running about an hour behind schedule, but I think the teams are currently looking at which players they are prepared to put up, kind of discussing their team strategy. And once they do that, we'll have the lag for the break, and from there the break, and we will be underway. So nice crowd. I think that's settled in here, Ava. Maybe that's why it's a little warm in here at the moment.
Yeah, it did get a little warm, didn't it? We had a huge crowd yesterday for the Masters, and I figured, well, it's the Masters. A lot of people get excited because it's, such unbelievable play on display.
Right.
But I tell you what, this room is packed right now.
Right, and we've seen some outstanding finals matches this week, folks. Of course, we had 5 different championship matches, today's being the 5th. But like you mentioned last night, we had the Masters champions, of course, the team from Orange County of We Are One, played one heck of a match, capped it off with 2 9 on the snaps to put the match away, which was very cool. The room went absolutely crazy. Our producers offset are talking to the team captains now, figuring out who our first competitors will be for each of these teams. Again, we mentioned, started with 713 teams here in the 8-ball division. Started this event Monday afternoon. 6 days later, we're down to just 2. We're going to let the players know we're ready to go. And as soon as our producers indicate to us who those particular players are for each team, we will share that information with you.
I did watch Make It Work play a little bit last night. I was watching some of the
team from Louisiana.
Yeah, and it really played solid. Not, like top of the excellence and all that, but very fearless. And each player, I watched 2 of the matches. The 2 players I watched just very okay with being here and took their time, and it was kind of fun to watch. The other team was a little bit more rattled, perhaps, but they looked very, very comfortable when they were playing.
Yeah, it gets pretty intense when you get to this point of the tournament. I mean, the amount of prize money that's on the line goes up. The amount of teams in the tournament is down. There's generally more of a crowd watching and that kind of thing. So it looks like in our first match here, we're going to have the team from Evansville, Indiana, Believe the Hype, is going to put up Daniel Field, who is a skill level 5. And he is going to be opposed by Doyle Calder, skill level 4. for the Make It Work team from Louisiana. And it looks like, to me, from here, Doyle wins the lag.
It's close.
And then I'm not sure if they're waiting on a referee, but from what I can tell, which sometimes doesn't mean a lot from our vantage point here to the side,
true.
but we'll let the referee rule, and it looks like he's indicated that Doyle did, in fact, win the lag. So in a 4-5 race, folks, we are looking at a 3-4 race overall. Doyle will need to get to 3 games before Daniel gets to 4. You can see here Daniel Field of the Believe the Hype team preparing the rack. Crowd still settling in somewhat. Got to be a couple hundred people in attendance at this point, which is nice.
I would think so, at least.
And it'll be interesting to see what effect that has on these teams, because again, it's a it's a far cry from the local pool room or bar where these guys play their normal league play, right, Ava?
Yeah, and even in the prior, I mean, it's been 700 and some teams in here, but the thing is, everybody's been focusing on what they're doing on their match, but here, everybody in this room are watching you. It's being streamed, so your friends at home are probably watching, and the added pressure until you've been in the cooker like this, you don't really know how it's going to affect you. So it'll be interesting to see who can hold it together.
So it looks like that the players are prepared. They're just waiting for the signal to break.
And here we go.
Doyle Calder approaches the table. Again, he's a skill level 4. He will need 3 games before Daniel can get to 4 based on their skill level differential.
All right, chose that almost straight on break, which usually results in more of an open table. Less action on the 8 usually than if you break from the side, but as you can see, everything is fairly spread out here, although he failed to make a ball. Hit those balls pretty well, but still didn't make anything, so we'll see now.
So settle in, folks. It should be an exciting match. Again, you can see up to 5 matches in this particular final, this being the first of 5. If you're just now tuning in, you're watching coverage of the 8-ball, APA 8-ball World Championships, the final event for us over the last 10 days. $25,000 on the line here. This is Daniel Field at the table for the team of Believe the Hype. He pockets the 6-ball in the corner. Is that the 6-ball?
No, the 6 is still on the table.
What did he pocket there?
Kind of has a snooker, doesn't he? There we go. See, he's shooting the stripes here.
So he might have pocketed the 14. Right color, wrong ball.
Yeah, at least you had half of that right. That's good. Okay, broke those open. Perfect opportunity to shoot the 13 ball here and get the 10 out of the way, or he could just come up if that 10 ball clears the 6, which it looks like it does. Just put a little bit of a draw on this.
Again, Daniel is a skill level 5 for the Evansville team. So he pockets the 13 ball there.
Yeah, it's not exactly what he wanted to do there, but he does have a shot on the 9 ball. He may have to jack up a little bit if he's going to shoot it because they're so close together. He has to tend with that 11 ball down too on the other side of the table, the fact that the 3 is hanging. So it looks like he is looking to just tap this and block this pocket, make that 1 ball. And then take a seat. And the only thing that was bad about that is that he then came on the wrong side. So now Doyle has that opportunity to shoot the 5. He wanted to make sure he'd stopped the cue ball, held it right there, something. But now Doyle has that 5 ball wide open to get out of the way.
Yeah, you're a little surprised with that decision there to move down to the other end of the table?
The only way it would have been okay is if the cue ball came on the other side of the 5, where Doyle would have to come with a big position. But we'll see now. Doyle is a skill level 4. And I'm not quite sure the balls are open enough for him at his skill level to be able to finish this rack. He's got a long shot to start this off with right here. Looks like he's shooting that 7 ball. And just
misses the 7 on the side there.
luckily the 8 ball didn't go in the pocket there. It was heading that direction.
That'll bring Daniel Field back to the table for the team of Believe the Hype. The folks from Evansville, Indiana, talked to them a little bit before the match. Looks like they play out of a place called Bob's Lounge back in Evansville, so hopefully some folks at Bob's Lounge rooting them on online. Of course, as with most of these teams, most of the teams out here, and of course these players on these teams, all met through league play, playing each other over the years.
And it looks like Daniel's going to go ahead and play this so he can knock that 6 clear from his ball. Oh.
Ooh. So maybe
Well,
some early jitters for these two players. Again, not your normal circumstance. You have anywhere from 2 to 250 people now in the room. Of course, the big check looming over the table next to them, and of course the streaming cameras. So again, some elements these players maybe aren't quite used to, and sometimes it does take them a moment to kind of get into.
yeah, and you can
right
hear a
mode.
pin drop in here. There's this light music in the background, but the music was higher before, and it was kind of things going on. And right now it is totally quiet in here. And that, you know, even in the pros, we usually take a rack before you get settled in and kind of focused. But, you know, the 8 ball kind of has the pocket blocked there, definitely for Daniel. But we'll see if Doyle, if he can run a couple of balls here. No, it's the 7. Now we'll see what Daniel can do with that 9 ball. He's got to get clear on the other side of the table. 11, no problem. 10 ball would be open, but trying to get down there. But he does have the 12 to get there.
And talking to both these teams, their respective captains assured me that they will be winning the championship, so I'm not sure what to make of that.
Is that what they said?
But
I love
confidence is definitely
That's
good for both
That's
teams.
good.
As it should be. You know, you make it from 700 and something teams down to 2, you should be a little confident.
No question. All right, well, he improved the position of the 9, that's for sure, in case he gets back to the table again. Now all of a sudden, all of his balls will pass clearly into a pocket. The 9, I believe, has just enough room to get by that 8 ball, so. And again, we were talking about, you know, getting into the finals here and the excitement of the semifinals. Just think about getting into the finals of this event. Was it 713 teams? Is that what we had?
713 teams, and then, you know, you factor in everything that a team goes through to make it out here in general.
It's
of course, we
incredible.
talk a lot about the fact that any of the teams that have made it out here in general have already won within the local level. You know, they've placed high enough in their division, they've gone out and they've won a qualifying tournament, and now here they are in Las Vegas where, you know, they're representing their hometown or their local league area. But
and winning the local championship is a huge feat. I mean, that's as exciting enough as it is.
Absolutely.
To walk away, and not too many teams can pull that off in the whole time. And I had one of the players from my area, which is in the coastal Carolina area, and he was excited. He said it took 20, he's an older gentleman, very sweet man. Said it took him 23 years to get here.
Wow.
So, and he never played singles or anything like that from what I understand, but playing the team. So that was pretty
very cool.
So it's a feat just getting here.
Yeah. In fact, I was talking to the Evansville team, and they said, you know, we came out here to party it up. And they said, but we've had to play pool the whole time. I said,
That's
yeah,
right.
well, sometimes when you do well in the tournament, that happens. You don't experience everything necessarily that Vegas has to offer because you're so locked in on the tournament. But
you know what, I think
I'm guessing they wouldn't trade that.
There's 711 teams
exactly.
would have switched with them. So.
Yeah.
And with the money they have coming, they might as well just change their ticket and stay another couple of days.
They've already done far better than I've done here in the casino. That's my own doing, though. So, as my dad would say, you have no one else to blame.
That's right. All right, here we go. I'll see if Dog can make something happen here. He's leaving that 2 ball there. Instead, he's going to go for the 4 in the opposite corner. That's a difficult shot right there. You know, I'm not quite sure. I mean, to me, the move would have been, even if the 2 ball does not go, to overcut the 2 a little bit towards this pocket, hit it really thin, and
Right.
try to get it. If it doesn't go off, carom off the 8, it would at least sit in the pocket there and block the
Right.
pocket. So
Of course, both these players will have, at some point, the ability to take a timeout, whether they take one or not. Generally, we see that the captains usually are the ones that will call it based on what they see the player do or about to do.
and again, the normally if the player says timeout and the coach says no, I don't think so, not right now. But when the coach says timeout, they have to absolutely
Right.
take that timeout. All right, little safety game continues here. Good play.
Nice safety there by Daniel Field.
And
Again, he's a skill level 5.
I have a feeling that they're going to have the referee come over here. Yep, he's already on his way. And again, because the cue ball is so close to the 2, and on top of that, you got the 8 right behind it. So kind of a tricky spot to be in right here. I don't think he'll be shooting right on it. Yeah, she'll be shooting away from it. See if you can actually cut it in. No.
So it's a good hit, but he fails to make the 2 in that other corner.
And this could be the one right here. Everything has moved into a good position. For Daniel, we'll see if he can run these 4 balls. Everything's wide open. You just got to pay attention there. That 7 ball is huge. So you got to pick a side you want to be on. All right. Now the shot here is definitely to go rail first on this 11 ball. If you hit the 11 first, you could get stuck behind that 7. You want to go rail first so it has a chance to come out away from the 7 and the 4. And he did.
It's the 11 ball to go.
And that's it. There you have the 8 ball right by the pocket. The 2 is not part of this shot at all. He should have no problem getting to the 8.
You see his pocket marker. I'm not sure what that is, but of course everybody has their own individual.
It looks like a talc.
Yeah,
like a talcum powder.
yeah, maybe. Of course, everybody has their different pocket markers and things that they like to use. Sometimes Lucky Charms that they carry around. Sometimes just something to dry their hands. And so Daniel Field of the Believe the Hype team gets on the board first. After pocketing the 8 ball in the corner, he now leads 1-0. Again, he needs 4 games before his opponent Doyle gets to 3 games. And again, that's all part of the skill level differential. Daniel being a 5, Doyle being a skill level of 4. If you're just tuning in, you are watching live coverage of the APA 8-Ball World Championships here at the Westgate Resort and Casino in Las Vegas. Been an outstanding 10 days here in Las Vegas. I think we had somewhere in the vicinity of 12,000 total participants over the last several days in and out. Of course, we have already crowned 4 champions. We want to go ahead and mention some of those. In the ladies division, we had the team of KQ 2.0. They were the ladies 8-ball champions. We had the team of the Big Time Misfits out of Texas that won the 9-ball world championship. We had the Smokin' Ace of Kansas City. They were the Jack and Jill doubles champions. And then last night we crowned the team of We Are One from Orange County, California in the Masters division. So you're seeing on the screen kind of a breakdown of the total prize money for each of these events, coming in at just over $1.2 million. So a lot of folks, Ava, that came out to Vegas went home maybe a little bit richer than they showed up with, right? As long as they didn't leave it in the casino like,
yeah, that's
I've
the
been doing.
risk, isn't
Yeah.
it? And then we went out in April for the singles, and quite a few of our players, they had a really good time at the craft table. They won some
Nice.
money and parlayed the tournament,
Nice.
parlayed it into something bigger after that. So that was
That's
good.
always nice. See, and I just actually, I was talking to one of the third place teams from Miami, and I said, look, I said, you guys are walking out of here with 7,500. Just make sure that you actually walk out with it, not, leave it down the hall here. So
Well,
we'll
some
see if
people
they
have to
heed my
donate to the
advice.
casino too, so they'll keep having us.
I've done plenty of
You
donating.
did your part,
yeah,
didn't you? Yeah.
We ran into you, or Kevin and I ran into you last night. Even you couldn't reverse our luck.
I
so.
tried. Okay, the 14 ball in the side pocket.
Daniel Field at the table.
Good shot there, nice and controlled. Obviously his main concern here is that 15 and 8 are tied up. And the problem with this is that he doesn't have any good opportunities to break them open. He does have 1 ball, the 12 ball that's by the side pocket. that he might be able to use as a breakup ball. You can see the 12 right there. If he can get the good angle to have the cue ball drift down into the 15 and 8.
Can't quite get the 13 to go in the corner there. Looks like we've got a nice audience here on the stream, Ava. We've got about 530 people currently watching, in addition to all those here in the tournament room. For those of you watching at home, just a reminder that our fall leagues are currently forming right now. So if you're interested in getting more involved with APA, you can go to our website, poolplayers.com/live. There's a real simple form you can fill out there. Give us your name and some contact info, and we'll have a local league operator reach out to you about getting involved in the fall session. You might find yourself here next year. People could be watching you on the stream.
That's right.
Just like they're watching Doyle Calder here right now from Harahan, Louisiana, the team of Make It Work.
Well, Doyle did break open the 8 for himself there, but at the same time, he really did Daniel a favor because Doyle still has to contend with the 3, and all of Daniel's balls now are wide open. So I would say in this rack, the advantage is definitely to Daniel, even though it's so early in the rack.
Looks like this Make It Work team from Louisiana plays out of a place called the Daiquiri Stop, which I really, yeah, I know. That sounded pretty good right about now. Daiquiri Stop. I'm going to have to check that out next time I'm down that way. A couple of relatives on this team, mostly friends, and looks like they got a father-son duo and an uncle and niece duo, real common with most of our APA teams. You see, you're generally comprised of a group of family and friends, kind of what we're all about. Good opportunity to get together with the folks you like to be around once a week playing in league play. And just so happen that they've advanced here to Las Vegas. And
you never know, when we have our local team championships at home, somebody will always ask me, several people will ask, who is your, favorite team? Who do you think is going to win? And there's just no telling. And that's the coolest thing about the 23 rule is that the fact that you can't stack the team. So it's always a surprise at the end of it. Who's going to make it? Oh, what a great try.
And
and it fell.
goes.
That was some pocket speed right there. Softly enough for the pocket to accept the ball. Good shot. Yeah, it's great to see, totally unexpected. Sometimes it's teams with just 5 players, and they go through the whole tournament with those 5. And
tough to do, but yeah, occasionally you do see it.
We actually had a team, was it 2 years ago, that made it to the finals of our local team championship with 4 players.
Wow.
With 4 players. They just had to play their heart out, and things went their way.
Coastal Carolina APA team?
Yeah.
Of course, for the folks at home that may not realize, Ava and her husband Mitch and her daughter and son-in-law run an APA league down there in Myrtle Beach area, right?
Myrtle Beach, and Wilmington, and Brunswick County. Yeah, that's it.
Coastal Carolina APA, so. Well, you'll be busy. You won't have much of a break. I know you're just back from Sweden for visiting some family and friends there, and you came out to be with us here in Vegas, and then you go back home and get the league.
Thank God for Nikki and Toby. And we have some great reps, too, helping out. So it's we have a good pool family where we are, so.
Yeah, speaking of reps, a lot of course, we're kind of in the final day now of the tournament here in Las Vegas, but it's been an incredible week, and really the result of a lot of people coming together and doing things well, from players that volunteer to come out and be referees, which is an exceptionally difficult job. The pressure that goes along with that, as well as the hours, and then of course a number of the APA league operators out here volunteering, of course the APA corporate staff out of St. Louis. So just a really great team effort, and then all those folks working again with the hotel, the Westgate, who's made things very comfortable for us, so we're very appreciative of everything they've done for us and their staff has done for us this week. So an outstanding event.
Between the staff here at the Westgate and the staff from the APA, it's amazing how smooth the transition was from one to the other. A few minor hiccups last year, maybe a little miscommunication, whatever, but other than that, absolutely mind-blowing. When you get out here and see what it takes to put this event on, for everything to click, it was just amazing.
So Doyle cannot get the 7 ball in the corner there. Gonna bring Daniel Field back to the table. Daniel already leading by a score of 1-0. He's needing 4 games before Doyle gets to 3.
Daniel has a chance here because that 9 ball will go past the 7. I think it will accept it. You just overcut it a little bit. So he just wants to look at what angle he wants on this 9 to get over on the 15 there, which will pass by the 8 no problem. And he's got a chance here to go ahead 2-0 without letting Doyle get back to the table. Just got to slow roll this. Make sure he leaves himself an angle. Just like that. Hold on. And he's going to have quite a bit of an angle here because he's got to overcut this 9. You can see there that the majority of the pocket is blocked. There's just enough room for it to go in. You want to make sure that you overcut this a little bit because even if it hangs in the pocket, that's better than hitting the 7. There you go. And here a nice shot.
Couple folks at home asking where the teams are from. Of course, at the table now you're seeing Daniel Field, his team Believe the Hype from Evansville, Indiana. Their opponents Make It Work from Harahan, Louisiana. So Indiana and Louisiana represented here in the final round. I think we had, I believe we had 48 states represented in the 8-ball division here. So I think maybe every state besides North Dakota, maybe, or.
And we had Japanese teams from Japan
teams,
and
of course,
Canada.
Canadian teams.
We didn't. Did we have any teams from China yet, or
Not
did
yet,
they just get
no.
started?
Of course, we started APA of China began 2015 last year, but
great shot.
Nice shot there by Daniel Field, as he now takes a 2-0 lead. But no teams from China yet. They're still kind of getting the league up and built over there, and of course, coming from China to Las Vegas is a more costly venture than those that travel maybe from the United States. So they've got to get to a certain size. But I would imagine the next couple of years, yes, we will have teams from China. And I know Kevin Hinkebein, our franchise development manager, always talking to representatives from different countries. I know Greece and Turkey. I believe he said he talked to somebody. Did he say he talked to somebody from Sweden earlier this week?
Switzerland.
Switzerland,
actually.
okay.
Yeah, Switzerland. I've been talking to some of the people in Sweden. It's just kind of a different setup there.
Yeah.
A lot of Swedes are not used to playing in kind of a leagues format, so they're investigating. But yes, he did have a meeting with somebody from Switzerland, so that would be fun.
So a lot of folks, I think across the globe, very interested in how they can send teams here. I think sometimes what they run into, though, is internationally, the game is a little different. Either the table is a little different, the pocket size is a little different. Maybe they're playing a slightly different game in some cases. So, but I think ultimately, and if folks at home are interested, of course you can get in touch with our franchise development folks by visiting our website, poolplayers.com/live, and you can just send us an email. We'll have Kevin reach out to you. Some great APA markets still out there. I know the Milwaukee area is one. I know Vancouver, Canada. That's going to be a good one for somebody. So a number of great APA markets. If you're interested in kind of a career change, that kind of thing, can reach out to us and just have a conversation. Don't have to make any big decisions, but just kind of find out what it's all about. It's a game changer, though, isn't it? You know all about it.
I do.
From the pro tour to the league operator role.
Who knew how much work it was going to be?
I think that does surprise quite a bit of
pro
people.
player is easy.
Yeah, you mean you don't just print score sheets and pick up packets, right?
No.
There's a little more to it, huh?
But I think that's what makes the league so strong, too, is that it's not just, hopefully it's close enough. I mean, there is a lot of work that goes into it, so.
Yeah. Very rewarding, though, right? Very rewarding.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun. I've met some fun, crazy people, boys, since I took over the Coastal Carolina APA. I love them.
It looks like a few of them are watching live, and Donnie Massengill.
Donnie Massengill.
He wanted to shout out for Coastal Carolina APA, so I think you accomplished his wish.
Well, that means he's late to the broadcast because we've already talked about it, so shame on you, Donnie. No, they're great. They're great.
And you said you had some teams out here this week, right?
Yes, we had 2 8-ball teams and a 9-ball team and a Jack and Jill, 2 ladies.
Wow. And
a Masters team, and also our new format that we have kind of invented thanks to Star Reed, one of our players. She kind of came with the idea, and a couple of other players talked about it also, which is Minor League Masters, which we had a lot of fun with. It's skill level 5 and below play the Masters format that is so popular that we play in the U.S. Amateur and in the Masters. And they came out here. They didn't fare so well against the regular Masters players, but we had A couple of the players won a couple of matches, so that felt really good.
Oh, did they play in the actual Masters
Yes,
division?
yes,
Okay.
sir. And then we
Yeah.
came out here, played Mini Mania, and had a lot of fun. And
Yeah.
a lot of their friends were coming out here, so it was a great experience, I think, for everybody.
That mini mania action is absolutely
Oh, it's
wild. I mean,
crazy. It's
it's
crazy.
if you're an APA member and you've never been to Vegas or you never qualified, but you have enough scores, come out. We run these mini mania tournaments 20 hours a day. It's my understanding the only reason they don't do it around the clock is because they got to shut the room down and clean it eventually,
Right,
right? But
right.
otherwise, 20 hours a day they have these ongoing tournaments of different sizes and
And you can win
different
some
formats.
really
And
good money in those.
yeah, and of course it's 100% payback. So whatever the entry fee is, all that goes back, I think, to the top 25% of the field in those particular tournaments. So something that all APA members should be aware of. You can, even if you don't qualify, you can come out and play on the big stage here in Las Vegas, and there is no stage like it, believe me. Of course, this is Doyle at the table for the team of Make It Work. It looks like the referee's going to come over and make sure that the hit is clean here.
Yeah, he shot that combination. I don't know that was very necessary, but in this spot right here, he has all the balls open. Doyle does, and being a skill level 4, chances of him running out here is definitely not impossible by any means.
Yeah,
but his first shot is going to be a little tricky because it doesn't look like he can make that 10 ball.
So he gets a good hit, but unfortunately scratches. So he'll give ball in hand to Daniel Field. This is a stark contrast to what we watched last night with the Masters, isn't it? It's of course we had the Masters finals last night, and generally very high skill level players that maybe get one opportunity at the table each match.
True.
These guys go back and forth a little bit more, and again that's kind of indicative of the fact that they're amateur players and where they're at in terms of their skill level. So
exactly.
you're seeing a 5 and a 4, and so not uncommon to see balls missed, not uncommon to see scratches made. So
it'll be interesting to see which path Daniel decides to take here. Generally, what you want to do in 8 ball is you want to kind of clear a quadrant at a time. So you pick whatever ball that you take your trouble ball out of the way first. If that 2 ball does pass, you might as well get that out of the way. Come up and make the 7. Or the 4 ball in this case is also a good choice because the 4 ball, I didn't realize that was blocked there, or you can shoot the 4 on the side. But the main thing that you want to do is get rid of trouble first and then stay in one area and clear that area. You don't want the cue ball traveling too much up and down. All right, so far so good. He doesn't want to be straight in, but if he has even the slightest angle, he might be able to slam the cue ball and have it come back out for the 7.
I want to make sure I give a shout out to the folks in the St. Louis APA who are back home. I know they had a big viewing party this afternoon or early this evening to take in the final match. So I give a shout out to Ryan and Dan and the whole group that's tuning in, watching the match live here.
All right, he took the longer shot here without taking any chances. He got a shot at the 1. But again, that's going to leave that 7 down there by itself. But I think he's going to have no problem. You might as well take the shot that's available instead of taking any chances. It's about cue ball control here because, like I said, nothing is in major trouble. We'll see what he does here. Obviously, he can cut the 5 in the side, but he can also make the 3 in the side. That angle is pretty severe. A lot of people I've noticed that play in the APA, especially on the 3.5 by 7 size table, they try to avoid the side pockets.
Yeah.
That angle is kind of tough, so he went for the
saw
easier
that
cut.
right there.
Just missed it.
So Daniel misses the 5 in the side, brings Doyle back to the table.
Time for Doyle to make his move here. He's got 5 balls plus the 8 left. Everything's open. Just bring the cue ball out here towards the center of the table, and he can have his options. 14 would be a good choice after this. There we go. Doesn't go too far. That'll work.
Of course, these two teams just half of the equation of the Final Four that made it to the last day of competition. Make sure we recognize the team from Midwest City, Oklahoma, of Beat 'em with Sticks, who finished third place earlier today, as well as a team from Miami, Florida of Just Making Friends. Of course, both those teams tie for third place, and they take home $7,500 in prize money, but certainly can be very proud of the fact that they made it to the final day of competition. So no easy task there.
Left himself a bit of a tough angle here. It's easier to undercut this shot. Yep, just like that. And the danger with that is that he knew he was going to leave some kind of a shot for Daniel if he missed it. You know, I'm always so in awe with captains and how they plan out who's going to play who,
I was
matching
just
up.
thinking the same thing, yeah.
And as much as I've been around it, you know, I've had the league now for 7 years, and I still don't quite get the best strategy. But plus, you need to know your players too.
Right.
Who likes to play the first, you know, round? Who doesn't mind the pressure?
Know the player, know the situation. Yeah.
Some, you know, you have some threes that love playing sixes, or sixes that love playing fours, or you know what I mean.
Right.
So it's kind of individual, and you know your team. So
yeah, always an interesting dynamic there, and I don't know that any of I think they all have their different rhyme and reason for how they do it, but it definitely is an interesting thing to kind of watch the strategy, and of course it has a huge impact on the match depending on how you match up. So.
oh yes. And I was really proud of, talked to a couple of the teams that were still here when I got here, and they said that one thing they made sure of is that everybody got to play at least once. Even if it wasn't the strongest, if you had 2 threes on the team, one stronger than the other, they still let everybody play to where everybody got to say, I played out in Vegas, which I think is very cool. It's not just about trying to, you know, win the big money and, and go all the way.
Everybody wants a little taste of the experience.
Oh, absolutely.
Too. He worked so hard to get here. And there's Daniel now cleaning up the table, gets the 5 to go on the side. Not sure position on the 8 ball. A little tough to tell from here. Maybe
yeah,
he's
okay.
Shot.
As you can see, it's a little bit more of an angle than you would like, but I have a feeling he's going to make these. This is skill level 5.
So he's going to have a good shot to go on the hill very quickly here in this first match.
And it looks like he doesn't have to worry about, even if he hit it firm, he's not going to scratch across side because the 13 is there. Just make sure you hit this with some high so you don't flirt with the side. Nice shot.
Daniel
Never a doubt.
Puts the 8 ball in the corner pocket and now takes a decisive 3-0 lead. He is now on the hill, needing only 1 game to secure the first match. And if he's able to win this next game, not only will he win the match, but he will take a 3-0 lead for his team, which is obviously very important as we move through the team match here. Again, just a quick breakdown of how that works. The winner in the case of a shutout would get 3 points. The winner in the case where the losing player makes it to the hill, Doyle's case, he would need to get to 2 games. They would split 2-1. And when the losing player wins at least 1 game but does not make it to the hill, the opponents split the points 2-0. So, big game right here. Seeing some, looks like the Evansville team starting to relax a little bit. You see them kind of communicating back and forth. This is Daniel checking the rack. Again, we talked a little bit about this on the broadcast yesterday, but just trying to identify if there's any gaps and where those gaps might be. And looks like he's comfortable with the rack there.
Daniel started out breaking from the very center, or just off center, but failed to make a ball, so he's moved over to the side now. And obviously breaking from the side, hitting that second ball, you got more of a chance of the 8 ball going. But it normally results in a bit of a more of a cluster too, but
so
not this
the
time.
9 and the 14 to drop there.
Definitely has the stripes, and again, APA 8 ball, part of what makes it interesting from somebody running away with anything is that you don't have a choice just because you make a ball. You have to go with the ball that you made.
I see Mike Massey there in the crowd, kind of taking in some of the action, making his way out now. So it's tough to miss him back there in the crowd. He's such a big guy.
He is. All right, definitely going to have the referee look at this. If you hit the cue ball when it's this close and you don't get that tip out of the way in time, especially with a cushion being right there too, it's going to be a double hit, and that will be a foul. So, and it will be called. Oh, that'll work. Nice shot. You can see he didn't elevate 30 degrees. He went all the way up and almost shot it like a massé shot to make sure he avoided the double hit.
He pockets the ball. I can't tell there if he's got a shot on what looks like the 15 ball.
He's got a shot at it, but all he's going to be able to do is to try to make both the 1 and the 15.
Yeah.
If not, hit at the speed where it at least will, block the pocket for the 3 ball down there. And then he'll have the 10 on one side, a 3 on the other to block the pocket. All right. Doyle, that 3 ball is going to be a trouble. Daniel's plan worked out there. You might as well just go ahead and see if he can tap in the 2 ball here. I think his only chance at this point is really make sure that he doesn't make any unforced errors and play some defense. That's a good shot. Great shot.
Kind of going through some of the comments here on the stream. See Bruce Bartholet saying hi, Mike, whoever Mike would be.
Oh, he probably saw Mike walking in the background.
Oh, Mike Massey.
Mike
there we
Massey.
go. Yeah, of course, Bruce Bartholet, our league operator up there in Connecticut. Bruce, known in the trick shot circles. I think you've done some trick shot work with him, right?
Oh, you're talking about Bruce Bartholet, the big guy that my team beat when we played them in trick shots.
Oh, okay.
You talking about that?
I didn't mean to bring up well, if you beat him, it's definitely not a sore subject.
Well, now that I know he's listening, it's enjoyable to, but, I pointed that out. I'm sure he enjoyed that. Yeah, he just left yesterday. He had some teams go pretty far yesterday, so his ladies team was kind of a wonderful story. I know that they actually won, the team from Connecticut.
That's the KQ 2.0.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I know they had a team member, Allison, who
it was
has been in a really tragic motorcycle accident that I think it claimed the life of her fiance.
It did.
And I know
they were supposed to get married out here, from what I understand.
She was unable to make it out, so I know they were dedicating that victory to her. And
incredible story.
Yeah, that was an emotional, definitely an emotional win there in the ladies 8-ball championship. A feel-good story, at least in terms of the tournament and their success and what that means for them as a team. So
this is the first time out we've seen.
Yeah, which is interesting too at this. At this point in the tournament, you'd think they would, but I guess they haven't felt necessary at this point. Of course, it's kind of do or die in this game here for Doyle, his opponent now on the hill.
And sometimes you have the situation where unless the player says, I want a timeout, the coach just leaves the player alone.
Right.
In the other teams, the coach feels like it's running the whole team, and when they say, I want a timeout, so that's also an individual kind of thing.
Right.
And even as a 7, if I were playing, I would want even my 6 or 5 come out if it was a tricky situation, just to talk about it and get a different view, and maybe you would look at something and go, oh my goodness, I didn't even think about that option.
Yeah.
So.
Some folks asking, yes, this is the first match of the APA World 8-ball Championships. Of course, we got a little bit of a late start, the semifinal round. Some very close matches there, which means longer matches, which meant a little bit of a delayed start. So if you're just now tuning in, yes, this is the first individual matchup of the finals. Again, you're watching live coverage of the APA 8-ball World Championships here in Las Vegas.
Oh, no.
Tough break there for Doyle, and you can see his frustration.
And this could be it right here.
Yeah.
Considering the fact that Daniel has all 3 balls together down there, everything is open. And either way he goes here, you just got to pay attention, because when it's this seemingly easy, it's easy to lose the cue ball a little bit. You go, well, I just have to, make this, and then you still need to play position for one ball all the time.
So Daniel will have ball in hand to work with after the scratch by Doyle.
Looks like he's chosen to play at 10, 15, 13, 11, 8.
That's impressive.
It is?
That order, yeah, that's impressive. Of course, like you were talking about yesterday, a lot of times the higher skilled players are going to be able to look at the table and see where the balls are and kind of establish a pattern for which they want to work.
And at a skill level 5, this to me was pretty basic. But the thing is, everybody's got their own kind of feel too, what feels better to them.
Right.
But more often than not, especially when the balls are open like that, there's a better pattern than others. So everybody's got their own way of seeing it. There you go. Now he just needs to shoot a stop shot here, maybe drift it up a hair, and he's got the 8 ball right in the side. Just a little tap in right here. And this is huge for Team Believe the Hype. The fact that they can get a 3-0 lead right here. It'll be interesting to see if
Daniel's marked the pocket. Now keep in mind, he's had a little bit of trouble with this, with these side pockets.
This is dead straight in, though. He would have to choke a little bit on this one, I think, Jason.
No problem for Daniel Field there, folks, as he has secured the first individual match with a 4-0 victory over Doyle Calder. That is going to put the team of Believe the Hype on the board first, and they will get 3 points for that particular match because of the shutout. As the players survey their rosters and take a look at who they want to put up next, let's take a look at some of the other sights and sounds from this year's World Pool Championships. Of course, here from the Westgate.
Come from all walks of life.
Different backgrounds.
Different abilities.
We all have different reasons for doing what we do.
But we're all one.
One love.
One passion. One big family.
We are
American Pool Players.
American Pool Players.
American Pool Players.
And this is our league.
Play.
I love it.
Yeah.
That's so great.
Kind of cool. All right, so we're back live here at the APA 8-Ball World Championships. I'm Jason Bowman, joined by the striking Viking, Ava Lawrence. And look who we picked up, Ava. We got this guy now, too.
Hi, everybody.
For those at home, this is Dr. Q, Tom Rossman. Tom,
Back
thanks
again.
for being here.
Thanks for having me.
Pleasure to see
Appreciate
you.
it.
Of course, you've been hard at work all week, haven't you?
Yep.
He's everywhere.
I've got some energy left.
I don't know where you get your energy.
Well, you know,
We talk about it all the time, and
true.
I always feel bad
Secret.
because we show up at some of these trade shows and things that we do with Tom, and I'm tired from the night before, and he's ready to go. And
Yeah, I watch
9
you.
o'clock in the morning, he's amped up, ready to rock. So,
I'm watching you, Jason. I learn a lot.
so we appreciate you being here all week. I know you've been doing numerous exhibitions, right, showing off
Oh,
kind of
yeah.
your skill set, and then doing the
Love
lag contest as well.
Did it
So it's
all.
been a good week.
What a week. What a great group of players.
Been an awesome 10 days, and
Love it.
here we find ourselves on the final day and the final two teams, and our producers are getting with the team captains now to determine who our next participants will be. It looks like
Oh, here we go.
for the team of Believe the Hype, you'll be seeing James Ruggiero, who's a skill level 6. And you'll be seeing Amanda Callahan for the team of Make It Work, skill level of 4. So we've got a 6-4 race. It looks like James won the lag. 6-4 race is going to be, or 6-4 skill level is going to be a 5-3 race. So James will need to get to 5 games before Amanda gets to 3.
And you can see the strategy here of Believe the Hype. It'd be interesting to see if they have done this throughout the tournament. They are firing their best players right off the bat. They started with a 5. They now are playing
Come
a
back
skill
with a
level
6.
6. And on the other hand, Make It Work, or they're going the opposite way. They started with 2 skill level 4s. So they're hoping to come back,
They're going
back
for
at
it.
them from
They're
the other
going for
side.
it, yeah.
I love that last match. Yeah, strong.
That's
Strong
great.
start.
Wow.
Strong start.
This is the finals, man. They're really tuned, aren't they? Ready to go.
Yep.
So Tom, what have you? I mean, you've interacted with a lot of players this
Oh,
week.
yeah.
What's the perspective you've had on the event overall and the experience for some of them?
Well, you know, so many of the players are new. That's the beauty of the APA. Every year, there's new players get a chance to come out, and they just think it's awesome. It's that first experience a lot of times, and the return people, they just
Right.
they give them encouragement. So I just love every player, but from whatever their skill level. They just have that heart to play, and the APA is about meeting people, having fun, and playing pool. That's what it is.
Right.
So that's what I've noticed. I noticed they're out here they're meeting a lot of new players themselves when they get here. They'll develop a lifelong friendship with each person that they
Yeah.
meet. And then, of course, they're out here and they're having fun playing pool. I mean, what better can it get, huh? That's it.
That's
Seen
it.
some really great sportsmanship here this week too. I was on our Facebook page last night, and I was seeing some photos of a couple of the teams that had the opportunity to play the Japanese team.
Oh, yeah.
Everybody likes to kind of
That's
play
great.
the Japanese team because they're
To
from
come
so
home
far
and
away,
say,
and it's
yeah,
it's not a
exactly.
team you interact with, and
That's great.
I know the teams from the JPA, the Japanese Pool Players Association, always very gracious with their time and appreciate kind of the gratitude that the other players they play with have for them. So
I've seen
it's
a
a
lot
really
of
neat experience.
sportsmanship has been great this
Yep.
whole
Right.
week. I've been walking around a lot, watching a lot of the matches when we haven't been busy, and
Yep.
a lot of high-fiving and applauding for each other when somebody makes a great shot. It's been really fun to watch.
That's the common thread right there.
Yeah.
Of course, our
That's it.
sportsmanship winners in the 8-ball division from Hilliard, Ohio, the team of Controlled Chaos. We want to make sure we recognize them for their outstanding sportsmanship. They took home the sportsmanship trophies a little bit earlier today. So
Don't you love their names?
Controlled
That's it.
Chaos.
I'm telling you, one of them was great.
Yeah.
It was called Sit Boo Boo.
Us.
I'm telling you, I love the names of the teams.
Sit
It's-
Boo Boo?
Oh, you
Sit
should.
Boo Boo. Yes.
Well, I tell you, our members are quite creative when it comes to team names.
Oh, it's great.
In fact, I think somewhere out there on our website is a list of band team names because there are so very many.
And those are
very
the-
creative, but
very creative.
but we're not going to say those in front of a room full of people. So we appreciate their creativity a lot of times. But
yeah, that's right.
As a league
certain
operator,
ones-
I'm
Yeah.
guilty of. They get me every
Right.
once in a while, and and then my daughter makes up.
Yeah.
They get they get punished by her
Oh,
who
yeah.
does the paperwork. She makes up a name for
Yeah.
them that they won't like. and
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
So
you have
it's
to nudge them a little bit sometimes.
Yeah.
creative folks out there. You got to know
That's
UrbanDictionary.com.
for sure. So what
That's
do we
right.
what do we got out here?
So here we have Amanda Callahan. She is on the team of Make It Work from Louisiana. She's skill level 4, which means she just needs to get 3 games before her opponent James gets 5 games. So she's going to have her work cut out for her, though, because her team is already down by a score of 3-0. Of course, needing 8 points to clinch the victory overall.
Yeah, she definitely needs to get on the board here. And I would venture to say that the fact that this rack is such a mess really would benefit Amanda. Because when you have a skill level 6 that has a wide open table, like, you know, and if the balls
Right.
break open more, it would really go in his favor more as far as running out the tables. So.
Yeah. She's not going to let that happen.
No.
She's gonna content to make
she
him
knows
fix.
Yeah, she knows she
clean
can't let
things
this guy go, so she's going to.
And I watched her play a little bit. She was one of the ones
Yeah.
that I watched a little bit last night, and she played pretty smart as far as playing defense and playing the smart shot.
You know, that can rattle a better player sometimes. That little strategy, they're
You
not
bet.
used to that and it really kind of makes them think harder.
That's how I make our matches
all
closer,
the
right?
time.
Okay.
Every time. I never beat you when you play that strategy on me.
Nothing better than a frustrated 6,
Yeah.
except
You-
maybe a
yeah.
frustrated 7.
Well, yeah, that's for sure. Yeah,
So
the element of frustration.
the last match we saw after the balls were broken, they were much more opened up than
Yeah,
you see in this
look at how
rack.
they're tied up here, really. There we go. Part of it's broke open now.
So this is an interesting comment I'll leave to both of you. Had somebody ask about the main difference in play between like a 4 and a 6. Kind of what you would expect based on those skill levels and difference there.
Well, a 6 normally has a complete understanding of the game. In other words, usually has your draw stroke, your right-left English, knowing the patterns a little bit, and playing the smart shots, if you will. Pretty much the whole gamut.
Right.
Maybe not as consistent as a 7 or as much power as a 7, but usually that's a 6. A 4, you'll see a lot of 4s that are good shot makers but don't have a lot of cue ball control.
Yeah,
You'll see a lot of 4s that have good cue ball control but miss silly things or don't play the safeties maybe they should. So I think that's
Yeah.
really the difference.
yeah. There's a quite a few glitches sometimes when you get into that even a 2, 3, or 4 level. They've got an understanding of the game good, but you get into those glitches of pre-shot routine. They might slide into a
Right,
shot wrong or
right.
something. Their alignment's not quite on, and they miss a shot. They're going to miss an extra 1 or 2 shots a game, and that's really what happens because their alignment's a little bit off.
And I see a big problem also with a 4. Again, you may not have the draw stroke, but even
Yeah.
the ones that do, a lot of times I see the mistake is speed control.
Yeah. Yep, that's
Which is
right.
what I usually tell people to work on that first.
Sure.
Get the speed control down
Yeah.
and get an idea of how to tap a ball and how
Yeah.
to
That's
move
it.
the cue ball around a little bit. So
That's why we do the lag challenge for 7 years now. We try to get players to do that before they even play. They can get in
Right.
touch with the table a little bit.
great idea.
And if they can get that ingrained in their mind, they can learn to play the speed control. Most people don't practice it too much. They just go out there and start shooting balls. But that speed control is crazy. Here you go. Pre-shot routine is the key.
That's right. And we had another question on how you get your skill level. Skill level is no different than any other sport, really. If you look at golf or anything else, as you're playing, you know, there are score sheets. Each team keeps a score sheet, and you keep track of how a player plays during the night.
Right.
And it's based on at least 10 scores. You have to have 10 scores here. And 20 if you want to play, let's say, in doubles or anything like that, just to
Sure,
make
yeah.
sure that you have a solid
A
skill
little more
level.
established,
Right.
Because
yeah.
it gets kind of up and down in the very first few
Fluctuates
weeks.
early on.
Absolutely.
Sure, yeah. I think the gentlemen start as a 4, women typically start as a 3 if they
Right.
don't have an existing handicap. But based on the play that first week, of course, that can change significantly. And then, like you mentioned, the first 10 scores or so, there's some fluctuation there, and then it starts to kind of even out and get a real good feel for where a player's true ability lies.
Now this guy's got solids here, so he's got a little problem over there on that side row with that 3, it looks like.
And this is James Ruggiero,
But look
the
at he's
team
got
Believe the Hype.
The good thing though here
Yeah, I
is
see.
he's got the 4 ball
That's
to break
right.
open the
Yeah.
3. So
And he's got a duck in the corner there, so he can use that with leverage. He's got some leverage in this game, so.
yeah, even though Amanda's made all but 3 of her balls. Right now, James knows he's got the advantage because
Yep.
he's just kind of placing the balls now where when
Yes.
he gets an opportunity, he can run out, and she's in a little bit of a mess.
Just like a chess game.
Watching
bet.
her, she's her interesting body language from her because she's
Yeah.
I mean, Kind of hard to tell.
Ouch.
No, there it is. See, that's just one of those little things that vertical cue ball control. Working on that more,
And I see it often too that players don't, the object ball is so close to the pocket, they know
Yeah.
they're going to make it, so they
Yeah.
don't pay attention exactly where on the object ball to
that's
hit it.
right.
So if she would have hit that a little more to the left, she still would have made the
Ye-
ball, but then had
Yeah.
position to come out.
It's
so.
amazing how you really should never scratch on a ball as close to the pocket. You got either side of the ball kind of
Exactly.
to work with.
The
But
pocket's huge.
the pocket's very big. Yep.
Okay, well, here we go. Opportunity for James.
Yeah,
It looks like, interestingly, it looks like they're going to take a timeout here to.
He's up in that
Talk
corner
strategy.
anyway. He's in that corner, so he's still got to. He's got to brace properly, bridge properly out of that corner to make that 7 if he shoots it.
Well, it's like we talked about at this point, with ball in hand at this point of the game, he's got to decide, do I have confidence to go all the way, which is a skill level 6.
Yeah.
He definitely should. Take care of the problem right away and then go
That's it.
from there, because I can't imagine.
That's
The
right.
good thing about taking
Good ball.
care of the problem now is he'll have more options as far as getting position
Yeah.
for another ball.
He's
so.
going after the one over there. See
Yeah.
there? He's going to kick
He's
out
going to
there.
draw a little low right here and come up for knock the 3 ball out of there.
Yeah, that's what he did.
Very
There you go.
nice.
Hello.
And that solved everything right there. As you can see, there are no problems anywhere. He can just shoot this 6 ball next, then he can
Yeah.
shoot the 7 or the 1, the 5 ball, whatever pattern he decides to take here, depending on what angle he gets.
His skill level, he should be out here.
No question. But you know what? It's like Jason was saying before, the pressure right now.
Yep.
With all these people watching,
lot
people
of
at
lot
home
of folks
watching.
a lot of
Boy.
money on the line
Yeah.
here. Of course, the difference in these two teams, one of them is going to walk away with 25,000. One
Yeah.
of the runners-up is still going to walk away with 15,000. So
Yeah.
a great payday, but still $10,000 essentially the
That's
difference
right.
here that's on the line. So, and of course the championship.
Yeah.
You get this far, you can almost taste the victory. And
Yeah. And
so
talking
nobody-
to the fan base, boy, is this place packed with people and
It's
all
great.
Yes.
over.
Although I will say this about the tournament, so much goes into setting it up and all
Yeah.
these tables, and then you wake up and you come down on Saturday and like the big room is closed and it's just the championship arena. And
Where to
it's,
go?
it is
Well,
amazing how quickly
yeah.
they managed to tear it all out of here.
That behind the scenes is amazing.
It's
what's
amazing.
going on.
It is
How many
absolutely
tables?
amazing.
They have about 350 tables this year.
I think around 320
Oh.
somewhere in there, and I don't know if that includes
Oh.
of course they had tables
Oh.
out in the casino
Right.
and the Tempo Bar and some down the
Right.
sports book and
It's amazing.
some other places like that.
Meanwhile, back at the ranch,
Yep.
James is flirting with trouble here. He's let the cue ball go and not really playing close enough attention to
Oh, he's not
position, so he had to come with that shot. Just barely got by the 5. You can see that was pretty close right there. He's still okay, obviously. Can shoot the 5 or the 1 here. I think I would shoot the 5 because the 8 ball is a big blocker right there. So make sure you get that 5 out of the way and just drift the cue ball off towards the center of the table.
James pockets the 5 in the corner.
And he's got some room to breathe too. The fact that his
Mhm.
team is ahead 3-0, so
Right.
That's right.
a little pressure off him,
Yep.
a lot of
There
pressure
you
on
go.
Amanda needing to get on the board.
James pockets the 1 in the corner.
Yeah, he doesn't want to
Leaves
get on that
himself-
side. He wants to be off the rail a little bit. Here he's off.
He marks his pocket for the 8 ball.
Yeah, see that on that one shot down the rail, he played that ball down there and used the rail to make it. So this is. There you go.
There it
He
is.
Pockets
Hello.
the 8 ball, and he's on the board first. That is James Ruggiero, now leading 1-0. Of course, James needs 5 games. His opponent, Amanda, needing only 3.
And getting that 1 point that guaranteed him she's not going to hit back with a 3-0 shutout
Correct.
either. So
Correct.
every game is important. That's what I love about this 3-point system.
Right.
It
Beautiful.
used to be just the 1 win and you got a point. It didn't matter if it was 4-0 or 4-3.
Yeah.
But I love the 3-point system.
It
I really do.
It has been outstanding. I know when we first transitioned, there was some conversation about how would it be accepted, and kind of like the new
Right.
Coke theory, right?
Yeah,
Coca-Cola
yeah.
changed it up and realized it was a mistake, but it's led to much closer matches,
Absolutely.
much tighter races, and overall I think been very popular.
Yeah.
now that folks are a little more used to it.
I really, really like it.
James Ruggiero with the break here.
Boy, look at that. Look at the balls all
It's
to the left side. That side
the
break will do that
5 ball to
sometimes.
drop.
Yeah, that's side break.
Yeah, all this. Look at her. That's.
If you like clusters, go for the side break.
Yeah, yeah, that's right. Boy, that's.
I do believe he's got a choice here, though. No, he doesn't, does he? 3, 4, 6. No, he's got the solids,
He'll
doesn't
be
he?
shooting the low numbered balls, the solid balls.
Yeah, that's
He's
right.
got a clear shot on this 7, though, so it's kind of a straight pool rack here. Where you just got to move the cue ball a little bit around. Everything kind of sort of goes if you play
Yeah.
position here.
Very precise position he's got to have for some of these shots.
3 is the
Oh,
key.
look at here though.
Ouch.
Ooh, that cost him on both of those, I think, didn't he? Or is
Yeah, I don't think, can he slice that 6 in? I don't think so.
No, I
I think
don't
the
think
3's
so.
got him snookered.
No. Yeah, that just didn't roll right there. This strategy time.
If you're just now tuning in, you're watching live coverage of the APA World 8-Ball Championships from here at the Westgate Resort and Casino, Las Vegas. Watch out.
That was a smart move.
Yep.
That was a smart move by James there, leaving Amanda long. You know, a lot of balls, a lot of traffic down there, and chances of her having some kind of a shot. Now we'll see how her game is, because she does have one advantage, and that is that she has a lot more balls on the table than James does, and all his balls are in one area with a 3-6-2. That means she has a lot of opportunity to snooker James and perhaps get a ball in hand or at least a better position later on. And that's what she's doing.
That's pretty good.
So for the folks tuning in at home, this is the second of
He's got a combination right there.
potentially 5
Oh,
matches.
yeah.
The team of Believe the Hype leading 3-0 as a result of that first match. And of course, Believe the Hype's James Ruggiero on the board first here in the second match, 1-0.
Okay, look at here what happened.
Not the greatest of speeds
No,
there.
he's-
Kind of let the cue ball go a little bit, hit the
I don't
the
think
combo too hard now.
I don't think he's got a pocket. Does he? Can he make the 6 down? Yeah, he can make it maybe in this corner down
You can
here.
make it backwards, or he can make the 2. I mean, it's going to have to
Yeah.
let the cue ball fly, however.
Yeah. He's going to cut it inside. Look at this. And hold the cue. Oh, that's a good shot. He's going to come back off this head rail. That's a brilliant shot right there. He can cut her in. That's the only thing. Oh, what is he played safe on that? Yeah, he played a little defensive shot.
It looked like the way he's chalking the cue, looked like he miscued on it.
Yeah, that's what it kind of sounded like.
That'll bring Amanda Callahan back to the table for the team of Make It Work. Make It Work out of Harahan, Louisiana, which is my understanding right outside New Orleans. So I know some folks watching the stream asking about where they're from. Of course, I had asked prior to the match where Harahan was, wondering if they had been impacted at all by a lot of the flooding and things that have gone on down in Baton Rouge. And they said not necessarily directly for them, but of course they had a lot of family and friends in Louisiana, some that were impacted. So of course our thoughts with all the folks in Louisiana dealing with that right now.
Between that and the fires out in California, it's
Yeah.
just so awful what's been going on.
You know, she may not get out here because of her skill level, but here's the thing. She could play some great defense now.
Right.
And
I
give-
think she'll just tap in. She should
That's
just
what I'm-
tap into the
That's
14.
exactly right. I think that's what she might just do. Watch this. It's a smart move. See there? Look at that.
There you go. Good girl.
Hello.
Just trying to get under
I love
James'
that.
skin a little bit here,
Yeah.
maybe force
I love watching
You
that.
know,
force him into an error.
It happened a couple of times in our league area, and where I've had some people fly off the handle and come up to me during the event and said,
Yeah.
"That's no 2.
Yeah.
A 2 can't play safeties like
Yeah.
they don't know how to play safeties like." And I keep saying that
Sometimes that's all they
chances
can
are
do.
no, but chances are that means you had a smart coach.
Right.
may
That's
not-
correct.
You know, you actually have to have a lot of practice and talent to be a 6 or 7.
That's
But
right.
that doesn't mean you can't learn how to think certain
look at here.
situations like a 7.
Yes.
So
Oh, that's
you can teach a
that's
2
a
to
foul.
play as good of a safety as you can
That is a
That's right.
foul.
anyone else. So.
James
right.
did make contact with the 2 ball initially, I
Yep.
believe, but failed to drive a ball to the rail after contact. So Amanda will now have a decent opportunity with ball in hand.
Yeah, she could get out now. If she played.
Everything's wide open.
Oh,
9,
yeah.
11.
Yep. Roll up 12.
Actually, 12 might be the one to get rid of first
Yeah,
here. What do you think?
It's in the middle of the bunch. She probably ought to open it up a little bit. Hey, you know that rule of thumb, though. She's got to make sure she can get out, or don't make too many of them either. So she knows that probably.
And I
There you
believe
go.
she still.
There you
She's
go.
going for the
There
12.
it goes.
And I believe she still has a timeout, right? I think that was James that took the timeout. So her
That's-
captain must agree with her strategy
Well,
here, because he would have.
I think she's okay. Look at here. She could do this.
Boy, just a very strange body language
Bad
watching
angle,
her. It's
though.
hard to.
Yeah.
I mean,
She
she
looks
just.
like she
I
couldn't
don't
care
know if
less.
it's. I don't know if it's. Yeah, I don't know if it's all the folks that are
Well,
here and or just.
No, she was doing
nerves
this
or-
last
yeah.
night, too.
Okay.
No,
Yeah.
she's
It's
just
just her style.
she's trying to stay
It's
with
her
the sport. I
style.
mean, that's her
That's her
comfort.
style.
It's her comfort zone, so she's okay.
Now she needs to pick her spot here where she wants to be.
Oh,
Oh,
Tough
wow.
shot there.
Yeah.
She had to hold the cue ball a little bit. The angle she had on the 9, it was going away from everything.
Look at this though. Now he's going to shoot the combo, but the 2's going to come down to the side rail, and then it's blocked in the corner.
Yeah, because you can't.
So
that's
he's got to
right.
get it back out of there somehow.
Unless he can get a thick enough hit.
See that? That's the problem. He tried to hold
Some
it.
nerves here, too, I think.
Yeah, hello. This is it.
Man, I don't know if Amanda
Hello.
thought she was going to get back to the table here, but I think she's faced with either a combination or having to really jack up over the ball to shoot the 14, which is not going to gain her much. She won't be able to get position for anything. So it looks like this combo is the way to go. I don't think it'll pass by the 9.
Oh.
Well,
Well, the 8's a problem here. The 8's not in a good place. I don't think it'll go by that ball in the corner, will it?
no.
So he's got to figure out how to get on the backside down there by that corner ball after he makes these 2 balls.
It's important to play position here, not
Yeah.
just to make this combination, but where is the 2 ball going and
Yeah.
where's the cue ball going?
And I don't think the 8 will go over in the other corner either, so he's got to figure out how to get on the backside of that 8 ball.
Yeah. And careful, if you just follow this cue ball, you may scratch in the side
Yeah.
here, so he's looking at kind of killing the cue ball perhaps a little bit, so you don't want to hit this too firm.
Oh,
And
look at
Wow.
there
Oh,
it
No,
goes.
hello. You called it. That was
Yeah.
perfect.
Again, a
You
critical mistake by James is going to
How
give
did you
Amanda
learn
ball in
that,
hand.
Ava? How did you learn that right there? Is that something maybe that you've
Oh, I
prac-
practiced it a long
Did you
time, for a long time.
I was kind of wondering because you called that right on the button.
It's actually one of my trick shots that I
Yeah,
learned
it
from
was
Dr.
good.
Q.
It's a good one,
Yeah.
Is that the one where you say, I might scratch, and you do scratch? Is that it?
That could be it.
Oh, you called it perfect. I love
No,
it.
I decided early on in my career that if I was going to make mistakes, I was,
Yeah.
damn well going to learn from them
Yeah.
instead
Yeah.
of just being upset about it.
Yeah,
so.
that's it. Absolutely. That.
Good opportunity here for Amanda.
Yeah.
Okay. Chose
Yeah.
kind of a tricky, and that's a choice usually of a skill level 4. She's left herself kind of a backwards angle here instead of coming down and playing the 9 in the same side.
Oh, she.
There you go.
Yeah.
But the
But
good
look-
thing about this,
oh, yeah.
look where the 2 ball is.
Oh my, she's putting some frustration in this guy. Look at this.
Yeah.
Now he's got to make it. He's got to go just make this ball.
And you do wonder if that's impacted some of the last few shots we've seen from him. Is just
Yeah. He really doesn't have a good shot except for the bank. But the problem's that 8 ball. That 8 ball's still in a bad position. He's got to figure out how to get on that.
Yeah.
He got to cut that in. My, what a shot that is.
But you know what though? Even if he doesn't make it, he might block the pocket for her,
Yeah.
and also at least leave it closer to a pocket
Yeah.
so that if he does get back at the table again, it'd be harder for her to play safety.
Right.
Yeah, just a little firm.
Oh,
but he'll
look at
take
he got
this.
a little break here. Look at this.
Good speed.
Yep. Yep. Yes. Is she going to do another little defensive maneuver?
would not surprise me.
Watch this. Watch this move
I
here.
think
Would
it's
not
going to be
surprise me.
dark as.
Okay, Jason. What would you do on this? Because I know you played this on me a lot.
Oh, anytime we play, I try to play safe.
I know.
Each
so
time,
so
and
give me
I
your
actually
sa-
don't even try to pocket balls. I
So
just
give me. So give me your save.
Is
here.
that what you call it?
yeah,
Safe?
yeah.
You miss on purpose. Is
Yeah.
that what you're saying? Look at it. See there? That's
Good
it.
shot.
How do you like it?
She would have loved to get behind that 14 ball,
Oh,
but I don't think that he
Oh, he doesn't. have
he
any-
can't have his
No,
nothing. No.
he's going to have to really get into the kind of the
And it's
mode
interesting.
now.
The last thing you want to do is to hit the closest cushion that he's right by where he's at on the bottom cushion because of what the cue ball will do. But it looks like the 2 rail kick is blocked by the 9.
Yes, it is.
And I don't think he can do the 1 rail because of where the 8 ball is. So he's in a kind of a
He called
funny
it.
situation.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you can see he's
he
called a
doesn't- he
timeout
doesn't
now
know
too.
right now.
So he's gonna get some input from a teammate here.
Just a wild guess, but I'm
Yeah.
guessing that's Derek Bivens.
Yeah, I
he
know
might
it's
be
not the
talking
team
to.
captain Brian who we saw earlier. So, yeah, as you pointed out, probably his fellow skill level 6.
Is this the guy they call in times of emergency? I think so. He has an emergency here. He has to have some help.
Yeah.
That's
Because he
right.
doesn't have a real good shot here.
Yeah.
So this has got to be well coached.
Of course, you saw Amanda's captain come over and just give her some words of
Yeah.
encouragement.
Right.
He may be able to
knowing
go
that-
2 cushions if he doesn't put anything on it here. He may be able to go 2
I don't
rails.
know. That would be it if he doesn't. Right. If he takes everything off the cue ball. Oh, look
Yeah.
at here. He's going the other way. This is a tough shot.
Yeah.
See, you got to
Just missed it though.
That's such a hard shot.
Yeah.
Because when you're close to that rail, you get the compression factors, the slide factor. I mean, it's difficult.
So once again, we'll give ball in hand. I believe 3 times now in this
Yeah.
game that she's had ball in hand. So her defensive strategy is sound. She's
Yep.
just gonna have to start pocketing some balls though.
Well,
Sometimes you have to go. Sometimes it's time
Yep.
to go.
Right.
That's right.
And this, I think, this is it. And that's not a bad choice here, following this up for the 9 and for the 14.
Again, this is Amanda Callahan of the team Make It Work, the Louisiana team. Amanda's skill level 4, needing 3 games.
A question that we just got about
Once again, trouble with
why you can jump with a full
somebody
cue
asking
versus
about right.
In the APA.
well, as long as it's a legitimate jump where you're hitting down on the cue ball and not scooping it up, if you're good enough to shoot a jump shot with a full cue, by all means shoot it. But the help of a jump cue is going to help probably 2 skill levels, and that's your 6s
the
and
higher
7s.
skill levels, yeah.
Yeah.
And what I love about the APA and the equalizer system is that that's part of what makes it so great, is that if it only benefits the best players, the same thing in 9-ball,
Right.
okay, you
Right.
can't push out, because who does that benefit? Well, it's going to
The
benefit
higher
the best
skilled
players.
player, right.
And one of the things we don't want is the best players just dominating the table, because this is not the
Yeah.
pros, this is not
Well-
the masters format, and that's
Yeah.
part of the equalizer system.
And
Right.
you have a provision for the jump cue in the master division, so that's all
Right.
right.
And by all means, if you're good enough, you should be able to. If you're a 6 or 7, you should be able to jump the
Right.
cue fairly
Yeah.
well with your
That's right.
regular
Right.
cue,
Yeah.
just not those hopping over, and
Yeah. That's
which
right.
gives a player like Amanda a chance to play a safety against a player like James. So
Right. So James has now taken a 2-0 lead here in the second overall match here in the finals of the APA 8-Ball World Championships. James again taking a look at the rack. We've seen this now a couple of times.
I think Amanda, she struggled there. She had ball in hand and did miss that 13.
Right.
So she's got a little bit of nerves going on.
right.
And probably just hasn't been in this high pressure situation.
Well,
This
and
is
most
big.
amateur players are not going to have been in a situation like this.
No.
Again, as you look at the finals room, you've got a couple hundred people that are here watching live. Of course, you've got another 800, 900 watching on the stream, which obviously the players are well aware of.
Look at that nice break. Oh.
And I have to be honest, obviously Donnie Schmidt and his team Make It Work have made it this far with their strategy, which is incredible feat just getting here. But I question a little bit, when you're down 3-0 after the first one,
Right.
you can't lose now 3-0.
That's right.
Because that means that you're 6-0,
Yep.
and all they need then is 2 points to
Yep.
win.
Right.
So, putting up a 4 and then another 4 against a 6, I would have gone 4
Yeah.
and then my best player
I
after
think
that,
you're right, absolutely.
and said, I need to have a chance. We need to win
You
this
got to
match.
get on the board.
Yeah.
Yeah, you have to wonder if that 3-0 in the first match kind of frazzled them in terms of their
Right.
thinking and their strategy, and maybe did not expect that they would be down that quickly
And
by
not,
that
and
score.
I'm not taking anything away from Amanda. I mean,
Right.
she
Sure,
may
well,
be-
she's in a tough
She's
situation
obviously
here.
been very strong in getting him here, and they
Right.
have a lot of faith in her. But it's still, a slight advantage to a 6 over a 4, even though it's a 5-3 race.
Right.
So I'm a little surprised at their strategy there.
Looks like from looking at the matches played, she has the most experience of anybody on the roster in terms of this particular event.
There
Looks
you
like
go.
she's played 8 times, so
Right.
she's obviously been successful enough to where they
Right.
felt comfortable with her, and maybe that was part of it, knowing this is a higher pressure situation,
can
knowing
handle
she's
it.
played 8
Right.
times, and but again, struggling somewhat against James, at least at the moment, but still ways to
Far
go.
from over, you bet.
It's kind of wondering if some of these teams, when they play through the whole tournament, how many matches would they have had to play to get to this point?
A lot.
That's a good answer.
Thank you, Jason.
You are so informed.
A lot.
Where's
Yeah,
that
I
statistician?
learn every
again?
time I ask.
Actually, offhand, I don't know, but I do know that if you go to our website, poolplayers.com, you look
Okay.
at the tournament information for this particular event. We've got CompuSport, which is the online bracket
Oh,
system
okay.
that we now use, and
All
you
right.
can actually track, any particular team throughout the tournament through that CompuSport program. Very cool, and you can
Okay.
kind of see, did they win? Did anybody lose? Where did they lose? That kind of
Yeah.
thing. So.
Yeah. Well, the reason I said that was I wonder if maybe like this team, if some of these teams, they just don't keep their same roster all the time. They don't
Yeah.
adjust it according to who they're playing. Here they bring this up, the 2 players. Maybe they just brought them up the whole time and it worked.
That was the
So
order
they
they
don't wanna-
Absolutely.
They don't want to change their consistency. So.
Yeah.
And like I said, I'm not taking anything away
Yeah.
from the team strategy they've
Sure.
gotten this far, or
Yeah.
from Amanda, who's obviously had a very successful tournament
Right.
Right.
and looks strong and everything else. It's just sometimes it's just interesting choices because they were down. The last thing they can have happen now is being down.
Because there's
3
nothing
nothing.
after this.
Right.
This is it.
Right. This is it.
Yep.
Party ends here.
Yep. We're flying home. Here we go.
Not a bad
quite,
leave there. Not, oh.
Oh, the ref will be watching this, and so.
This is James Ruggiero, the team from Evansville, Indiana, the team of Believe the Hype, now at the table.
Yeah, he's.
James is skill level 6, who is on the board with a 2-point lead. Of course, he needs to get to 5 before his opponent gets to 3. Does a nice job there to pocket.
I've
14
got a
ball.
eye doctor in Evansville, Indiana.
Is that true?
That's where my eye
Okay.
doctor's from. Yeah. Yeah.
There you go.
Interesting.
Right. Yep. He's the man.
Is he on the team?
No. He stopped playing.
I think that was a hint.
He stopped playing about 10 years ago, but I go to him because he knows how to fit the glasses for a pool player.
Oh, good idea.
Yep. Pool playing eye doctor.
All right, even though it sounds like an oxymoron, that was a good miss there by James. If there is such a thing. He just hung the 12 ball up in the pocket. So his 8 ball is well guarded now. So kind of a frustrating situation for Amanda to walk into.
Yeah.
Open shot at the 6, but if she can run these 4 balls, 5 balls.
He's got that. You see, even though that pocket's protected or that 12 with the others, that 8 will still go in there. It looks like there's a room to make the 2 balls together or whatever.
Make both of them,
Yeah,
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 perhaps.
so
You got to
that's-
hit it just right.
It's not quite blocking it the right way.
We'll see.
Yeah. We may not have to get to that point, so we'll see.
Amanda looks a little frustrated
Yeah,
here. I can't
think
blame her,
I
but
think
she's
you're right. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, she's got her. See her. She's.
Yeah.
You
She-
can tell.
hanging with her head a little bit.
Again, a long ways to go, though, and regardless if she can just grab one game here, would drastically affect the
Oh,
point
yeah.
differential for what's available.
And that's one thing I tell people too, is that because I suffer from it myself. When you get frustrated, if you miss too much or you feel like you're losing the match or you're not comfortable, the key is to work on not showing it to your opponent.
Yeah, that's the key. That is.
Because not only do they get pumped up, but your body language also
Yep.
makes you more nervous, makes you more like
Yep.
you're out of it. But to sit up,
That's
take a
right.
deep breath, look confident, and then you start feeling more confident, and it scares your opponent a little bit. Like
Yeah.
it looks like you're ready to pounce.
You
so.
know, that's a critical element. I've been teaching most of the week also in the backside in another room, and that's been a common thread is if you don't look the part, you can listen. You could be a 2 and look like a professional before you hit the ball.
Exactly.
And the minute you let down your image before you hit it, you win a lot of games just by how you look a lot of times.
Right.
So it's
Yep.
important to get, because you're giving away confidence to your opponent.
Right.
And and taking some away from yourself. So
So we've got a timeout here, and this is, I believe, the Hype's Brian Payne talking it over with his skill level 6 shooter. He pockets the 13 on the side.
Well, now this is interesting. He can he get behind that 8 off that rail? Apparently
yeah,
he
I
can.
think he can go rail first. Yes, but he's got to make sure that
Oh, wait, we could
he doesn't.
double kiss out of there. maybe.
Yeah,
Yeah,
he
this
gets
is,
stuck behind the 8. He could scratch here,
Yeah.
and if he hits it too thin,
Very nice
yeah,
shot.
just enough.
Oh.
Perfect.
that was
play.
nice, wasn't it?
Reminds me of a Dr. Q shot.
Well,
I've seen it many times
I
when
don't
we
do it
play.
that well. No, I don't do it quite that well. I would
Uh-huh.
have gone probably 5 rails or something on it. You
Yeah.
know?
Yeah.
Show off. Yeah, you only get one shot at this,
Yeah,
though.
oh,
Okay.
okay.
All right.
Well, I'd have gone 1 shot, 5 rails. That's what I did.
All right.
Yeah,
So
hello.
James
Here we
is
go again.
Right back on the 8 ball with an opportunity to take a 3-0 lead. He'll mark his pocket. Looks like he's using his money clip there to mark his pocket. And drops the 8 ball, and he now leads 3-0 over Amanda Callahan.
Yeah, they're on a roll. They got the momentum going in their favor, so maybe it'll switch here in a second. We'll see what happens.
So again, with the skill level differential here, James needs 5 games before Amanda gets 3 games. So he is 3/5 of the way. Is my math right on that one, Tom?
Oh, that was beautiful.
Yeah, see that? Fractions.
That's
Very
60
impressive.
Some
that's-
teacher somewhere is thinking, wow, I never thought he'd
that's
get that.
60%. Wow,
Yeah.
that's cool.
We were talking yesterday, and I know you talked quite a bit about it, but a lot of the geometry and the physics of pool, like a lot of people don't realize what an element those are in the game.
It's
so-
critical. There's 7 or 8 major factors, and the mathematics is so critical. Even if you're a fielding player, like a top-level player, a lot of players will play by feel because they play a volume deal. It doesn't hurt to have the parachute in your hip pocket, the knowledge of the mathematics. Those
Sure.
things on those rail tops, those diamonds, are more than decoration,
Right.
and they're valuable to kick at balls and stuff. So you got to put that in your bank of knowledge. And once you get it in there, you may never use it, but it's there if you do need it.
Mm-hmm.
It's absolutely critical to have that. I love teaching that. That's
the
kind of-
diamond system,
I've been
right?
the
The
diamond.
diamond
It's a
system,
diamond
yeah.
system study. I teach about 40 systems, and I love teaching it. And usually players that pick it up, and if you do it the right way and teach it so it's simple to understand, their game goes to another level.
Mm-hmm.
You can take a 6 to a 7 with that knowledge, any other player to another level, just by having knowledge of how to bank and kick.
I think the key word you said there is to teach it the most simplest way,
It's gotta
because
be.
I've seen some of the
Yep.
pros that are just coming on to be a pro that will
Yep.
stand forever, and you see them counting and going
Yeah.
and then it throws your game
Yeah.
off. So you got to practice it and learn it as simple as you possibly
Yeah.
can. Then it definitely is a help.
It's all about the instructor communicating the simple
Mhm.
techniques with the right kind of foundational definitions of everything. Once you do that, if you pick it up right, it's quick in a game. You just have to have it taught right. But it's a very valuable tool, one of the greatest tools you can have in your game.
So what's next for Dr. Q after he leaves Las Vegas? I know you
Yeah.
spend. I always
Yeah.
think I spend a lot of time in Vegas. You spend
Yeah.
more time than I think any of us.
Yeah,
But
quite a
where do
bit.
you go from here?
I'm going home and cut grass.
Going home to cut the grass. I
I'm
got to
gonna-
do the same thing when I
I
get
That
home.
sounds
I gotta
exciting.
I got to give the sheep a rest.
Yeah.
So I'm going to go cut some grass for about a week to 10. Then we're going to go south toward the flood zone. And we're going to do some shows down
Are ya?
there. Yeah, we're going to hope get
Was
in
that
there
something
and-
you'd already planned, or are you doing that now based on?
No,
what
it's
some of the
already
things-
planned. There's some APA leg operas we're going to do down there, and then
Cool.
then I'm flying up into New York to do some college shows. That was our foundational base for years, and Miss Q's going with me.
Cool.
Yeah,
Of course.
that's MSCUE, not MISCUE.
Okay.
So she's going with me. 30 years now together, and without her, I probably, as I said before, wouldn't be doing it. So she's instrumental behind the scenes.
Miss versus Miss and Mrs. Of course, we've got. Have you guys noticed the all the ladies walking around with sashes on here at the Westgate? I guess they have the. Have you seen them? The Mrs. America
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
ladies.
they're
they
upstairs. They're
they all
upstairs.
walk around with
Okay.
their sashes from their state, but. We were talking about it, and it's Mrs. America, not
Yes,
Miss
that's
America.
correct.
So
Well,
had to get the clarification
real,
on that.
real
so.
quick funny story. I'm over there coming out of the room where we're storing our stuff. We come out. There's a kid sitting in the chair. He says, I saw you 25 years ago at Loyola University in Chicago. Amazing.
Wow.
And he says,
Right.
my wife is Mrs. Illinois.
Oh, wow.
Oh, so she's
That was here
here.
today.
Yeah.
Oh,
That's
good.
cool.
Yeah, he was sitting outside today up, and his wife was Mrs. Illinois, so.
Well, that's got to be
It
cool
wa-
to
oh,
know
it
that
was
somebody
cool. It
remembers
was
you from
well,
that
that's,
long. Yeah.
you know, that long ago.
Yeah,
He was like, he's in his mid-40s now, so that was back when he was like a teenager, so.
that's very cool.
Yeah, it was great. It was great. And he said I didn't look any older, which I thought, man, I'm
There
gonna
you
like,
go.
I really like
even
this guy.
better. Even better.
Yeah.
Amanda's come alive here,
Look
you
at
guys.
Come
Well,
on,
you guys been
Amanda.
talking memories and
Yeah,
well,
well,
we're talking Mrs.
I
Mrs.
know,
America.
we knew
I
she-
know. There's a
we
bunch
knew
of pretty women, but right now you got a
we
pretty
knew she-
woman out there running out.
We
so.
knew she was going to get out. Well, we were totally confident in her what she was going to do. So.
Boy, could she use it here.
She does have a slight angle. She's got to make sure that
Yeah.
she doesn't overcut this 2 ball, because then she's going to get snookered on the 8. It's not dead straight in. So because of that, she's got to keep an eye on not getting snookered behind this 10. She doesn't want the cue ball to drift left at all here.
And she doesn't have a choice. She's got to make them both. Oh, look at
Oh,
the,
she
do you
drew
bel-
it back.
do you
Holy
believe
smokes.
that's-
Nice
what was
shot. And
that?
what was too good? It was like it went off in her hand
Oh,
there.
she hit that ball. Beautiful.
She wanted to make sure that she didn't get that, so she drew it back instead and just overdrew it. Nice
Wow.
stroke, though.
That was tremendous.
So she's now left with the 8 ball, but
now,
I think she's not quite sure, and I don't believe they haven't taken their time out yet, have they? I know the other team did. I'm a little surprised
Yeah.
here.
Her
that
captain is
Yeah,
standing up
yeah.
right now because he's looking to see
Yeah.
if the tangent line's going to bring that cue ball
Right.
into the other corner pocket. You got to watch it. If it clips the 10 ball, you should be fine. But if it has the angle to avoid the 10, you can see right here. Now it looks like it's going to go into the
so our
10.
captain sits down. He looks comfortable
Yeah,
with
he
what
looks
she's
okay
gonna.
with it.
oh, she hit that. Look at
Wow,
this. Oh,
wow,
Amanda!
nice shot.
What a shot.
Amanda.
Wow, that was more than awesome.
All
This
right.
would be why Amanda is in this match right
Breathe a
here.
sigh of
She just
relief.
came
Oh,
alive.
Oh, wow, that's going to change the tide here a
Yeah.
little bit, isn't it? Wow.
That's great. They needed
Oh,
that.
Look at her.
Look at her reaction.
sigh of
I've seen a
relief.
lot of that reaction, but
You know how
I know
hard
she
that
wants
shot
to smile.
is.
Yeah.
Very
That's
nice
That's
shot.
one of the hardest shots in pool.
Very nice shot.
That particular angle
That
and being on the
angle.
rail, yeah, that's
Oh,
great.
Wow.
That was great.
Kudos to Amanda. That
And
was
now
awesome.
both of these players needing just 2 games to secure
Look
the
at,
match.
look at
so
her, man. Everybody's applauding her.
Of course,
well,
that
give
was
a little more
fantastic.
energy in the room. It's been very one-sided thus far
But-
for the team
But
from
everybody
Evansville.
online is just going, look at that.
The
So-
team just came alive too.
Yeah.
They sat a little
It's a
straighter
big
here.
win right there
That's
for
it.
her. And again, based on the skill level differential, now they both just need 2 games. So we're basically even here in this second match.
Amanda broke those balls well. Table opened up, but she did fail to make anything. So James has choice here, and it looks like he's going for the stripe, shooting that 9 ball in the corner.
It's like we've seen a surge of folks coming online the last few minutes. Of course, you're watching live coverage of the APA 8-Ball World Championships from here at the Westgate Resort and Casino in Las Vegas. The 2 teams you're seeing here in the finals of the 8-Ball Championship. At the table now you have James Ruggiero in the blue from the team of Believe the Hype. They are from Evansville, Indiana. Currently seated is Amanda Callahan of the team Make It Work. They're out of Harahan, Louisiana, which I understand is just outside New Orleans. So again, you've got a team from Evansville, Indiana, and a team from Harahan, Louisiana here in the final round, competing for $25,000 first place prize money.
I like that name, Harahan.
Harahan.
It's like, what is that? Oh, Hanrahan. Yeah, it's kind of.
Makes me want to say Hallahan for
I
some
think
reason.
that's
I
one
don't know why.
of
But
that's one of the places we're going on our tour.
oh yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Down
they'll be
through-
seeing you
yeah.
here soon.
Yeah, they've got a great APA operation through that area. It's great.
So heads up to the folks down
Uh-oh.
in Harahan.
Down
Dr.
in
Q
Harahan.
will be
Come and visit.
Dr.
Uh-oh.
Q will be visiting, and is he frozen there on the 8?
He's frozen on the 8. He's going to have to kick at something, pick something to kick at, because that was the last place. A little careless there, again, from skill level 6. You got to remember to really pick a spot. A lot of times I see players kind of go, well, I can shoot this one, and this one, and then they get positioned on neither.
Yeah.
It's almost better to have one ball to play position, but you got to pick the ball that you're playing position for instead of going kind of sort of.
Used to watch a lot of the pros I've even seen for years do that. They would actually go and they'd even put their finger on the table where they wanted to be, And
Yeah.
and they would be within, like Moscone kind of used to do that a little. He would pick a point with a practice, and if you pick that point,
Nice.
put it in your mind, then you
Right.
can do that. Say,
Well, I spoke of this yesterday when we were watching the Masters players. A lot of the pros, believe it or not, as well, but a lot of the higher skill
Yeah.
levels, they don't take that quick look and decide I want to be exactly right here.
that's right.
And you know, the smaller your point of that you want to
Right.
get to, your margin
That's
of
right.
error is smaller than if you have a larger point you want to get to.
Right.
Then all of a sudden, if you miss, you're missing much worse. So, the smaller point you can play position for, the better.
That's correct.
Even if you mess
Yep.
up. So
She's look at here. She's got her energy coming.
she's up
How do
and
you
running
like-
now.
She's coming on now. I love it. I just think that's awesome.
Well, the 4-ball does pass by the 5 if she chooses to play
well,
that.
I'm looking at some of these comments and saying, "Oh, 4 shouldn't run out." And I'm thinking, I guess they didn't see the first couple of games where
They must have
Amanda
just got here.
missed a ball in hand right in the side. So
And just so you know,
Um,
when the balls are open like this, if you don't think a 4 can run out, usually where 4 messes up is the position. A little lucky break there, getting straight in. That was okay. She meant to play the 5 in the side. You have to look at it. You know, a 3 can run the table if the balls are laying in
Yeah.
the
All
right
based on
position.
where they're
So
at.
you need to
Yeah.
look at what the layout is. And
That's
if you
correct.
understand the game, as far as you don't have to move the cue ball around a lot, you have natural position. You don't have to draw it or put a lot of spin on it.
Interesting. Aim small, miss small.
Yeah, thank you.
yeah.
That clarified what
Well,
I
and
was
all you
trying
have to
say.
do is go back one game and look at some of the characteristic mistakes of a 4 when you're missing.
Sure.
Again, ball in hand on a straight-in shot in the side and things like that. So
And that was a costly miss right there.
yeah, and you saw she's frustrated again. So
Well, I'm not. You know, I tell you what, we think she is. I'm just wondering if she's just got that's her normal kind of like demeanor.
That's her style.
Because she ran that last game, she was shot awesome.
Right.
So she just might be so into a normal personality there that she's doing it natural. This is not even rattling her. Oh, that
oh,
was, that
James
was
narrowly misses
Yeah, look at there.
And
early
he
80 on
scratched.
the 8, and he
And
did
he
scratch. So
scratched.
Oh, look at
So
this. Here she
there's
comes.
some frustration there for James as well.
Better get,
So
better get rid of that 15 ball.
And I tell you what, this is big for another reason, because this could put Amanda. No, you can't put her on the hill. Yes, this would put Amanda on the hill, I believe, right? It's a 5-3 race.
yeah, victory here would put Amanda on the hill.
Yeah.
I was just watching a quick replay of that, and boy, did he just narrowly
Yeah.
missed pocketing the 8 early.
She's got to clear this 15 out of here.
I think the best thing, if she can play that 1 ball, if it does go in the other side pocket right here, and then bump the cue ball,
That's right.
have the cue ball run into
Yeah,
the
she's
15.
gotta get
You
it
want to
out of there.
get that out of the way, because the 5 and the 8 she
Right.
could be in trouble on. See, you can see there the 1 will go in this pocket if she played that and
Right.
rolled the cue ball up and just bumped the 15. But again, not necessarily what most 4s will look for.
Yeah.
So now instead she's going to look to play the 1, then the 5.
Well, she's thinking
She's
again. Here we
rethinking,
go.
There you
and I
go.
think.
That's good.
All right, so
that's
she's
very
going to get a
good.
visit from her team captain here, and they're
That's
going to
good.
they're
There
going
you
to talk
go.
strategy
Yeah.
a little bit.
And just so you guys know, they cannot hear us down there. So it's not like we're saying,
Right,
no,
right,
you need to
right.
do this, and they change their mind. That's not
Right.
because they just heard us saying that. We're in a
No,
soundproof
we
booth
are.
over here. So,
That would make it
We're not
interesting, though.
coaching.
That would make it interesting.
you know, I played once,
That's
and
funny, yeah.
Steve Mizrak was doing the commentary.
Yeah.
And I was kind of newer, and Steve was actually, you know, obviously kind of a god to somebody
Right.
at my
Oh,
age
yeah.
at the time
Yeah.
in my career. And I can't tell you how many times I went down to shoot a ball, and I'd hear him go, "Well, now why is she shooting at that?" And then I'd
Oh,
get back up again.
That's got to be tough.
And then I
yeah.
remember at some point halfway through the match, I said, "You know what? Hell with you." I
Yeah.
said, "I'm just gonna," and I managed to ignore it, but it really
Yeah.
got in my head, because
Yeah.
back then they didn't have the soundproof
Yeah.
booths.
Yeah.
You know, 1842 or whenever that was.
Right. So yeah. So they definitely can't hear us in the booth. But I tell you what, there are. You know, I mean, you do have to battle through some distractions here because again, you got a couple hundred people in the room. You've got conversations
sure.
going
Yeah.
on. You know, although we advise folks to turn their phones off or
Yeah.
put them on vibrate. Occasionally, you'll hear a ring, and so they just have to be very focused at the table. And that's no different than it's been throughout
Yeah.
the entire tournament. You
Now,
know,
you
when you're in
know-
the main room with,
Yeah.
you know, hundreds of other players, you really have to be focused.
Now,
so.
you know, distractions, and it's kind of an interesting thing to think about. They just came out of that big area where all those players were with tons of distractions.
Mm-hmm.
They got here.
Right.
Sometimes players through distraction will focus harder, and
Sure.
then they'll release better. So there's a counter to both. You know,
I usually play better like
Me-
on a TV
yeah,
tournament
of course.
because
yeah.
you know the cameras
the
are right in
chaos
your
going on,
face.
right.
Let them get in your face because
Yeah.
now you focus harder and you
On the
release the
table.
cue more natural on the right side. So it's
Yeah.
awesome.
True.
It
True
works.
story.
It works for different people, but once you understand how the brain works, you really sometimes better if you have distraction.
That's right.
I mean, you can hear that glass drop in a quiet room, but if it's noisy, you don't hear it. So
All right, we're going to see here.
right.
She does not have a lot of angle here, but she definitely has enough to where she can get up, hit this with some speed to get up for the 7.
This, of course,
A
is
little more
Amanda.
speed, maybe. Just enough.
Nicely done.
Just enough.
that's nice.
Good plan by her and the captain there coming up with the plan, but here's the shot. She still needs to.
Yeah, she's got to get. This is a little tricky because of that stripe. So what's going to happen here? She's got to.
That 15 is
Yeah,
looms large.
It could be the problem. And as you mentioned before, to try to get that nudge it a little bit out of the way, but it could come back now to be a problem. We'll see.
If you put a little bit too much right on it, you could scratch with too much speed. You can go into the 15 and glance off of it. You can get snookered by the 15, or what more than often happens here is you get too severe of an angle on the 8 because you're so afraid of that ball in there.
She might be better coming down, floating down to the end rail, playing it up here with this. There's a side.
There's a
part
helper
that's-
down there. You're
there's a
right.
Oh, look at here. She
Gets
oh,
the
she
7 to
Oh,
go.
she's got some work to do though.
Oh, that's not. Is the tangent to the scratch, or can she get by
It's
that?
close.
It's close.
It's definitely
She's
close.
got to know how to. If she goes extra high.
We have a kind of a funny angle. It looks like she's fine here, but when I look at the actual table.
Yeah. Oh, look at here.
yeah.
That's pretty. Oh boy, that's a tough shot right there.
This is where if she cuts it in the upper part of the pocket, as you know, the pockets are obviously bigger than the 8 is.
Yeah.
If you cut it in the upper part of the pocket,
Yeah.
then she can avoid the scratch.
would
But if she hits it in the lower part of
Yeah.
the pocket, it's going straight
Would
in.
you draw this into the side rail maybe? Because it looks like it's awful
No.
close to the side rail.
I don't think so.
When they had that other angle on there, it looked like. See, look at here. See how
Well,
close
with the draw stroke, she should prove to have, but the cue ball's
Yeah.
so close to the rail.
See here, this
They're
is.
trying to draw this. I don't know.
think you can follow it because it looks like it might scratch. This is going to be a tricky shot.
And
here.
again, she has used her timeout, so there's going to be no assistance coming from a
oh, and there's another
captain
sh-
here. So
she's left-handed too. That's another problem. See,
Interesting, yeah.
she's got her body out of kind of contorted into the rail here. This
And
is challenge.
And again, a scratch here will be loss of game, not
Yep.
just ball in hand for the opponent,
Yep.
but loss of game on a scratch on the 8. But again, I think that if she hits it fairly softly, because that'll straighten the tangent line out a little bit and cut it towards the upper pocket, she should be okay.
Yeah, it looks quite a. See, when you look at it from our perspective on the camera, it looks quite a ways off the rail. But when they put that other angle, it was really close there.
Yeah,
That's
you can see there. That's the angle that we're seeing, and
Yeah.
that's more of a true angle right there, strangely enough. So
Wow.
we'll see.
so it
Well,
looks
she-
like she's gonna. Okay.
was she going to bank it?
She's
one
gonna
round?
try to bank it.
That's
all the way
probably
down to
that's
the other end.
probably not a bad idea. Wouldn't this be a great shot? Look at this. Oh wow.
Not quite.
Well, this is no gimme for him. He's a 6, but he's still got to do some work.
Yeah, and
here.
we've seen some struggles in the last several minutes
Yeah.
from him too. So we'll see as Amanda takes a seat. Again, seeing some frustration there, but nothing a given here. May have another opportunity. James Ruggiero, the Evansville, Indiana team, believe the hype.
Boy, I don't like them when they're close to the rail like
Not
that.
sure what.
See, that's so close there.
Yeah.
This has got to be hit so pure. We'll see here. He's a good shooter. That 6 level puts him right up there.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of getting off the rail a little bit
Yep.
more like that, but all he has to do is tap it. Can't hit it as firm. You don't want to stay for the.
See,
There you
that's-
go.
that's the
there you
issue.
go.
And he misses
Anytime
the
you're shooting off
14
that
in the
Wow.
corner.
you lose your accuracy. It's just,
So again, not
That's
very
pressure right
characteristic,
there.
yeah, that's what it is. Exactly
We're all
right.
human.
Yep.
And that will give Amanda
Boy.
yet another chance here.
Almost straight in, little bit of an angle, but all
Yeah.
the way down in the corner pocket. Just keep her head cool here, and this will put her on the hill. And she'll get that valuable point regardless of what happens.
Here we go.
And she'll have the mental advantage too going into the last to the next rack.
Look at the body language over on the other side. He's got a headache, right? Look at this.
There it
Amanda
is.
pockets the 8-ball,
How
and
do you like
suddenly she is on the hill.
Boy, that's what's exciting. I love these kind of matches. These APA players are so much fun to watch.
You know, it's interesting because some of my fellow pros, when I first took this the league over, they said, "Well, how can you handle watching two like real
This is
beginners
interesting.
playing?"
You're seeing Amanda and her team captain kind of conversing.
Yeah.
Yeah, pumping
Again,
around.
if you think there's not stress here at this level, it's
Look at that.
pretty
Yeah.
evident. Of course, that's the first time I think we've seen her
She's
smile
smiling
too. So
now.
that's nice
good
to see.
though.
Yeah.
So she is now on the hill. Needs only one game to secure this second individual match for her team. She will have the break.
James still needs two.
So what happened, Ava, when
Yeah,
they said
but
that?
they'll
What
say,
happened?
they'll made that comment, and I said, "No, you don't understand." I said, "That's the most exciting thing. I love watching
Yeah.
us get to skill level 2 or 3 because
Right.
their passion for this game is what the passion I used to have. I mean,
Exactly.
and when a ball goes in, it's exciting as opposed to the better players. If the
Right.
ball doesn't go in, it's a disappointment.
Right.
So if
See,
you kind
that's-
of get jaded, you know, when you watch
Yeah.
the pros, yeah, he's out, she's out. But with my 2s and 3, I love watching matches between 2s and 3s.
I
It's
do
great.
too. I love it. It's great.
Or
So-
4s and 5s. I mean, everybody. But I mean, I enjoy every level.
Well,
every
you ought to
level.
see the match between Jason and me. It's just this is like they ought to pay
Yeah.
admission to see it.
Yeah, we might have to pay them to see it.
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
so. We'll give them money
Pay them to
it.
watch.
We have a lot of fun, don't we?
So this will be interesting here because this is really the first time this Believe the Hype team has had any kind of pressure
we
in this
go.
match, I think. And obviously James, being the skill level 6, came in very confident, quickly took the first couple games, and now he finds himself staving off elimination here in the second match. So
Boy, isn't that great?
we'll see how he responds to the
exciting.
pressure.
Well, he just really needs to loosen up and remember, you know, how good
Right.
he is, and just say, you know what, I'm going to try to own the table, not be afraid, shoot a little more offensively instead
Right.
of getting in that slow kind of.
Well, and he started very confident, but
Yeah.
I think it's a credit to Amanda because
Right.
of some of the safety play
Right.
and
Oh,
some of the things
absolutely.
that she's done to kind of force him maybe out of his game a little bit.
Absolutely, but you need to try to still play your game. You can't let somebody else kind of control your mood or your actual game. So.
See, what's happening now is a credit to this equalizer system.
Sure.
You've got 2 players at 2-point spread on their skill level, and it's exciting. I mean,
Oh yeah,
isn't that great how that
absolutely.
works?
Absolutely.
I love it.
Absolutely.
It works out perfect.
Getting a couple questions though. So the overall match score here currently is 3-0. The team of Believe the Hype leading 3-0 over the Make It Work team. James Ruggiero, who's at the table, of course, a member of Believe the Hype. Now you're seeing the score there. We are in the second individual match. And of course, based on the result of this particular match, that will ultimately alter the score somewhat. But currently, Believe the Hype leading 3-0.
What happens if Believe the Hype wins? How many points do they get, Jason? Is that already figured out now?
At this point, we'd be looking at a
2 to
2-1
1.
split is the
Oh, I
best
see.
case
Oh,
scenario
there it is
for
right there. There it is.
So the best case scenario at this point, yeah, for Believe the Hype, should they win, would be a 2-1 split.
Oh.
Now for the Make It Work team, if Amanda can win this next game, it would be a 2-0 split. So they could find themselves
See,
right back in this
That's
match
Isn't that awesome?
if she
That's
can
great.
pull this off. So suddenly, now we're no longer like thinking about
Yeah.
why they threw Amanda here, because here she is
Not at all.
on the hill against
Wow.
Thank you,
6,
Amanda, for proving us,
There you go.
know,
Yeah.
proving the right point there.
But I think she's a classic 4. She's, we've seen some major mistakes. We've seen some good safety play.
Oh yeah,
She's
definitely.
just kind of grinding away, not giving up.
But well, the part of it is too. She's got a funny kind of a, you know, body language at the table. There's no question about
Definitely.
that.
I can't tell if she's happy or sad or just
I know.
indifferent.
That's what I
or
was
just
saying. We don't- I think
you
it's her
know,
normal,
I can't
maybe.
believe you guys made me play. What
Yeah,
the-
she's like,
yeah.
are we still here? I mean, come on.
But it's still from the first couple of racks. even from the very, very, very first beginning of the first rack, it's more of a
Look at
pumped up
this.
look now.
What a
So,
shot. Do you see that backwards?
So, yeah,
Boy, that
nice
was
shot
a
on the
good-
13, but I don't
that's
think
a-
she's probably happy
yes.
with. Oh, there's
Look at her
another
smile. Look at her
smile.
smile. She's going. Look at here.
having a lot more fun now.
How
than-
could
Yeah.
you not like that? That's awesome. I love it.
Be interesting for these players when they go back home and they watch kind of the replay of the match to see
Yeah.
how they appeared on camera and that kind of thing. Then, of course, knowing what we had to say about them. So,
Yeah.
but I warn them. I say, hey, look, we're going to be talking about you behind your back for the next 3 to 4 hours.
That's
So, tell me good stuff, and I'll say good stuff. So, no,
Well, what
both
happened?
great
What
teams
happened
here.
here? She's got
And you see the referee kind of standing over to
Yeah.
make sure that
right.
She's
She gets
afraid
a
of
good
that
hit,
scratch. She's going to
yeah.
elevate the back of the cue. Try to avoid the
pretty good hit.
scratch.
Nice
nicely
Good job.
avoids the scratch.
That was good.
Of course, James will have an opportunity to return to the table here.
Yeah, 5's in a bad place. So we'll see.
Somebody here says, I think Dr. Q is in love, and I guess the answer to
Huh?
that would be
You-
he is with
You mean
Ms.
you
Q,
mean,
right?
You mean with Miss Q? Yeah,
Yeah.
of course. And I also love the APA and I love pool.
Oh, look at what you did there.
I have. What did I do?
Well, you plugged the APA.
Oh, I
It's
did.
impressive, yeah.
Oh.
See how he does
It's
that?
unbelievably
Wow.
smooth.
It's
I'm
all.
in awe.
I'm smooth, man, and I love Miss Q.
Of course, Marty, big part of the
Oh yeah.
your success, right? Of course, she's the one out there scheduling the
Yeah.
shows and doing all those
Well,
things.
you know
so
her. You know her job description, don't you?
What's that?
She drives 90% of the time. She
Is it?
books the show, so she's wheel and deal. And I do the shows and the books of the company, so I'm show and tell. So that's
Let's
how
have some saying.
that's how we operate. Okay.
Nice.
Too
Nice.
funny.
So James Ruggiero here of the Believe the Hype team, surveying the table a little bit, knowing at this point
we have
that Amanda only needs one game to secure the victory here, so trying to make sure he does not make any mistakes.
Boy, they're tied up, aren't they? Look at the balls tied up.
They are.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what. I think I would go ahead and make the 5 or the 7 here, and then play up for the 4 and go in to the 5 from behind there.
Yeah.
I think that's. I mean, it's risky
Yeah,
because if
I know.
something happens, if you don't get a shot, obviously it's risky.
And he's going to call
Gonna
a
take
timeout here.
Timeout
Some
How many
interesting-
timeouts can they take?
One each per game,
one
yeah.
each.
per rack. Yep.
Looks like some debate.
Carefully timed.
Some debate here on the chat. Folks wanting to know where the most APA teams are. So the largest, I think the largest APA market would be there in Baltimore.
Still Baltimore, isn't
That league area. And then the largest state overall is the state of Florida. Have the most members in the state of Florida, followed closely by the states of, I believe, Texas, Illinois, and then you start to get into some others like North Carolina, I think, and Virginia, some of the larger league or states by membership. So hopefully we can help settle some bets here, the folks on the stream.
it?
Of course, 48 states represented here in this year's championship. 3 countries.
And as you can see here, the timeout was taken
Yeah, it was taken by Believe the Hype, yeah.
but that also means that the other coach can come out
Sure.
and talk to the other player while that timeout is going on. So
Right.
essentially, it's kind of like you get 2 if both take a
Right.
timeout. So even though she's not at the table, it's a good time to discuss a little bit, or just
Yeah.
to pump her up too, and say, you know, she's doing great right now, and help her loosen up a little bit.
Yeah. This is even a touch. This is tough for coaching even right now. This is just this layout is just not a gimme for anything. A lot of strategy here in this game yet. That's why sometimes that coaching, it has to be so timed to be at the right time.
Right. Yeah,
So-
no shot clock here. A couple of questions about shot clock. There's no shot clock.
Decided to play a safety, get a
Yeah.
few more balls down there.
Right. Actually, look at there where he put that cue ball.
Not a bad idea.
Oh wow.
And I kind of like that move anyway, because
was-
not only was it a smart move, but it also showed due respect for Amanda and
That's
Amanda's
right.
Sure.
game.
That's
that
exactly right.
Don't go crazy
Of
and do
course,
something silly
Little
here.
did he know that she knows his shot. So here we go.
Yeah, she's in the same kind of position here.
Yeah, watch this shot now. This will be exciting if she pulls this off somehow.
She
Oh,
makes
that was a
contact with the
pretty- that
11,
was a
drives
great
it to the
Good
rail.
shot. Look
How
at
do
that.
you-
And the 11 got in
Oh,
there,
that
too.
was
so.
awesome. What a shot. See, I told you she knew that shot. Isn't that great? Wow. Yeah, what's he going to do now? He's probably going to 5, I imagine.
Yeah, I got the 7 in the side there.
Abe, when you was playing a lot of that, did you ever play much defense, or was it kind of an all-out shoot game for you?
When I first started, it was all out shoot. But yeah, I played a lot of defense. I mean, because
Yeah.
I played a lot of straight pull, and
Yeah.
I learned early on that you play the smart shot. But back, when like the first 10 years of my career, the game was more offensive.
Yeah.
A lot of the Europeans really started more of a defensive game. We used to
Okay.
fire at balls a lot more, especially in 9-ball,
Yeah.
and the defense got a lot stronger, especially with the one foul ball in hand.
Right.
It didn't used to be one foul ball in hand, as you remember.
Yeah,
it
that's
used
right.
to be, nah, you shoot again.
Oh,
kind of
yeah,
thing.
shoot again.
Push out all over the place. So
That's the way it was back in the Johnson City era, wasn't it? They used
yeah,
to do
you
that.
better shoot because
That's it.
But
Oh.
but that changed the game quite a bit.
Yep.
In 9-ball in particular, the fact that it's ball in hand anywhere.
So you see Amanda Callahan return to the table. Again, Amanda skill level 4. On the hill here in this match. Needs only one game to secure victory for her team. Make it work.
Let's see, she's going to take a look here. Not much of a shot, so I bet you she's going to need to be looking at a defensive shot again. There's nothing dead here. In other words, straight in, so just going to tap the right side of this, it looks like.
Oh, look at
Come
this.
across.
Look
Did
at
she
this.
try to bank it?
Oh, look at this smart move.
Smart shot.
Oh, look at this. That was awesome.
Good cue ball control there.
Yeah. That was a really good shot.
She's got James a little bit frustrated here.
I think you're right there. He's got to be a little careful here.
James with a nice shot there.
Yeah, well, there he
Although
goes.
he drives the
Yeah, now listen,
4 ball out of the pocket.
He could get out here. He's got 3 good shots, and he can get on the other side of the 8 ball. So he's going to probably be looking that direction.
He's taking a look there, but the 8 ball does
Yep.
go into the corner pocket.
Yep, that's right. He's got an out here. If he can just pull his rhythm together, he'll be okay.
The key is getting up here for
Oh,
this.
look at
Yeah, he had to straighten it out a little bit
Yeah.
to be able to get up, for he had the wrong angle to
Uh-huh.
get up on the 2 and focused too much on the position there and missed the ball.
He's got, look at that 11. It's not sitting in a good place. So
And the
he's-
pockets are a bit friendly, so it's very
Yeah.
easy to kind of lose concentration
Yeah.
in making the ball first. If you hit the side rail, your chances of ball going off, even if you miss it a little bit going in, are large. But if you hit the other side of it, they're not
right.
going to take it, obviously. So
Looks like we've hit about 1,200 viewers, which is pretty impressive. Curious who the folks at home are rooting for. Get out there and comment. Let us know. Are you rooting for the team from Indiana? Are you rooting for the team from Louisiana? Of course, Amanda representing the team from Louisiana, and James in the blue shirt representing the team from Indiana. Curious who the folks at home are rooting for. Of course, we're impartial,
Well, yeah.
right? But we generally
Even though I'm
root
from
for a close
Indiana.
match, right?
Even though I'm from Indiana, I'm impartial.
I feel like that's a conflict of
No,
interest.
no, no,
Are you sure? Okay.
You want me to leave?
Okay. No, we'll let you stay. We'll let you stick around. We'll let you stick
But
around.
I'm going to Louisiana, so it's
That
okay.
seems fair enough.
It balances out.
Guy from Indiana going to Louisiana.
There you go. Hello.
Looks like a lot of folks, from what I can see, rooting for New Orleans.
Now the other one took the timeout, right? So this will be done on the timeouts.
Yep, this will be the last of the timeouts for this particular game. Of course, very critical game here, potentially for Amanda, the opportunity to take home the first match win for her team.
I love the way she made that comeback. She made some beautiful shots. Yeah.
Team of Make It Work, who plays out of the Daiquiri stop down there in Harahan, Louisiana.
Oh, watch this leave. Look at Oh,
That'll work.
I thought, yeah, hello. Oh, I love it.
The 11 ball even
Again,
got in the way for the 7,
I
so
think that's great. Yeah. Oh, look at here. They're voting on the states.
Yeah.
that's funny.
You
He
got
just gave a funny comment to her here.
I'm
He's
not
got to take a
sure.
break. James wants to just get out of here for a minute and maybe clear his head.
Little
Quick
interesting.
break.
Gonna take a mid-match timeout. I'm guessing that means bathroom break. Of course, these matches extend quite a bit. I know we got underway about 4 o'clock, so we're now a little over 2 hours into the match, and when nature calls, I guess. So in the meantime, sing us a song, Dr. Q. No, I'm just
Okay.
kidding. I'm just kidding. Let's take a look at some of the footage from here at the Westgate. Give folks a better look at,
There you
of course,
go.
we've been looking at the championship arena, but show you some of the other things that have gone on here this week. Of course, we've been at the lovely Westgate Resort and Casino the last several days hosting this event. We started last Thursday with our opening ceremonies, which is always an impressive thing. You got Renee Lyle, APA president, and we have local singing sensation
Well, you have
named
to wait
Lisa
after
Smith
the-
that comes in and sings all the anthems, including the Japanese national anthem, which is
Really?
always,
Wow,
pretty impressive.
Wow, that's great.
Of course, you're seeing 300 and
Wow.
I believe approximately 320 tables.
Oh, there's Becky.
There's Becky.
Hi,
Some
Becky.
footage from the opening ceremonies that we mentioned just a moment ago. There's Renee. Of course, she's been here all week running around like crazy. Lots
the
of members
beautiful
wanting
logo.
to say hi. She a late happy birthday to her. Of course, Bill Tufts, the tournament director, there on stage. And seeing some of the Showdown Series room. This is
Look
the
at
main
the
room here at the
people.
tournament. Lots of folks, over 12,000
Oh,
participants.
wow.
So it is
Huh.
a stage unlike any other for an amateur pool player. There's no doubt about it.
Beautiful.
Of course, we've also had, I think, 40-something vendors here, and we've had, obviously, the fan favorites like Dr. Q here doing shows all week. Florian was here earlier this
Oh, there
week.
you go.
Florian Kohler. There's
Oh,
Tom.
look at
You're
this.
seeing-
Oh, what a shot. Who
you're
made that
seeing
shot?
Dr. Q interacting with some of the
Watch this.
fans, teaching them some shots. There you go. Of course, Lee Brett, kind of a
Oh,
new addition to the
great
group.
guy. Great guy.
World-class instructor who's been here doing some group lessons and
Oh,
things.
I
So we've
really
really, I know the folks here that have been out in Vegas have really enjoyed learning from him and getting a better idea for the game. And
Yeah.
of course, Jeanette was here earlier this week, the Black
There you
Widow, and doing some challenge matches and things like that with the fans. And I'm sure signing a lot of autographs, taking a lot of photos, as I know all of you guys end up doing while you're out here. You ever try to keep track of how many autographs you sign out
Yeah,
here?
I know how many.
Oh, exactly, huh?
2.
Oh, okay.
I'm hot. I'm a hot topic.
Right.
No, I've got them all figured. It's a
So-
bunch. It's a bunch.
Again, the tournament's just part of the picture here at the World Championships. Obviously, a big part of the picture, but you know, you've got the mini mania action, and you've got the vendors, and of course now we're looking at a black screen.
This is just an awesome event. I'll tell you, it's great.
Vendors too.
Oh,
we mentioned them. I think over
tremendous.
40. They've basically anything that you'd want in the
Yep.
the billiard community. Everything for sale, from tips to chalk to shirts to cues. Did you pick up my Christmas gift while we were out here?
Oh, you wait till you get
You
it.
got me something
Wait
special,
till you
didn't you?
get it. I'm gonna get
I
you
appreciate that.
a hedge trimmer, and you don't have a hedge though, so you can't do that. But look
Yeah,
at it, you can get
lots of
anything you want.
vendors,
Look at it,
yeah.
you can get anything you want. in
So
billiards.
many different
How do you
cues
like it?
available.
Here we
Of
go.
course, now we're back in action. James has returned from his quick break. Again, we are mid-match here.
Oh,
Nice billiard.
Immediately comes in and pockets the
Didn't
7
really
ball.
What's he-
gain much though.
yeah. What's he got here now?
And he can go ahead and he can't really cut this 4 ball in. It would be too severe of an angle anyway, and I think it's
Yeah.
kind of blocked a little bit.
And I don't think the 2 will go. So I think maybe the 2 will go.
I think the 2 will go, but the only way if he could play the cue ball off the 10 and just play center
Uh-huh.
table position here and
Right.
try to get between the 8 and the 14.
Well, what's he doing now? He's aiming something into that stripe. What's that about?
Just as a reminder, both these players have used their timeout already for this
Oh.
particular game, so there will be no more coaches at this point.
He's doing some kind of magic. Look at her. Do you see
James
that?
here,
little-
a skill level 6, kind of figuring out his angle, it looked like.
Oh, he was playing a bank. Wow. A kick.
And that'll bring Amanda Callahan back to the table. Amanda, part of the Make It Work team from Harahan, Louisiana.
Amanda.
You asked me to sing. Look at what happened.
Oh, yeah, they're talking about
they
singing
wanted
now.
Ava to sing. It's good.
Ava, do you sing?
Well, they gave her the song, too. They told her what song to sing.
Oh,
No.
really?
Yeah, wait till it comes up.
I don't think anybody wants to hear either any of us sing, of course.
No.
No.
I can only speak for myself.
I'll tell you what I like is the bobblehead here in the booth.
You like the Ava
Yeah.
bobblehead? I brought that
Oh,
in yesterday to
I
surprise Ava. She just came from
He
Sweden.
said just in
Yeah.
case.
She just
I
barely
wasn't
made it back.
here.
Yeah, so we've got
Look at the
uh,
bobblehead. Look at
we
it.
got, and this Ava always agrees with me, don't you, Ava? Yes, Jason.
Not this
No,
one.
Not
No,
that.
Is
Is
that's
that
fine.
great? I love that.
Yeah. So I told her. I said that's the ultimate sign of success when you're
That's it.
when you become bobbleheaded.
That's it.
Yeah. So
Bobbleheaded?
Bobbleheaded,
Is that a
yeah.
word?
Ooh,
Sure.
that's a good one.
Bobbleheaded.
New word.
I looked it up this morning in the dictionary. Bobbleheaded.
We love the bobblehead. There
Yeah.
you go.
Kind of an interesting situation here because this is actually not a bad move by her or having to do this because that 9 ball would not pass by the 8.
She could. Oh, she hit a. Oh no.
That
Oh
was-
no.
She tried that
Oh,
9 ball in the
no.
side pocket
Oh, so close.
and now
Yeah.
she moved
Yeah.
James's 2 ball right into the center.
Oh, they want a
the
Jason Bowman
corner.
bobblehead now.
Oh, well, what is that about?
That's interesting.
You would look good at one of those.
A bobblehead? You think?
I think so.
Oh wow.
Well, as long as they're not basing it on pool ability,
I
then
think
maybe
Katie would like one.
Yeah, yeah,
But that only kind of agreed.
yeah. So she could
Only went
shake
up
it
and
really
down like
hard.
that,
yeah.
yeah. All right. Chance for James to join Amanda on the hill here if he can either play rail first on this 2 or hit it just right to come over, play the 4 ball down in the corner.
And again, we've seen a fairly large surge in viewership, so we want to make sure we mention you're watching live coverage of the APA World Pool Championships here in Las Vegas.
And wow, James is going for this, the
Oh,
tough cut on the 4
yeah,
ball. He's
well,
taking a
he's-
bit of a chance. I know he's a great player, but
It's-
I don't know.
Well, he doesn't want to take. See if he hits the 2 and he doesn't get on the 4, so he's really going to leave that pocket blocked.
yeah, but he
it's
should
still, I
be
think
able to get on
he
the
should
2.
be able to get on. He's a 6. He should be able to get on.
Well, he's just got to make this, though. If he makes this, then it's
Yep.
everything should be solved. So we'll see.
He's taking his time. A lot of time.
And he made
does
it.
make
Good
it.
shot.
That was
Not
good.
over yet because you see where that 15 ball
Yep.
is. The natural position you kind of want to come over here, but he's got to play the 8 ball in the same, in the opposite corner here. And this is where it's so important. What we were talking about before, Tom, where you need to hit the correct side
That's
of this
correct.
ball.
On this one, when a ball's in
Really
the
pay
pocket.
attention what part of the 2 ball you're hitting.
Pockets the 2 ball.
Oh, it won't go on the side of it.
No,
Will
he's
go
got
in
to
the
play in
corner?
the way down in the corner.
It'll go by it. Yeah, that's his shot.
So James will pull out his pocket marker, like you mentioned. Marks the far corner pocket.
Yeah. You know, before we go any, that logo, that's awesome. Is that your?
Is that the new World Pool
That's
Championship
a
logo?
beautiful
Yeah.
logo. I
Yes.
love that.
Kelly Gilbert back in our office, our designer.
It's great.
Of course, this event previously known as the APA National Team Championships, but as we've grown beyond the confines of the United States, we felt to go
Great
ahead and
logo.
rebrand it, and
And it was time.
yeah,
Yep.
it was time. So this is
Okay, here we go. This is
James with a chance on the 8 ball here.
He's got to stroke it really smooth.
Hit that really well.
That was
Very controlled, great stroke.
yep.
So
Beautiful
with a
shot.
very nice shot there by James.
Now-
he now moves to the hill,
Hill,
so we
hill.
have a hill match.
Wow, that's great, isn't it? We got ourselves a beautiful game, a match here. This is fantastic.
Amanda will again rack.
To the wire.
And this will, regardless of who wins this rack, it will be a 2-to-1 in
split.
score. So
Yep.
either believe the hype will be up 5-1 or make it work. We'll pull in where the score would be 4-2.
yeah.
Right.
We'll see if there's any discussion on the rack here. We've seen that each time. Looks like James comfortable this time with the rack.
Well, he's going on the 8-ball on the break shot here. He'll get it moving. Second ball break. Snap it. Boom.
There goes, oh, the
See
8
there?
was flying
Oh,
straight
yeah, of
into the
course.
side pocket and
That-
just got knocked out.
That's the break. If anybody wants to see that break, you can go to segment 21 online, and it's on there. It tells you how to do that.
You're talking about the Dr. Q-tips
Yeah,
online.
it's been the #1 segment. It's awesome. That people want to learn how to make the other break because they.
Boy,
can
it was on
win
its
again.
way too.
Yeah,
as
it's
I'm
right
watching
on
the
there.
replay.
It either goes there or it comes back up into the long corner up here.
So, obviously, this is the decisive match here. What are we seeing at the table, guys?
Well, it's a bit of a tie up there. You can see the 2 and the 9 are both tied up down there. That was the only thing major. Other than that, the 14 is blocking the pocket for the 4. But everything else is pretty open, so.
This has been a great match either way. That's
Oh,
a
it's fantastic. What
comment
a
here.
treat.
It's absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
All right, see a 15 ball there. Oh, missed it. Now tied up the 6 and the 14.
That'll bring Amanda back to the table. Amanda Callahan of the team Make It Work.
Some work to do here for both players.
Amanda has kind of fought her way back in this matchup.
All right, so interesting choice by Amanda there. She went ahead and pocketed James' strike ball there.
That was probably a good move.
Just kind of clearing the space,
That's
right?
right,
She's
that's
got a lot
right.
of balls in that that top corner there.
Jace is looking at if that 15 ball can be made. 13 ball, the 7 is obviously huge there. The 15 ball is makeable in the side pocket, obviously. But he's good. Why is he going for that 13 here? I'd have to play the 15 here, wouldn't you?
Cut it in the side, yeah. But then he lets his cue ball go into that 8. I'm not sure if he wants to do that. He
To the 8?
well,
Well.
see, he shot the if he shoots the 15, he can't make it in the corner. He cuts it, try to cut it in the side. He runs his cue ball on a thin cut into the 8. He might mess up that 8.
Oh,
so
I didn't see it going into the 8. If you
no,
put it a little low. Well,
Oh, he
maybe,
could've-
maybe you're right.
it
Maybe
might have
you're
been.
right,
I don't
yeah.
know. But you know, he's got to now. He's got this pocket tied up. See,
Sure.
in this corner. So yeah, if you could tie a pocket up or block a pocket, that helps.
Now Amanda's going to go ahead.
Oh,
Nice
was
shot
that
on the
smooth?
4
Was that
ball.
smooth?
Nice. Very calmly done.
Yep. Deep breath. She's
And again,
She's-
her
she
facial
does it,
reactions
don't you?
are
I know, she's great.
just
there you go.
she puts the 3 ball in the opposite corner.
Yeah, not much of position. Yeah, a little too far on this 1 ball. As you can see, she'd have to stretch here and thin cut on the 1. She wanted to be a little straighter than that. And a lot of work to do here. You see that 2 ball and the 1. The 13's blocking the 15. I mean the 5 ball. So a lot of work to do here for Amanda.
Some questions here. No, there is no sudden death in the finals. I don't believe we implemented sudden death in the semifinals either. Just kind of based on the duration of those matches. Again, very close matches, which is why we got a little bit of a late start here on the finals.
Not a lot of good options here. He knows he needs to work with this 9 ball, but I do know that 9 ball will pass down in the far corner past the 2. So if he can get on this from the 15 to the 11, looks like it's straight in, but he could always draw it back and play the 11 ball in the down in the corner in the side pocket. and then make the 13 in the corner after these 2 balls, 9 ball all the way down
Right.
towards the corner where the cue ball is now. So he's got an open path.
Isn't 8-ball great? The strategies of 8-ball
Mhm.
just lovely. I love it.
Yeah, and it's a much better game on a
Yeah.
smaller table than
Right.
it is on the bigger
Right.
table because of all the
Yeah.
mess that you're faced with
Yeah.
and the strategy that goes with it. So he, yeah, definitely would either, if I had any angle at all, I would drift the cue ball out towards the center of the table. If not, just draw it back, playing the 11 in the side or in the far corner.
From where you're at, Eva, you can probably see that out there. It looks like it's that 15s is almost straight in, is it?
Yeah, it looks like he's got hair of a angle, but he missed one earlier in that side pocket like that, so he may not want to be taking that chance.
Right.
Might be able to go down right now and play that
Oh,
11.
Yeah, look at this.
The
Scoots
13,
right
that'll
through
work.
there.
That'll work. Great
Yep.
shot. Need to deal with the 9 ball now, then make sure you get the correct angle on the
He's
9.
got to do some stretching.
Looks like some folks asking how much time between shots. Again, there is no shot clock in play here.
This is a precise position shot here. He's got to hit this just real pure. And it looks like the 13's almost straight in.
Some folks asking if either of these teams have played on the live stream. My guess is probably not.
See?
No, I wouldn't think so.
Again,
See?
most of these teams aren't going to be at this kind of level
See,
until they
he's-
reach the final.
Yeah, he's contorted here a little bit. He's got to get up on the table.
Yeah,
And
you
that
see him.
ball's almost straight in. So what's he going to go 2 rails out of the corner here? He'll hit it with high right.
And it looks like his captain, Brian Payne's going to come out and
So that's
talk it
kind of a
over
personal
before.
choice.
Yeah.
Because he has to get on this 9 ball,
maybe-
I would definitely play low if I could. It's easier to control that than
Yeah.
coming and sliding and trying to come in kind of on a funky angle.
Yeah.
So
With his reach, he can probably still do that.
yeah, and he can use a bridge.
Yeah, he's getting it. There you go. He must have heard you say that. They can't. I know they can't.
We already
but-
covered that,
but
Dr.
man,
Q.
He picked that right up. Did you see that?
Uh-oh.
Well, he's going to put the bridge
No,
away.
he's
Not
looking at
comfortable with it.
He's debating it. Yeah.
Not comfortable with it.
Yeah,
And
and
again, this
usually
is
you don't have much. You should bring your own bridge head because
Yeah.
locations or tournaments they'll have something to help you out.
Uh-huh.
But the times that you need one, you can put on your side. You should
And
always. There's why there's pockets
he
on
just-
your
you
cue
can
he
see
case.
just
he
did,
just
right?
did, yeah. He's
did
got
he?
his own
Okay,
bridge now
yeah.
that he's
Is
got
that-
out.
Wow.
There's a.
Look at that bridge, will you? Look at the arms on that thing. He's got them all over the place.
Quite a piece of equipment
Yeah,
there.
it is. Yeah. Looks like a slingshot.
So his choice, you can either go 2 rails or you can pinch it and have it going down to the bottom rail and come
Oh,
out.
just-
Ooh.
That was kind of smooth, just off the side rail.
Yuck.
But
I don't like these shots. Yuck, yuck. Unless he can
yeah.
make it in the side, but to cut this all the way down in the corner with that angle off the rail again. But he came with a big one like that
Yeah.
before, didn't he? So
yes, he did. Well, he's got 2 balls here to make before that 8, and he does it. Guess who wins? At least this game and the match. I don't like this here. When a ball's frozen like it contorts your aim sometimes. You know, you see it.
You can see
Mhm.
the referee there now on the floor.
Yeah, he's looking real close.
He's
on
going to
this.
observe the shot. Again, the referee's brought in like this to make sure the hit is clean. There's no foul.
Oh, how'd he hit it? That was a beautiful
that
shot.
was great.
So it is a legal shot, and he pockets the 9 ball in the far corner.
I wonder if that 8 will go by that 7.
Comment that said that 9 don't go. It certainly went.
Yeah, will that 8 go by that 7? Can
Oh
you-
yeah,
No problem?
no problem.
Okay, then he's...
Gonna put some
He's-
draw right spin on this. Have the cue ball come out towards the
Oh,
center,
yeah,
and he's
there
in
you
good
go.
shape.
Good view of that now. This, of course, is one of the key shots in any game, that backwards cut. You got to be able to
Mhm.
control your cue ball back off the side rail, so...
Always interesting watching these folks' teammates, and as I look down the line and see them all staring up at the big monitor instead of the actual
Yeah, I watched
instead of the
that.
actual match. Always
Yeah.
kind of interesting.
That's for sure.
Let your stroke out here. Nice smooth draw. Like that.
Don't get on the rail.
James pockets the 11 in the
Oh, look at
corner,
that. Yeah, here we go again. Remember?
and he now markets his pocket. This would be for
Yeah.
the match if he can pocket this 8 ball here.
You remember he had that shot one time in the other game, and he was near a rail, and he kind of overcut. It was a 14 ball. This is again when you're near a rail, but it is for the victory. So let's see if he really bears.
This would be a
out.
big shot too.
Yeah,
This
this
is a
is a-
hill match.
Right, he's
First opportunity on the 8 ball. Just trying to make
I
sure
know
he
it-
likes the.
I know if you miss it, you want to black the pocket, but to me, this is the kind of shot where you need to hit this with some speed.
Yeah.
With a medium stroke. You baby this
Trust.
that much when you might miss it. And it could skid, a lot of things could happen. I don't
See
like
there,
that.
that's the
Yeah,
thing,
that's the one.
That's just a
Almost always undercut it
almost
like
every
that too,
time.
and a lot of times it's because when you hit it with that speed, it kind of
Yeah,
drags it a little bit, and you don't let your stroke out. You're better off, for his ability, hit the ball like you mean it.
yeah. He just didn't get off that rail far enough.
And that's going to open the door here for Amanda again, who is also on the hill. Will need to run 5 balls before she has an opportunity at the 8 ball, but
Amanda is a skill level 4, but I tell you what, the balls are wide open. Her
Nice and
only
open,
issue
yeah.
here may be that 2 ball on the rail. Unless she goes after it now. She's got automatic kind of position. If she just follows the cue ball down here, if she gets straight in on the 2, I don't see her missing at this point because everything is right there. Close to a pocket.
talk about
everything's
pressure
close.
situations here too. Wow.
Somebody asked something just about marking the pocket. Can they use anything they want to mark the pocket with?
I believe
Within
so. I
reason.
think, yeah, I mean, there's
Yeah,
certain
within
items that
Not
aren't
a
going to be
knife or a
appropriate.
gun.
And as
yeah.
far as close proximity to the pocket, what's the rule on that?
It's as long as it is on the side of the center diamond, like on the end rail, for
Either there
instance.
or on the clip.
Yeah, so it has to
Okay.
be on that side of the
Okay.
center diamond. So.
Okay.
Looks like Amanda's lining up for the 1 ball, which she makes.
You know, she
Yeah.
could get out here.
I'm a little surprised she didn't shoot the 7 there, but now she's going to have to put that pretty draw stroke we saw earlier,
watch-
or a little bit of
yeah.
high and go
I
2
think
rails out.
yeah, she'll go high. I think so. It's just because if you draw, she could overdraw, come to the side pockets.
Yeah, you want to make sure you draw it and not straight back, but
Yeah.
into the rail first.
Right.
What I don't like about the high here is that because the 2 ball is so
Oh,
far
yeah,
up the
that's correct.
rail,
That's
you're
right.
coming at it the wrong angle.
Yeah,
so
you're right. Oh, here. Oh, no.
So she gets the 6, but she draws the cue ball directly
Yeah.
back, and now
this will be the one difficult shot she has this rack.
And she
One difficult shot
and she's
between
gotta-
her and the win.
she's got to make it because if she misses this, the 8's a duck.
yeah, James again,
She
skill
has
level
one.
6.
But
so.
she made one before. Remember that 8-ball win she made? Where the
Yeah.
ball- She can smooth stroke this in the pocket. She'll be okay. Oh,
No.
look at
This
this.
is on
watch.
the 2.
Watch.
Did she get
but
lucky?
Oh, look at this. Oh,
Oh,
she,
wow.
she got a, how do you like that?
A little bit of luck there
Oh,
for
my-
Amanda.
Oh,
She'll
my.
take that.
And again, James.
Smirked a little
been
bit
a
there.
little bit of a frustrating
Oh,
match for
and look
him.
at the
It's-
2 balls blocking stuff. Isn't
Yeah.
it? Look at down here. What's he going to do?
I think
Wow.
what's
You
happening right
believe-
here is really summed up kind of the entire match. It's
Yeah, that's true.
Oh, man. Look at this. He's got to play safe. He doesn't have a shot.
and I believe he's used his timeout as well, so
Yeah, he has to play safe. There's
About
no,
the only thing I can think of, but I don't think he can hit it that way. No, he can't. I was going to say, if he could fan it and have the cue ball kind of come back towards where it is now, maybe.
Oh, I see.
But he can't. I think he's got too severe of an angle for it.
Which way? He's going to try to lay it on another rail.
She shouldn't. Yeah.
Oh, look
okay.
at
That's not a bad.
Oh,
That's
not
not
bad.
too bad. Yeah.
So
If he could have frozen the ball on
Yeah.
the 7.
You know what's nice about this now? Amanda can shoot the 2, and even if she misses, he's going to have to bank the 8 ball.
No. No,
There's
the 8's close to the pocket, unless she
If
goes
she
way over
that's
to the
what I'm
other
talking about.
side.
If she
Right.
goes way over the other side. Now, there's enough angle on the 2 where it'll probably coast over there a ways.
Right. Right.
So she's got a 2-way shot, even if she doesn't make it. She makes it, it's probably over. Look at her. Great lead out of her.
Again, this is Amanda Callahan for the team Make It Work from Harahan, Louisiana, lining up on the 2-ball here.
Oh, how
Very
you
nice
made
shot
that
by
one.
Amanda on the 2-ball.
Oh, that was sweet.
She'll turn her attention to the 7-ball.
Not
Not
opposite
over
end of
yet,
the table.
though.
No, that
7
was
straight in, you guys.
Yeah, and how do you control here necessarily?
She's wisely going to
she's
call a
gonna-
timeout
yeah,
just to
this is a
take
good
a
time.
breather, talk it
She
over with her
has to.
coach or captain here.
Well, the option, she got a little unfortunate there. Who
Yep.
didn't really make, I mean, she was so focused on making the 2-ball, she got dead straight in, which means your 2 options would be to roll the cue ball up, which you don't want to do if you can help it,
Right.
or draw it back, straight back, and take the cut on the 8. But there's so much distance between the cue ball and the object ball that you'd really have to be able to draw it. So I think the only option she's going to have,
Slow roll it.
and this is where instead of, and slow roll it, but what you want to do here is you want to hit draw on the cue ball, as you know, and let
That's
it
right.
die. So in other
Yep.
words, you're killing the cue ball. That way you
Right.
can hit it with some more speed.
That's correct.
Take a little bit of the drift of table
Here
that
she
might be
goes.
there.
Here she
So
goes.
2-point team swing
this-
here on the line
This
now.
is a key shot. This is
Yeah.
it. This is a beautiful
This could
shot.
change the momentum of the entire match here.
She's cueing low.
Oh, wow.
But now what? See, that's the problem there.
And she's left-handed, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah,
She's
that's a
gonna-
problem.
What she got to do? She almost can't cut it. She's gonna have to bank it probably.
Well, she's going to be on her own, having just used her timeout. So
Wow, look at her.
The way she showed so much heart, though, coming back in this match, this is one of those where it wouldn't surprise me if she makes it. You know, you might
Yeah.
miss some easy ones,
Right.
but here's a bank for all the marbles
is
in
there
this
a
match.
potential safe? I mean, she's
Yeah, I
obviously
don't
gone to
think
the
so.
safe a
I
number of
don't think
times.
so. I
Is
don't
there
think there's a safe here. You could go 2 rails and try to leave the cue ball, but put it in
Yeah.
the center rail. But no, you got to go for it. This
Unless
is
she just taps it, but then
Oh, I
I
see.
don't know.
Yeah, she could.
That's kind of what I was thinking, but,
But if she does,
it's dangerous. Yeah,
yeah,
if
because she may not get it. She
is
might
that what you would do, Jason?
I don't think I'd be here at this
Explain
point. So
yourself,
yeah, I would definitely wouldn't be here at this point. But
She's banking it.
so she's going
That's
to
her
try to
shot.
bank
Yeah.
it.
You know, she tried this once before. You remember? She played it and it went to the side almost. She'll crisp this. She can crisp bank this. Hit it nice and crisp.
She's going to have to stretch out on the
Just
table
watch
there.
out for,
Yeah, watch
yeah,
it.
no, she's not going to bank it. You got to watch out for the scratch here.
Well, she marked the pocket down here.
Did she?
Yeah, she marked the bank.
Because if she has to cut this at all and she hits center ball, that cue ball's going
Well, it's interesting
right in the
because
drink.
yeah.
Oh,
So she does
Oh my
play
good.
the safe.
Oh my goodness. Did
And
she
does
hit
she
a
get
rail?
into the rail?
I don't know if
They're
she
gonna
did or
look
not.
at it.
No,
If
I don't
not,
think
that's
she
gonna be a
did.
critical error.
Oh
Referee
boy,
will
there's
have
gonna
to
be a
determine whether or
discussion here.
not. Of course, now they're going to talk to the floor managers. Floor manager indicating the 8-ball did
Oh, it did.
contact the
Wow.
rail.
Oh
Okay.
wow.
Watch. Oh, it did.
I didn't think it did. But it's impossible to
James
We
tell.
will
can't tell
know.
from where we are.
James is going to return the favor.
Oh,
Yeah.
She can play the safe now. Thin cut.
Yeah.
Roll up there if she doesn't scratch.
So you are now seeing safety play coming
Isn't
into
this great? The
along with the referee because again, having to send the ball at least into a rail after contact. So we'll see how this situation ultimately resolves itself. And it looks like
just make sure she hits it. You gotta be careful.
Yeah, she'll
once
hit
again,
it.
she
That
plays
was a good
safe.
shot.
Keep going,
that
keep
was-
going for yeah, that's
No,
a
that's
good shot. Now we'll
that's a great-
see. I
Man,
have no doubt he'll be going for the bank here. Do or die right
yeah,
here.
because you can't slow roll safe here.
Nah.
You got to go for the bank.
There's
This
time
is
to
it.
play safe
Uh,
and time to go
Listen,
for it.
just go for it. This is your opportunity.
What were you
It's
saying about
almost
my
a straight in.
suggestion to play safe there?
Jason, I'm just repeating. I'm translating what you said.
Okay,
That's
this is James Ruggiero with a shot on the 8-ball here. He's going to try to bank
Almost a
it.
straight in bank. Hold the cue ball right there just in case you were to miss it. Just play a stop shot. Nope, no good.
And you can't make the 8, and Amanda is
And here it
gonna
comes.
have quite the
Oh.
opportunity.
Oh man.
And now is that a scratch?
No,
Potential
No.
no,
scratch
it's
on
not a
it?
scratch. She won't scratch. She'll put a little punch to it. It'll be all right.
The only way she'd
Alright.
scratch is if she plays regular center ball. But
That's
if she
it.
draws it or follows it, she's fine.
Boy,
Yeah.
it doesn't get much closer than this, does
Yeah, boy, isn't that exciting? You know, the only time you scratch on this is if you say ahead of time, "Well, I might scratch."
it?
So you don't want to say that, okay? It's a mental thing.
But she's cueing it high enough.
Look at
There
this.
it is.
Pockets the 8 ball, avoids the
Wow.
scratch. What a match.
What a match and what a
The
comeback.
players will shake hands.
That
and
was great. What a
Wow.
Amanda Callahan has
this.
come up big for the team
Oh,
of Make It Work from
Look at her
Harahan,
demeanor.
Louisiana.
Look at her demeanor now. Look at that.
We've got a match here, folks. Wow.
I love it.
That was great.
Now that's what it's about right
That
there.
is exactly what it's about. You've got a 6 and a 4 playing it
Look
out.
at that.
And
What a great match. 6-4. Awesome.
amazing. Amazing, amazing. So Amanda wins that match.
Oh, that's great.
4-2.
That's better than good.
So we'll get that score adjusted. It is 4-2, not 4-3.
Okay.
After the 2-1 split.
Man, I'll tell you
I'm
what.
exhausted.
Did we pay admission
I
to see
know. I
this?
feel
Yeah, I
so
know.
nervous. I feel like
I
I just
know.
am like playing in this match. So
that's and she was down.
yeah, she
Wasn't
was
she-
down. She was down either 2 or 3 games there. So
She made
But
a
it was
comeback.
interesting because the first couple of games, and we're not really familiar with her game, but she looked really kind of off,
Yeah.
and that's when we had a discussion about, we may be a 4. And
Yeah.
right.
But then she came into it and
Ah.
didn't do anything majorly huge. It wasn't like she broke and ran out, but she played really smart,
right.
and she came with some really big key shots.
That was great.
So it was
Some
that
good
was
safety
great to
play
watch.
by her too.
Yeah.
You know?
Put some pressure on James.
Kind of
He
got
made
in
some
his head,
unforced
got him out of
errors.
his
She
game a little
did.
bit.
She
Yeah.
got it,
So
yeah.
really great match.
Great.
It doesn't
That
get
was
much better
fun.
than that one.
Fun
That
to
was
watch.
fun. Yeah, that was fun.
So, and the team of Make It Work is now right back in this match against Believe the Hype from Evansville.
And whose put up is it? It would be
That'll be interesting to see here based
Look
on
at
kind
that.
of where we're at now with the score and see.
but it would
We'll have
be
the floor
Believe the
manager.
Hype gets put up this time first, I believe.
Not clear on who put up first. You are seeing the overall match score now. Believe the Hype still leading, but the differential much less. Obviously, they were up 3-0, now 4-2. They need just 4 team points to advance or to win. Make It Work needing 6. So regardless of the outcome here in the third match, we will definitely see a 4th.
You know, in that game, that last game there, you know, that shows you how much a fraction of an inch
Absolutely.
can cost you a victory.
Right.
Absolutely.
That
Right.
ball, if it hadn't touched that rail, it would have been over the other way.
That's
Right.
right.
Wow.
Right.
That was good.
Yeah,
that was
great
fun.
match.
Yeah.
I enjoyed
Fun
that.
match to watch. A little nerve-wracking, but fun nonetheless.
Yeah.
Oh,
Hopefully the audience
we,
at,
we love that.
out in the internet land is enjoying it. Of course, you are watching live coverage of the APA World 8-Ball Championships here at the Westgate Resort and Casino in Las Vegas. This event now in its 10th and final day. Of course, we started with 713 teams in the 8-ball division. Now down to just 2 competing for $25,000 in first place prize money. Of course, you're seeing the overall event payout, which was $1.2 million, 11,614, and you can kind of see how those dollars
Oh,
break
wow.
down by event. So
Look at the dollar.
592,950 in this particular
Wow.
event. So
That's great.
you ever played in a tournament for that much money?
No.
No.
$2. Back in those days, I'm a little bit antiquated here, Jason.
That's funny.
250 enter fee.
Well, I did pretty good on ESPN one time. I did all
Alright.
right there, but that was when they were paying really good dollars. You
A
know.
few times you did.
Yeah, twice. I had a
Yeah.
couple of really good tournaments,
Yeah.
and I was usually cashed pretty well. But those 2 big ones were Mike, our buddy Mike.
Yeah.
Mike
Mike
Massey.
Mahoney,
Yeah, we
yeah.
saw Mike. He
Yeah,
was
he's
actually
here.
watching
he
earlier.
Was watching. He told me he wants to watch the 2s, 3s, and 4s play.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He loves it.
I know. I
So
get
they're
that.
handing me the score sheet. Let's see who we're looking at here. So Believe the Hype, the team from Evansville, is going to put up Courtney Truitt here in the third match. She is a skill level 4. She's going to be opposed by Sean Pitchoff, skill level 5 for the Make It Work team. So for the first time in this match, Make It Work will have the higher the higher rated player. So be interesting to see now. As the players prepare to lag. Courtney with
I
her
love
cue
the
stick.
lag. I just love the lag. I do. I
Yeah, this
love
is-
the lag.
Is there anything you have so much love everywhere in your
No,
heart?
I don't. Yeah, it's just there.
I know.
You
I
know,
like that about you.
Yeah, I just love it. It's great. I mean, look at this. Now watch it. Even look at the ball roll. That's even beautiful.
Well, looks like
How do you like
Courtney's going to win the lag there. Had a chance. She actually closed out their match in the semifinal round too, so which was a
Okay.
high-pressure match against the team from Miami. So Courtney came up big the last time around, and her team is going to lean on her here. Again, she's a member of Believe the Hype. She'll have the break. She'll be opposed by Sean Pitchoff of the Louisiana team Make It Work. Again, this is a 5-4 race.
By the way, you know where that love came from? Sang Lee in three cushion billiards. He made a comment. The reason he played three cushion was for the love of the game. It's simple as that.
Yeah, that's what we all play, isn't it?
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's just a different levels of passion.
Yeah.
My passion has been unending. It's just always been there.
Mm-hmm.
Win, lose, or draw.
You couldn't tell when you were watching her exhibitions that you love it that much, can you?
I need to get out of my box a little bit.
You need to settle down. To
I
be
know,
honest
I'm in
with
a
you, Tom.
shell.
You need
I
to
gotta
settle
Loosen
down
up a little bit.
Okay, what do we got here? That's great.
This is Courtney at the table again. Courtney Truitt. She's a skill level 4. She's going to need 3 games here.
Nice break.
Oh, look at that 8, what it did.
Nice break there. She made a stripe on the break. A lot of power in that from straight on, so the ball's kind of spread out a little bit, but a little bit of traffic to get through here. This is not going to be a quick wreck, I don't think.
Looks like Courtney's got 7 matches under her belt here at the APA World Pool Championship, so she's got some experience, second only to the team captain Brian here at this level. So we'll see how she handles the pressure here in the finals arena, but so far so good. Following the break, again going against James Pitchoff, skill level 5, currently seated, awaiting his turn.
Oh, she hit the ball good. Man, she went right through that. Did you see that? She hit it firm, but she goes through the ball.
Right.
And
Team
you know
score. Sorry, Tom.
No.
Just getting some comments
No,
here.
go
Team
ahead.
score
Go
here
ahead,
is
sorry.
4-2, folks. The team from Evansville, Believe the Hype, leading 4-2. Again, that is the team points. The team from Evansville now needing 4 points to clinch the win. Make It Work team still needing 6 points. So
And we'll see here. She fired at that ball, and the
Yeah.
tangent line brought it straight out.
Yeah.
She could shoot the 10, 12, 15. She's got her choice here. She's going to want to leave the 14 or 15 ball, though, if she's going to try to have any chance of breaking that up. Right now, she's just mostly concerned with making her balls right now. Skill level 4, you're not going to think the same as a skill level 5, 6 or 7 necessarily by running out and solving problems. You want to make sure that you do get some balls under your belt.
I think she'll shoot that 14, come into this 13, knock it out a little bit, if she feels like she can run out. But, you know, at the 4 level, she's the 4, right? So,
correct.
you know, I liked at the beginning, sometimes when you're a little bit tentative at the beginning, it's good to let your stroke out just to make sure you don't baby the shots too
Right.
much, too. So,
She's going to play the bank here on the 10 ball.
nice.
It's a little surprising.
She's just want to get it out. Well, she's protected. See that 13 down on this side? So she could go for that and get it out and still have a backup down here on this rail where she doesn't have to worry about it. She knew she couldn't get out probably. What'd she leave? Look at this leap she left. Look at here.
It's going to bring Sean Pitchoff to the table for the Make It Work team.
He's got
Sean is skill level 5.
Yeah.
Nice block of the pocket
yeah,
there.
and there's a tie-up again. Now there's 2 tie-ups. There's 3 Look at this. Yeah.
Courtney stepping back from the table, kind of surveying the layout of the balls here. Trying to formulate a strategy.
I think this is going to be a long game. There's just too many problem areas here. That's an 8 ball. You get 3 problem areas. They got to be very strategic oriented for this.
Yeah, she had a good break, but it seemed like a lot of
Yeah.
them stayed grouped.
Yeah,
as
that's
they
the problem. They came back together, some of them, so. Yeah, start picking away at them.
crowd has quieted down
Boy, did
considerably
they.
since that last match. I think all the tension in
Yeah.
the room and everything kind of came out there at the end, and now
Yeah.
everybody is kind of settled back in for what
Yeah.
will hopefully be another great match here.
Well, what looked like for a while there it was going to be a 6-0, potentially a very
Right,
quick.
very lopsided, yeah.
But this is very, very much anybody's game still.
This is Sean here. Sean has 5 matches played here at the 8-Ball World Championships. Nice balance for this Louisiana team as I go through and look at the matches played for their team.
It's pretty much just the captain that hasn't gotten to play much.
Right.
Donnie's only played 2 matches. And we played a modified single out here, so the tournament doesn't take 6 weeks.
Yeah, we'd be here a lot
Right.
longer than
Yeah.
we already are. So
Yeah.
yeah, the
So it's-
modified single meaning basically that you get a chance to play twice. Maybe not necessarily the opportunity to lose twice. It depends on how far into the tournament you are when you lose. But basically, it's at a point through the tournament, the bracket becomes single elimination.
Yeah.
So
It really should be called modified double, because that's what it is. It's double elimination, but it's modified a little bit
yeah.
to where at a certain point it turns into single.
Do they still play that for you guys on the
And the WPBA, yes.
Yeah, I remember back when Peg Ledman was running things there, and she kind of talked to us a little bit because initially it was double limb, right?
Well, it really started because other than billiards and I believe college baseball, at least they used to back then, is we're the only ones in the whole country, in the whole world, that play double elimination. So the general public, if we're trying to take it outside, they have no idea what double elimination is.
Right.
So it was very hard for us to explain that even on television. So by playing it down to a certain point and then going to single definitely by the time we got to the television matches, it was a lot easier to explain it. And it really made a difference. Plus, you can shorten the tournament a little bit.
Right.
It's the same for everybody. Once you get here, boom, it's single elimination. So
Well, you know, formatting is different, especially like in Olympics. They change certain rules and even the rules of the game. You know, in basketball, there's different variances
Yeah.
in that international arena.
Sure.
So, I mean, in America, we've kind of gotten our own little formatting that we stay with. So. Yeah. No. I'm out of here.
all right, so now we're going to see there's still obviously this issue here with the 1 and 13. That's the big one.
So Tom, I know you got to run, but I want to make sure that we send you off well. We
Okay,
appreciate all your
thanks.
hard work this week.
It's my pleasure. Ava, thanks.
You're going
been a
somewhere
real
to hit
pleasure.
balls and do an exhibition somewhere,
I'm going to
right?
go take a nap.
Tom's going to go take a nap and eat a
No,
sandwich.
I'm going to watch these players. I
Yeah.
love this. So I'm
Yeah,
going
that's
to.
great.
Thanks for
Well,
having
we
me.
appreciate you being here, and
My
we'll
pleasure.
see you again soon, Tom.
Glad
Okay.
to have you, Tom.
We'll see you. Bye-bye.
Of course, that was Dr. Q, Tom Rossman, joining us for a while to commentate these matches. Always a pleasure to be able to have him and to talk with him and kind of get some of his insight on the matches. I think here in just a couple of moments we're going to have the big boss lady coming in, my boss, president of APA, Renee Lyle. I've been trying to get her all week, but she's been running around like crazy, so kind of get her perspective on how the tournament's gone and that kind of thing. Of course, these teams here currently in a timeout. Sean Pitchoff of the Harahan, Louisiana team, make it work. Currently at the table.
Here we go. Everybody gets 1 timeout except your skill level's 2. We get 2 timeouts.
Somebody on the comment saying, "Did you hear Tom whisper? I'm out of here." Yeah, he just didn't turn his mic down. But one of our producers had said, "Hey Tom, we're gonna have Renee come on here in a few minutes." And I know Tom's been, of course, Marty patiently waiting on him. So Tom's still here with us. Don't worry, no controversy there.
That was a pretty smart
But,
move right there, leaving that where it is, because the 1 ball, it's 5 ball is still blocking that pocket at the other end. So breaking those balls up, definitely advantage Sean here.
So during the timeout, we've been joined by the big boss lady, Renee Lyle. Renee,
And
how's
by
it going?
big, he
Welcome.
doesn't mean, you know.
No, I mean she has all the power here, folks. She is She is the final say here at the APA World Pool Championship. So also the one who signs my checks. So we're happy to have her. Renee, how are you?
I'm good.
Been a busy
I'm
week for
good.
you. It's been tough catching up with you.
It has been busy.
Yeah, they keep you busy here, I know.
I've walked a lot of steps.
Yeah, been
My
tracking.
Fitbit broke one day.
Oh,
I was
no.
very disappointed.
You
because
outwalked your Fitbit. That's amazing.
I did, I guess. But
You
then I
outwalked
didn't
your
get,
Fitbit.
I didn't get all my steps in, and so I didn't get. I wanted to know how many steps did I put in during a whole
Nice.
world championship. And I
So we
missed
got a great finale here. I don't know how much you've had a chance to see, but the Evansville team here opened up with a 3-point victory in the first match after a shutout, and then we had a skill level 4 for Louisiana come storming back to get a big 2 points for her team. So we've narrowed the gap, of course, and now we've got Courtney Truitt for Believe the Hype, the Evansville team here at the table. She is a skill level 4 racing to 3.
And that was like, oh, she tried making that 5 ball. It still kind of worked out here, though, because she snookered Sean on the 5.
I'm going to bring Sean back to the table. So, Renee, we were talking to Terry a little bit the other day and kind of getting his, higher level perspective from what he sees. Of course, we're talking about Terry Bell of the event. Just curious, from your perspective, how the event's gone. Obviously, it's been 10 days and a lot of hard work for a lot of folks. So,
I have talked to so many players from so many different areas, and as far away as Japan even, that have just had a phenomenal time here this week. We've got so many vendors. The vendors seem happy. The players seem happy. Hotel seems happy. Our staff seems happy.
Right.
Everything seems to have gone really, really well.
pretty amazing when you think about the fact that, we were at the Riviera for 23 years. Came over here last August for the first time, and it's been pretty seamless. I know when we get back to the office, a lot of times we have meetings and kind of talk about what can change, but it seems like it's gone really well, like really smoothly, the transition. So
Yeah, it was amazing last year having only 6 months to plan. We had about 6 months notice before this event, and I was really impressed. Bill and the whole department, we've got about 10 people, we've got
Sure.
10 people who focus on our tournament productions day in and day out, and they did a phenomenal job last year, and there were only a few things that he really wanted to tweak for coming into this event. You probably had a
Ooh.
bigger impact on
what's there
anything that changed between last year and this year
with the streaming.
with the streaming and with the
Yeah.
new branding and
Yeah.
recognizing our world endeavors. These players are just, this has been phenomenal to watch. It took me 2 matches to get packed today.
Yeah.
Normally I can pack in about an hour, and I kept stopping and watching the stream because it was just,
That was
This is-
exciting.
it has been exciting.
And it was a great shot earlier by Courtney to make her ball, her opponent's ball, and the other one kind of fell in. Everything was going right, and then all of a sudden that mistake, but she got lucky and snookered Sean back. So kind of a back and forth here. This is going to come down to who comes with a big shot, I think. And Courtney has a chance to draw first blood here. Now, we talked about that earlier, Renee, how between the APA staff, and I have to give it to them, even though a lot of it's the same staff from the Riviera, but the staff here at the Westgate, the team worked. Like you said, there were a couple of issues, but for last year with that short notice,
Mm-hmm.
to making it as seamless coming over from the Riviera where it's been for 25 years?
Yeah, they brought some key people over, and that truly
Oh.
helped tremendously.
Yeah, and I know I talked to some of the staff this year, and they said, well, they told us last year what was coming, but we didn't fully realize it until you guys showed up, and so now they had that first
Mhm.
run last year, and because again, an event of this magnitude, you've got 12,000 players,
Exactly.
maybe even closer to 15 when you factor in, people that travel with the participants, and
Oh,
it's just
yeah.
it's a lot for a hotel to try to absorb, and, their restaurants, their casinos, their cleaning people. It's just a lot of folks.
For everything. I don't know how many times last year I made the comment, we've never moved an event this size. And all of a
Yeah.
sudden I sat back and I said, it's because every year it gets bigger, and we
Right.
haven't moved for 23 years.
Right.
We haven't moved an event anywhere near
Right.
this size.
No, this has been good, though. Little bit of luck there. He was trying to draw into the side cushion and play the 8 ball in that pocket where it's closer to, but instead he got a little bit of a nudge coming back on that angle and actually has a cut shot in the other pocket. It's very, very thin cut. But he didn't, did he mark? He was marking the bank shot. That he can't even make that, I don't think. The 14 is in the way.
And has he used his timeout here? I know we had a timeout.
I think
yeah.
they both have
They
used
both
their
used their
timeout. Yeah.
timeout, so he's on his own here.
Oh, he's going to kick at it. Look at this. This is not. He doesn't feel comfortable with a thin cut, being right-handed especially. So he's going to go ahead and actually kick at this. Oh, wow.
Misses. Great attempt, though, but
nice try.
again, that's Sean Pitchoff of the Make It Work team, the Louisiana team here, and that'll bring Courtney back to the table.
There's a group consensus to that. Oh.
Yeah.
We've had such a great crowd here. Sorry.
Yeah, I know
It's
you
been
mentioned some of the tournament staff, but of course, it takes a lot of people. The tournament staff expands dramatically when we get out here through referees that volunteer that are members, and you got the league operators that come out and work as floor managers and observers, and of course the rest of our staff in St. Louis puts on their tournament hats and work. So it's quite the endeavor, isn't it?
It is an amazing amount of teamwork and a huge amount of planning that goes on to put on an event like this, and it does take an incredible amount of people. And we're very blessed with the fact that we're able to bring almost all of our staff. We have a very small staff left at home to kind of keep things going. But, and then, we've got friends and family members that also come along in a lot of instances and become kind of contract help to round out the rest of the team, and league operators that come out and assist in a number of different positions, from registration to tournament officials.
Yeah. Everybody kind of rallies together to make it successful for the members.
And then a large number of members. We've got a large group of referees that come out and help. Without those referees, it would be a whole, we've got, I want to say it's about 65 to 70.
Wow. And what a tough job that's got to be. I mean, because they are right in the line of, you know what I mean? They're the first line of what's going on the table and having to rule and know the rules.
I saw a guy get yelled at yesterday, poor baby.
It's kind of a thankless job.
He made the right call, but Courtney's
Courtney
about
on the 8 ball.
Draw
she
first blood.
Courtney on the board first. Of course, she is a skill level 4, racing to 3. She'll need just 2 games.
Boy, that sure does make a difference when you get to be the first one on the scoreboard.
Absolutely.
Continuing forward.
Absolutely. So I know we talked a lot about this particular event, but what else, as APA moves beyond this event, which obviously we spend a lot of time focusing on, but as we move into the fall, some of the things going on when we get back?
Oh, wow. Well, we'll take the next 30 to 45 days just to talk about everything that happened here and make some... Sorry about that. I got distracted. We'll take the next 35 to 45 days just to talk about what all happened here. And during that 45 days, we'll record all those good ideas and things that worked, didn't work, what we need to work on to improve on. And then we'd very quickly move into the U.S. Amateur preliminaries the end of September.
Right.
And we've got the 8-ball and 9-ball
fall
singles programs
regionals,
with the fall regionals the 1st of October. And then we'll have U.S. Amateur Championship coming up in November.
Be down in Tampa, right? Yeah.
You'll be back down in Tampa. You like that
event? I love the Tampa event.
You do?
Love the Tampa event. What's not to love about it down
there?
Florida.
Florida.
So, of course, we got the regional meetings, which I know don't necessarily involve the member side of things, but a lot of the decisions that are made in those meetings ultimately affect kind of the entire system. So
absolutely,
you're doing that with the league operators. And, of course, obviously the fall session, right? A lot of the leagues are just now starting their fall session or about to start. For those members that are interested in getting involved, of course, you can go to poolplayers.com/live. We've set up a nice, easy form. You give us your name, your email address, phone number, and we'll have somebody get in touch with you. We'll make it as easy as we can. And, of course, might find yourself here in Las Vegas next year, streaming on the main table for $25,000.
I talked to a couple of people this week who said they had joined last summer, and their teams had managed to qualify at some point during the year, and a couple of them sounded like Cinderella stories of how they got here.
So many great stories. I mean, again, there's I don't remember how many teams exactly, 713 in this particular event, but overall I think 1,200 some odd teams, and it's just a lot of great stories of you know, kind of how they got here and some of the backstories. We were talking about the ladies 8-ball team a little bit earlier, and the team member that they had at home that had had a really tragic, involved in a tragic accident that claimed the life of her fiance, and they were really playing for her, and you could see a lot of the emotions come out of them once they had won that match. So lots of stories like that. Of course, we've had teams here from Louisiana that have been affected by some of the flooding. We've had teams from Southern California affected by some of the wildfires and things going on down there. So lots of great stories when you have this many folks, and they all have a backstory.
So many teams are made up of, you know, friends, relatives, coworkers,
Yeah.
that their stories of how they all came together are really quite unique, but yet the same.
Yeah, and if you start talking, I mean, I've been talking to a lot of the teams out here just the last couple of days, and like you said, there's always an amazing story about something. You know, somebody couldn't go last time they went out, or
Right.
there's been, you know, some kind of a drama one way or another, good or bad. So anyway, we have kind of a cat and mouse situation here. Balls are tied up. You can see the 1 and the 11 down here is the main issue for both players. Those are the only ones that are really tied up, but it's time for Courtney to make a couple balls, to get a couple balls under her belt and clear off 1 or 2 to get in better position. And if she can get position, no, you don't want to do that. Uh-oh, let that cue ball go, and an early 8.
So the early 8 means Sean will pick up the victory in the second game. Will now be tied 1-1. Tough break there for Courtney.
Yeah, she hit the shot in the corner pocket way off, I believe, from what she was aiming, and that caused everything to kind of move around a little bit more than she wanted, and that cost her the point.
Well,
getting some positive reinforcement from the crowd, telling her to
It's
shake it off.
Yeah, sure.
And that's what you got to do.
It happens.
Can't dwell on it too long, and the match will be over. So
mm-hmm.
again, James still needs 3 more games here, so we're tied up at 1, but James will need 1 extra game based on their skill level differential here.
It's kind of a wild break, but it worked out. He did make the 3 on the break, and it's pretty opened up here. Two, 14, and 6 and 12, I believe, are the only issues here. Neither one of these 2 players have been kind of a threat to break and run so far in this match anyway. Sean's the skill level 5, as you can see. Courtney a 4.
We mentioned this earlier, but the Make It Work team is out of Harahan, Louisiana, where they play out of the Daiquiri Stop, which
My
sounds
favorite
pretty
name.
good right about now, I think, to all of us
I
who've
like
been
that.
working the last 10 days. But
We need one of those in Myrtle Beach then, the Daiquiri Stop. I like it.
You
I
make
like
sure.
it.
You been in the Daiquiri Stop? I know you travel quite a bit visiting members and stuff. You been there?
No, I haven't, but I have seen a number of locations with daiquiri in the name of it as
Have
you
you?
travel around
Yeah.
Louisiana and that area of South Louisiana. I'm surprised you don't have any in Myrtle Beach.
The Daiquiri Stop?
It's warm down there, right?
Well, you know, we got Margaritaville, and you've got all those, but...
Just want to make sure you can get your frozen drinks when you need them.
Oh, yeah. Where I live, you need those.
Yeah.
All right, 6 balls blocked off there, so he's going to have to come with something. There's not even anything to shoot at, so he's going to have to go defensively here. Because you can see the 2 ball, he can't make that because the 14 and 11's blocking the 5. If he can hit the 6 straight on, that may be the move, is just tap the 6 ball down there. It wouldn't leave much of a shot for Courtney. Yeah, I think that's what he's going to do, is just tap the 6 a little bit. I want to hit it too hard and get behind. Yeah.
I feel like I can't tell if it'll go.
It won't go now.
A few minutes ago, we were showing the setup of the event. I'm curious, I mean, how long does it take, you know, to get an event of this magnitude set up and then to tear it all down?
Well, we flew in Our setup crew arrived on Thursday, and we had meetings
You're
with
talking
hotel
the
on
Thursday before the Thursday we started,
correct,
which was
a week out.
yeah,
And then
the 11th.
we started on Friday with unloading the truck, hotel meetings, the hanging of the lights, and then pool tables started coming in after that. But I mean, to put all the pool table lights up, it takes a few days.
Right. It's the hardest part of the process, right?
Yeah,
the
so
lights.
they generally start with one room and kind of wave through the rest of them from one room to the next. And, once they get the lights up, they can start with pool tables. Once they get the pool tables in, then they can start putting the risers in the areas where we needed those, and chairs and
So it's
arena
several days for the setup.
Oh,
5,
yeah.
6 days to set it up, and then how about teardown? I mean, I walked down earlier today, and they had big room closed down, and it looked like it's kind of a sad sight, to be honest. Everything was gone.
It was
and
quick. I
it's
couldn't believe
amazing.
it.
Yeah.
Teardown's a different story. You guys
Yeah.
ever watched a carnival go up?
Yeah.
It takes a lot longer for that carnival to go up.
Okay.
That's
Because
true.
everything has to be just so, safety
Yeah.
and all that good
Yeah.
stuff. And for whatever reason, it's like packing. It took me a heck of a lot longer to pack to come out here than it did to pack to go home.
Funny how that works,
Yeah.
isn't it?
But yeah, the teardown is amazing. Plus, everybody's even more motivated to go home.
Right.
But we started teardown earlier yesterday,
Right.
and I mean, watching them take those pool tables out, well, whether they're bringing them in or out, it's a little bit like synchronized swimming. The way they use the forklifts and in and out amongst each other.
Sean keeps trying to get that 6-ball out in the open, and he keeps not quite getting there.
Yeah.
I mean, it's more open now than it was, but it's still blocked by the 12 down for this corner. But the only thing you can do now is to try to loosen up one or two of your balls, because there's no way of running out at this point. And not an easy way anyway. He would have loved to have the 6-ball come in front of the side pocket a little bit more, so then you have something to work with when it comes to the 2 and the 5.
For those that are just tuning in, you're seeing live coverage of the APA World Pool Championships. This event is the 8-Ball World Championship. You have a team from Evansville, Indiana, Believe the Hype. You're seeing them represented currently by Courtney Truitt. They're opposed by the team of Make It Work from Harahan, Louisiana. Seated there is Sean Pitchoff for them. So
That's a good shot by Courtney there. But I don't think she has much to shoot at here. She has got the bank on the 11. That's about it. Unless she
Yeah.
plays defensively. Uh-oh.
Oh.
And the worst thing possible, the only ball that was tied up there, not only did she scratch to give ball in hand, but the only ball that was really tied up, she accidentally nudged that out.
Mm-hmm.
So now, for Sean to make this 6 to start out, drift the cue ball straight out, chance to play the 2 ball next, and then the 5. He could easily run out here as a skill level 5.
Well, there's one.
Yeah, overcut it a little bit.
Had some
Definitely doesn't want to make it easy on himself. But then
No.
again, Ava, that's why he's a skill level 5.
It's exactly right.
yeah, had some comments earlier related to skill levels, and I'm not sure everybody realizes this, but talk a little bit about the handicap review committee and kind of how we oversee skill levels throughout the event for players.
Well, we have all of the eligibility rules. Handicaps have to be established. Minimum number of scores that we've got to have before they can even go and play in playoffs at the local level, and then they have more scores as they advance into tournaments. And once they get out here, we've got some players that'll have that bare minimum. Somebody who might have joined in this last year, but then we'll have other players that have 400 or 500 scores on them, a lifetime of however long they've been playing in APA. And we're able to look at those records. And our National Handicap Review Committee, they actually spend time, they look at every single score sheet on every single match that takes place out here during the event. And so they're able to watch for unique situations, and help us identify players that maybe we need to look at a little bit harder. We've got league operators that come out here and spend their time observing players that that our handicap review committee wants a little bit more information on. And they report back, and based on the players' records and the scores that we've been seeing and whatever, we're actually able to look back and look at like defensive play.
Right.
Teams that play a lot of defensive but don't mark it, and then they get to a tournament here and their opponents are marking it. Well, we'll notice that difference, and we'll actually hold them responsible.
Well, it's interesting because some of the players. I'm going to hold off 1 second and see if he makes this 8-ball. That's a pretty big shot right there. Watch there. Wow.
And scratches.
Courtney just got on the hill, courtesy of Sean there, who let his cue ball go. Wow. Wow.
She just took a big old sigh.
Yeah.
That had to feel a little bit better for her.
Hey, you give some and you get some.
I was going to say,
But
we've had one each way there now.
Yeah.
But to finish my thought before is I've said that to the players in the league that we run down there is that it's, because they're afraid, what if we go up and we'll get DQ'd? And I said, well, don't look at it that way. You should be happy that as a possibility. They're looking out for you, for people that are actually trying to cheat you. If you're not the cheater, then you should be happy that somebody is actually looking out for the cheaters. I mean, it's the same thing. Again, I can compare it to golf because in Myrtle Beach, we have the world's largest amateur golf event.
Right.
And there's like 90-some courses that they use. And, I mean, 2 years ago, I think it was 2 or 3 years ago, we had a 13-year-old girl disqualified. And there's several players that get disqualified that are, whether it's intentional or not or whatever happens, but you're looking out for the actual greater good of the event and the rest of the players that are playing fairly.
Well, and that's the thing, I remember years and years ago when we started the National Handicap Review Committee, it was a very stressful situation when I was involved with disqualifications. And it's not that it's not stressful now, but the interesting thing is that you focus on all of the other participants.
Right,
It's
exactly.
not about any one individual player or any one individual team. It's about everybody else that's here to play.
Right.
And preserving the integrity of the event. And with our handicap, the 23 rule, it's really important. If a team goes up 4 or 5 skill levels, a team that you go back and you look at the beginning of the tournament, and if my team had played Jason's back then and we played to 23, he might actually be able to look at that same lineup and say, well, wow, they actually were playing to 28. Because most players don't. Their handicap, it's hard for somebody's total skill to improve in a day's time. It takes a period of time for somebody to get better. And, we give players an opportunity to let us know if they've been practicing. They're having the ability to talk to you, for example. Your teams could consult with you if they were concerned about, I've gotten better maybe and I want to certify myself higher before I enter the tournament. I've been practicing a lot. I've been getting lessons. We experience the same thing at our tournament control table out here. And a lot of players will take that opportunity to certify themselves higher, because they want to make sure that they're playing with a high degree of integrity.
You want to play freely, and you want to be able to. I
Absolutely.
say that all the time. It's usually just one more game, and sometimes not even that. It's just, it's just a few more balls than 9-ball, or. So yeah, I mean, the fact that you have the opportunity to certify yourself higher to me is great, because then you're taking the responsibility and laying it on the individual players and on the team as a whole. So.
Some different comments coming in here. One, the table is 3.5 by 7 foot, which is your standard table that you're going to see in most locations. By far the vast majority of our teams play on the 3.5 by 7 foot table. A little smaller than your 4.5 by 9 foot, which would be considered the full size table. So as far as the overall match score, it's currently 4-2. The team from Evansville, Indiana, believe the Hype leading 4-2 again over the Make It Work team from Louisiana. At the table currently, you have Courtney Truitt representing the Evansville team. She currently leads this particular match 2-1, which means she is on the hill, needs just 1 game to secure the match for her team. Currently seated is Sean Pitchoff of the Harahan, Louisiana team make it work? Again, we try to kind of keep up with the comments as best we can. A lot of comments coming and going, so sometimes tough to answer them all, but we'll continue to do what we can.
I can't imagine playing under this kind of stress and
You know, and they're not used to it. In other
Mhm.
words,
Right.
we were talking about this. The Masters players yesterday were a little bit more used to it because chances are, if you're made it this far in the Masters, you are a very good 7, which
Mhm.
means you may play in some local tournaments most weekends and that type of thing. But when you're in this situation, some of these guys, you go from playing the local championship where by the time the finals come, maybe a couple teams are still there, but you're kind of on your own. You come out here, and as many people as are here, nobody really sits and watch you unless it's maybe, you know, your wife, your husband,
Right,
whoever,
everybody's
your
playing,
friends.
right?
Yeah.
Mhm.
And then you get here, and all of a sudden it's live stream. You got your friends at home, family at home watching,
Overwhelming.
and you got 200 and some people in the room that's been
Right.
watching here. So,
I
yeah.
shook like a leaf for the first year that I played League.
Did you?
Oh, man.
Yeah.
You
I don't-
play a little bit of pool too, don't you? We always get asked that question if we play, and
Yeah.
you're a pretty decent shot, aren't you?
I got a little better over the years. I was that too that nobody seems to be able to find, but they're always looking for.
Yeah.
And I started out, if we'd have had negative hundreds, I would have been one of those. And I eventually became a bad two. And then I guess if there is such a thing, I eventually became a good two.
There's
who-
definitely a good 2, believe me.
Who then graduated to a 3 and was not a good 3. But, you know, anytime you go from one skill level to the next, you're always going to be the lower end.
Sure.
And you've got to learn to get comfortable with that number. And eventually I stopped bouncing between 2s and 3s and stayed at a 3 forever. And then eventually I went up to a 4. And I was very proud. I'm
Good
not sure that I
girl.
will ever go beyond that because I just don't seem to have time for practice. And that's...
I have a whole new level of respect for you. I didn't know you were a 4. Well, now. Years of hard practice. See how that pays off?
Watching you guys play.
Yeah. Yeah, that's right.
Picked up something over
All
the
the
years.
years of coming to the pro tournament, front row center, must have learned something. That's right.
I was always smarter than my performance.
I've always admired team players anyway in billiards because, you know, when we play in the pros, you play in your own game. You have yourself to blame if you lose. It's you and that's it. And you either win and you lose. The pressure of the whole team thing where it comes down to the last racket or hill
Right.
like it did in
Oh,
the
yeah.
semifinals
Oh, my gosh.
earlier. And it's all on your shoulders. It's nerve-wracking. And same thing for, I know that I talk a lot to our 7s if I give a lesson or something. They said it's nerve-wracking because the team expects if you have a 7 on the team, they're just going to win.
Oh, yeah.
No matter what, even if the other 7 plays another 7, they still
Mhm.
think their 7 is supposed to be an automatic win. So I don't know, the team aspect is impressive to me.
Well, and it really doesn't matter what handicap you are. If it comes down to your match
Yeah.
being the be-all,
Yeah.
end-all, that's just an incredible amount of additional pressure that
Yep.
you don't put on yourself normally in a one-on-one match.
Exactly. Look out. There's another unexpected scratch right there.
The rolls are just not going his way right now.
No. Dangerous situation for Sean here. Now Courtney.
Courtney on the hill here again. So
Is on
needs
the
just
hill.
one game. It looks like she's got a little room to work with.
Yeah, but it's kind of a funny, you know, you have
It's an
there are
interesting
2
layout.
balls on the rail, plus you have one guarded by the 7 a little bit. So it's not an automatic out by any means.
Mm-mm.
It's makeable, but it's kind of a funky layout.
Of course, the scratch by Sean means Courtney has ball in hand here. She'll place the ball wherever she chooses on the table or where she believes best based on her strategy from here.
I mean, pretty much the best thing that I can see is you want to get rid of that 10 ball. I would think you want to get rid of the 10 ball here. Normally, you want to get rid of balls on the cushion quick, and obviously balls that are tied up a little bit.
See, and now this is the difference in. I think Courtney is probably a little bit stronger than I am. I would probably be taking a few balls and hiding, and so I would be leaving the 10 exactly where it is if it was making the 7 more difficult.
Yeah, but I think the
Or not
7
the 10.
actually.
Is that the 10 or no?
The 7 may actually go past the 10 if you hit. Well, maybe not. See, I thought the 7 passed there. You might be right.
The 12 and the 7
You're
and the
talking
10
right
were
on
the
there on
two
the
that were
rail. It's
getting
kind
me.
of tough to
See,
tell.
I don't see the actual table. I can't
Yeah,
I
see the
can't
actual
either.
table from where I'm sitting, but
I think it.
it may not even become an issue.
No.
She's going to do her thing here. She wanted to be more straight in probably, so she had the choice of playing the 10 ball next, but I mean the 12 ball. She really takes her time when she's down on the ball. She's not taking any chances.
Oh.
This is actually perfect. If she can, well,
That is the 12 ball there.
yeah, I thought she
Rail.
could cut the 12 in. I mean, a 10 ball in here. It looks like she can, but it's a thin, thin cut. It doesn't look like it from here, but if you see the overhead, you can see what a thin cut it would be on the 10. So she's going to go ahead and play the 12 instead.
There you go, getting a better look at it. It's nerve-wracking, isn't it?
It
I
is.
feel nervous for them.
Wow.
Pockets the 12 ball
Wow,
in the
but
corner.
no shot on
Whoa.
the 10. Wow, what a good cut shot.
It's one of those where you don't know whether to say
Good shot or, yeah, oops.
Yeah, you just don't know. On one hand, I'm happy I made the ball, but then I'm sitting there going, no, what do I do?
Now what's next?
The one
This
nice
is
thing is she
trouble.
hasn't used her timeout yet, though, has she?
I don't believe so for this particular
I'm
game.
not sure. Yeah, that hurt.
Courtney sizing up the table here. Don't see anybody on her team stirring down there as though they may
She may have
call a
already taken
timeout.
it,
So
yeah.
we may have just missed it.
Well, not a lot of good options here. No matter how she hits it, she pretty much has to make it or end up freezing up on something in order to be able to play safety, considering where the 7 and the 1 are. She'll have to get a little lucky here, no doubt. Wow,
Oh,
good,
there you
go.
good
There
hit,
you go.
good hit.
Very
Makes
nice.
good
But like you can
contact with a
see,
10.
she left that one ball right there, but anything but ball in hand. That was a really good hit she had. Great shot.
Very smart play. Very nice.
And again, pace to hit him. If he had ball in hand, this would be pretty much automatic, but he can make this one. But you can see, oh, did he get away with one? No. Ah, he got lucky back here.
Little luck never hurts.
Yeah, that's right.
In fact, I would say that's one of the common themes I hear as I talk to some of these teams before the streaming matches.
Part of the
is,
game.
you know, tell me a little bit about the tournament and how did you get this far, and you know, it's always hard work and a little bit of luck.
I've
It's
never won a
very
tournament
consistent answer.
ever.
Mm-hmm.
I've
Hard work
never
and a
won a
little bit of
tournament with a
luck.
bunch of luck here and there along the way. It's
Yeah.
almost like it's meant to be.
Yeah.
Sometimes
get
you
a
get
few
lucky and
rolls.
slap a ball in. Sometimes you get lucky and, you know, somebody misses like that, and she gets nothing but a bank shot down at the other end of the table. So you never know.
Courtney just
Oh.
misses the bank in the side pocket. Bring Sean Pitchoff back to the table. Sean, a member of the Make It Work team from Louisiana. His captain is going to go ahead and use the opportunity to talk it over, knowing, again, that Courtney is on the hill here, needs just one game to secure this match. So, very important shot upcoming here for Sean. Of course, you're seeing the overview here of the championship arena. Really the only area now left of the tournament that's still active and alive, right?
That is very true. Everything
Sean.
has been torn down.
Sean must have felt comfortable with the advice he was given. He's already shooting, and he
Playing
opts to
defense.
play a little defense there.
I'm not.
Not sure that's what he wanted to do with the defense, but
I'm not quite sure why that decision, just why they decided on that, but I mean, he had a shot at the 7. The problem with what he did there was that it's such a long distance between the cue ball and the object ball that if he froze it, I mean, right behind the 8, it's one thing, but it was hard to control it. And here she has a shot at the 10 ball to finish the match. It'd be tricky getting over the other side here.
nice cut there. The 10 ball.
Is she
on the
gonna hit it hard
side.
enough?
Well,
Don't
she's gonna
think
have a ways to
so.
go, but she's gonna, I imagine, momentarily mark her pocket. Looks over at her.
Again, all direct
Team.
result of that 2 rail kick she made to make it out tougher for him, and now she's in
Looks
this
like she-
position right here.
Looks like she put some kind of talcum powder or something on her hand to a little bit smoother bridge. She's also used that powder to mark the pocket.
She sure takes her time when she's down. See if she can. Oh, she overcut it
Oh.
just barely. But again, she got a little bit of a roll here. I don't think that 1 ball goes past the 8. So Sean will be faced with a bank shot here on the 7, I believe. I don't think it'll go.
No. Doesn't look like it on that replay.
He's going to go ahead and play safety. And good
A nice
speed.
safety,
Nice
yeah.
shot.
So Courtney's going to have her work cut out for her here just to make contact with the 8 ball.
That's good defense.
Well, this is a tough deal all the way around here.
So much on the line here, too, in particular for Courtney. Being on the hill, needing just 1 game, which is essentially just that 8 ball to drop. She's going to take another look at it here. Again, you can see she's a little perplexed, but looks like she feels comfortable now. She's going to, well, again, understanding the real magnitude of the shot, making sure she's going to
Oh, I didn't
at
realize
least mark a pocket. I don't know that she is going to intend to really try to pocket a ball here as much as just try to make contact with the 8 ball, but
just in
just
case.
to be safe. All right.
You never know.
Very nice job to
contact.
make legal contact with the 8 ball.
Good job.
Avoids giving ball in hand to Sean here.
And did she tie that 1 ball up
So
where it doesn't
really,
even go
yeah.
anymore? So he's just going to continue to play safety here and let her try to break that up for him.
Well, and now she's once again going to have a difficult shot at striking the 8 ball first. She's going to try to come off the rail into the...
Yeah, they're definitely going to get the referee here because especially if she goes to the side, then it's going to be very close, potentially. I mean, the safe way to go here, where you pretty much can't miss the hit, is to go straight down in the end cushion and back out. The problem then is
You're going to leave everything wide open
Yeah.
for him after that. You got to hit it hard enough to get something to a rail after
It's
contact.
true. She's gonna. What is she doing? Oh, she just marking it maybe just because?
Yeah, I mean, she's on the 8, figures
Might as well just call
just
it.
to be safe.
Maybe the
I
8.
think she's going to try and...
Maybe it's no.
Maybe
it's
it's-
not dead off there. Maybe she just marked it just in
It's
case.
not.
It's not dead.
Can she see more of it than we realize?
No way.
She did.
Oh, she did see it.
She saw a lot more of it than
And
we
how
realized.
good did she hit this ball? Excuse me. Look at that. She hit it good enough to block the one ball right here and left him another bank.
It meets the approval of at least a few members here in the crowd.
Very smart play. Perfectly hit on top of it. So that was pretty good there.
Sean
Too
again
firm.
gonna attempt to
Too
play
firm.
safe.
I
Courtney
know,
just
but
left Courtney out.
I think he, yeah.
this will be a big shot upcoming here for Courtney again on the hill. Needs just one more victory to secure this third match for her team. Currently would be looking at a 2-0 split, I believe.
The only thing Courtney has to do here is keep it, really focus on the cue ball too, where she wants to send it, so she doesn't go one rail and scratch in the side or the corner or somewhere. Nice
8 ball
shot.
drops for Courtney Truitt.
Wow.
She secures the third match for the team from Evansville, Indiana. Believe the Hype. That will give them, I believe, 2 more points, taking them to,
6
I
to
believe,
2.
a 6-2 lead.
Look at that smile on her face a minute ago.
Well,
She is just happy, happy, happy.
as I sit here surrounded by 2 ladies, I realize that the story of this match has been the ladies.
It has been the
You
ladies,
know, we
hasn't
had
it?
Amanda Callahan in that second match come up big, and now Courtney Truitt for the Evansville team comes up big. So,
We have to give Daniel a little bit of props too. He did with 3-0 in the first
he
match.
was he
so-
was impressive in the
Yeah,
first match,
you know.
no doubt.
He
no doubt.
was.
But it's 2 to 1 if we look at guys girls here.
That's right. That's right.
I was very impressed with that match.
Yeah,
That was before, well, I was supposed to start packing, but I didn't. I sat there and watched it instead. And you guys were very entertaining.
Doyle didn't really have much chance to kind of get into that match. I
Yeah,
mean,
it was a
Daniel
tough-
just things kind of went his way, and he
Right.
played really well on top of it. So it's kind of hard combination to beat there. But I think the most amazing thing still to me was Amanda's comeback. That was pretty great.
Right.
That was cool. Very nice to watch.
So Believe the Hype now up 6-2. Will need only 2 more points, which they could potentially get here in this fourth match. We'll see who each team opts to put up here.
I was to say, where are they at? Do we have any ideas? From a strategic standpoint, they probably only have a few options.
Well, they have.
Believe the Hype has
6
put up a
more.
5, a 4, and a 6. So you're looking at 15. They've got about 8
Oh, they've got quite a
8
few
to
options
work with.
there.
They've got
13 on Make It Work. They have 13 points total.
So
Okay.
both of them are actually probably still got quite a bit of flexibility.
Yeah.
That's
well,
really good because sometimes teams end up in a situation where they they play it too close. They start out the session, where they're already right around 23 with their lowest players.
Right.
Right.
And if anybody gets better, and with coaching, that was how I always got better.
Right.
Was just by the times when I would actually pay attention to my coach and ask questions afterwards.
Right.
Well, it's going to get real interesting here as I get handed the update on who each team's putting up. So, Believe the Hype, who currently leads 6-2, is putting up Gianna Payne, who's a skill level 2, has only played 1 match thus far. She's going to have the tough task of going against Charles Bruno, who's a skill level 6.
Whoa.
So, the thing though for her is she's only going to need to get 2 games to his 6. So, an early 8, a scratch on the 8, suddenly she's on the hill. So we'll see. Again, it looks like she's only played 1 match thus far, so it'll be interesting to see how her experience, or her lack of, in this case, comes into play in this kind of tough environment of spectators and stream and all that. So.
And she looks kind of young.
Yeah, she does. Is this?
So, but you never know.
So
She
is
might
this-
have a lot more experience.
But you
from
know
in
what, though,
tournaments, but
Renee, you mentioned before, first of all, if she can get 1 point,
that's all it takes.
and then the next game they get 1 point, even if they don't win another match,
Mm-hmm.
that's going to put them at 8.
Mm-hmm.
And with somebody like her, even let's say she is at week 2, she
Mhm.
just started playing and just got enough matches here. That's a possibility. She may be very strong too. You know, like you said, there's a big ladder
Could be
there.
either
But
way.
either way, we had one of our Myrtle Beach teams had a really good 6. He's a great guy, great player, and kind of took a chance in one of the racks against a 2. And I see this all the time. And lost his patience a little bit and had an
Oh.
early 8.
Oh yeah.
And that cost quite a bit.
It always amazed me. Twos can get lucky.
Of
I can remember
course.
some of the luckiest
Of
stuff
course.
happening to me when
It's
I
part
was
of
a
the game.
2, and I used to frustrate the heck out of higher skill players
Yeah.
because they were used to the games going a lot faster,
Yeah,
and their opponents clearing some of the stuff out of their way,
right,
and twos don't generally help you that way.
right. It's true.
So again,
True.
this is Gina Payne at the table for the team from Evansville, Indiana, Believe the Hype. And if you look at their roster, we kind of talked a little bit about this and what they still had left. So they were at 15. By putting Gina up here, we put them at 17. Means they can put up one of their 2 6s who are still left on the roster, potentially in a 5th match. So, little surprised they're not going for it here, or
You know what? Like I said,
in either way, with one of they were going to play either 6 here and then a 2 later, or
here's
a 2
the
later
deal.
and a 6
What
now.
I'm learning, I've already learned it, but then it's kind of as reinforced here, is that teams that have made it this far in the tournament, and probably everyone out there who's a team captain, know more than I do as far as how to put up
Right.
next.
Yeah, we
So
talked a
I
little bit
can
about the
second guess
strategy
it,
of how they do it.
You
Well,
know,
and one of the interesting things here, though, too, is with the 3-point scoring. Again, she's a 2. She wins 1 game here. She secures at least a point.
but see,
For her team.
what I'm guessing is that, yeah, and what I'm guessing is that Make It Work put up first, would be my guess. So they put up Gianna after that, and then that way with the numbers, next time they can put up their 6, and then Make It Work has to put up maybe a 4, possibly a 5. So, you know, I'm learning as I go along. It's taken me 7 years to get to that smart. So how these guys do it, it's just amazing. I mean, how important it is to kind of play, especially on a local basis where you play the same people over and over. So you got to now match people who feel comfortable against other people.
Mhm.
And
Boy, what a situation for Gina here, who is a skill level 2, who maybe has not played a lot of pool. Again, now on the finals table in a $25,000 championship match, being streamed to thousands of people worldwide. That's got to be pretty overwhelming. So we'll be curious to see how she handles that pressure.
You
But
bet.
again, she only has to get to 2, and if she was just to get to 1, that would put her team up at least an additional point, as they already lead 6-2.
All right, that'll work. Gives them a couple of options here. So 3 ball goes in the corner, no problem, by the 8 there.
Mm-hmm.
Again, this is Charles Bruno at the table for Make It Work, the team from Louisiana. He's a skill level 6.
Does that get him to? No, I don't think he can still see the 5's gonna.
He's got the 7 there. 7 is good.
But how's he gonna get over on the 5? Oh,
Just-
well, yep,
well,
Well,
nope,
I
that
was gonna say
didn't do
just
it.
draw it,
And
but
again,
not that
he's-
much.
Well, what's interesting, he's moving very quickly.
He is
he's
fast.
not taking much time, which we appreciate, right? We like to see the match continue to flow, but he might have got a little ahead of himself there. Looks like Charles and his son Jeremy both play on this Make It Work team, so father and son,
Mm.
and it looks like Charles is actually Amanda, who won a little bit earlier's uncle. So some
Now you're really
family and
getting
Wow.
confusing.
family
Yeah,
and friend
that's great.
connections, which
Yeah.
we see a lot. I always like to kind of find out how they know each other and that kind of thing. So Again, now you've got Gina Payne at the table for the Evansville team, Believe the Hype. Gina, skill level 2. She pockets the 13 ball. Alright. Apologize for some of the dead air there momentarily. We're adjusting here in the broadcast booth, which is quite small.
Cozy.
Cozy, that's a better way to look at it, right?
Cozy.
Positive way to frame it. Again, this is Charles Bruno at the table. Charles, skill level 6. And from what we've seen thus far, he likes to operate very quickly.
He definitely shows a lot more confidence and speed at the table than the last match.
Pockets the 5 ball there. Now turn his attention to the 6 ball, which he fires into the corner. Comes back around. Appears to have a straight-in shot on the 1 ball, which he makes again with ease. And he'll very quickly here now be on the 8 ball. He's going to grab his pocket marker. He's going to mark the side pocket. And I suspect momentarily we'll be up 1-0 in what for him is a race to 6. Has no problem with the 8 ball.
Nice shot. Made a lot
As
of
the
people.
cue ball made its way down to the far pocket there, but held on. So
A lot of
Sean
people
is
in
on the
audience.
board. I'm sorry, Charles is on the board first for his team. Make it work. Of course, his team looking for him to come up big here, trailing 6-2 now in the 4th overall match in the finals of the 8-Ball World Pool Championships from here in Las Vegas, here at the Westgate Resort and Casino. Kind of tough to see it all, you know, we worked so hard to get it all up and running, and you know, I was talking to Ava earlier, so you come down on the last day and it's just kind of all starts to fade away, you know, there's one room left and there's less people.
It's also, it almost seems very anticlimactic.
Yeah.
I mean, I know all of these players and teams work very hard to get to this point.
Right.
But yeah, it's almost like you really would love to fill the whole big room.
Yeah. So we're always obviously excited to go home to our families, but it's always kind of sad to see it come to a conclusion. But by all accounts, seems like it's going to be another very successful tournament. So, seen a lot of great sportsmanship this week. Ava and I were talking earlier. I was on our Facebook page earlier today or last night, and I saw some of the teams that had competed with our Japanese team. The Japanese teams are always very popular here.
Oh yeah.
There's a lot of interest in them just because they come from such a far distance. Obviously, there's a little bit of a language barrier, but I saw some photos of a team that I believe was actually eliminated by the Japanese team, but they wanted their picture with them. And
Oh yeah.
so really cool to see nice acts of sportsmanship like that. Of course, I want to mention our Sportsmanship Award winners here for this particular event. They were from Hilliard, Ohio, the team of Controlled Chaos. So we awarded them a little bit earlier today with their sportsmanship trophies. We obviously take sportsmanship very seriously, and you know, good sportsmanship just adds to the overall positive, you know, outlook of the event. You're seeing Gina Payne at the table here for the team Believe the Hype, Evansville, Indiana.
Be interesting to see where he goes with all of this. he seems to be taking a little bit more time than he had on the last rack.
Yeah, maybe not as the pattern not as obvious to him as it maybe
Well,
was
that's
prior.
true.
But,
You and I definitely don't look at the table the same way Ava does.
Right, Ava or even Charles here again, who's a skill level 6, so very capable shot here at the table. But also understanding that Gina, being a skill level 2, needs just one game.
One game will get her to the hill.
Right, which would
and that'll
secure
get her
a
a
point for her team, who is already leading 6-2. So he puts the 2 ball in the corner pocket, brings the cue ball back middle of the table. Looks like he's gonna apparently we scared some folks when they didn't hear us for a few minutes, but
well, when I
we're
was
alive and well here.
When I was watching upstairs, I couldn't figure out what happened when the players took the break.
Yeah.
And then somehow or another, I had a hard time finding my picture back when y'all came back.
Yeah.
Luckily, I knew how to text some of our staff to harass them to get them to help me get back on. Sometimes I'm very technologically challenged.
Well, it's interesting, too, because earlier in the week we were streaming through the YouTube channel, and we kind of changed directions later in the week, and now we've been broadcasting through the Facebook Live feature, which seems to reach people a little more easily, but there are some technical challenges that go with that. So, but our production team has been really great at kind of figuring out those challenges. Of course, Greg and Steve and Becky and Kevin, all the folks working behind the scenes to bring you folks the stream. Of course, those of us that just jump on the headsets here, we've got the easy job. We just get to sit back and watch and talk about what we're seeing, and they're making sure it's working, which is always the really big part of the challenge. So we appreciate all their hard work. Nice crowd here still for the final match.
Very nice crowd.
I think for each of the finals here this year, we've had pretty much a full room, which is nice considering all the other things there are to do here in Las Vegas. You know, they could be out and about, and I'm sure they will be later tonight, but for now they want to see how this thing finishes up, as do we. Again, this is Gina Payne at the table, the team from Evansville. She's sizing up her shot. Looks like she's content to make an attempt on the 9 ball in the side pocket. As she does that, we're going to welcome Ava back to the booth here, our very cozy, as Renee put it, broadcast booth. Getting some questions here about who we are here in the broadcast booth. Of course, you know the famous voice of the striking Viking. That Swedish accent is can't be replicated. Of course, I'm Jason Bowman. I'm the marketing director for APA, and I'm joined by Renee Lyle, APA president. So earlier today we had Tom Rossman, Dr. Q, as a lot of folks know him, here in the commentary booth, and we've had other guests throughout the week. I know earlier this week we had Lee yesterday. Earlier this week we had Jeanette was here. Florian Kohler obviously stopped by. We had APA founder Terry Bell at one point earlier in the week. So had a lot of folks in and out, and again, yeah, we understand it's kind of hard to keep up with who's who. But currently, again, we've got Ava and Renee, and I'm Jason, and we're pleased to be bringing you live coverage of the APA World Pool Championships, the 5th and final championship of this outstanding 10-day event.
And a great opportunity here for Charles to take this game. Well fought here, though, by both players in this rack. But 6 is open, 5 is open.
He seems to be taking a lot more time this time.
Yeah, he started very, very quickly. You're right.
Well, you saw that scratch earlier on, and I wonder if that kind of made him decide to slow down a little bit and take his time. And
yeah, I think a lot of times what happens too is that she only needs to get 2, he needs to get 6, and so he's kind of, trying to hurry up and
Hurry
make
up and
3
get there.
racks in one
Right.
in one rack, but it doesn't work that way. You got to fight
Right.
for every ball. But I know that a lot of times if I'm playing and I get behind in a match,
Yeah.
then you're trying to create too much. You still have to be patient and just one ball at a time inch your way to the win. So put a little low on this. Oh, he
Whoa.
came
Spin on
between
that
them.
ball,
Nice
wow.
shot. I thought he was going to draw, punch it into the side cushion and back out.
That sure was pretty.
That it
almost
worked.
That almost
Yeah.
looked like something, part of a trick shot that Tom
Yeah.
or Florian would do.
That's right.
spin
That
was
force
incredible.
high.
Marks his pocket for the 8 ball in the corner, and he makes it
And he's
successfully.
got second game.
He now has 2 games, again needing to get 6 before Gina gets 2.
No, that is what's so great, though. It's interesting having the close-up opportunity to watch this. You know, I've been a pro for many, many years, and then getting involved on this level of actually running in a league to where you get to know a lot of the background that you may not be familiar with unless you're playing in the league. What I love is to see a wife or a brother or a mother that they say, come on, you know, I've never held a cue stick. Well, just get in there and you'll be very valuable.
Right.
We need somebody. And then to see the passion. We had one of our players here, Helen Bear, her son just forced her to get on the team. She said, well, I don't want to play. I can't play. And she is one of our more passionate players now. They actually made it out here, her team, and she said she had a blast out here, but she really got into the game from kind of being essentially dragged into it originally, and until you try it, you don't realize how much fun this is, regardless of skill level. What a mess this rack turned out to be, huh?
He
Holy
did pocket a
smokes.
ball in the break, but now he's got a bit of a traffic jam there in the middle half of the table, and middle part of the table near that side pocket.
Talk about having no shot here.
Yuck.
It is nothing for him to make, so just kind of move balls around a little bit, I guess.
Yeah, you were talking about when I started playing in our leagues. It was right after I graduated from college that we were started, or I shouldn't say we. The leagues were starting a ladies' league in our local community, and my mom called me when I was on vacation after graduation and said, I signed us up to play in a ladies' league. And I said, I don't play pool. She said, that's okay, none of us do.
Yeah. Just a great opportunity to go out and have some fun, and who knows, chances are you're going to get the bug anyway.
Oh my gosh, it was less than a year and I was playing on 3 teams and just had a wonderful time. Stayed with it for many years. And it led to me eventually coming to work.
Yeah.
So.
And I think what's great about this game is that, I say this to people all the time, if you just play because you love to play, you realize all the time how much more there is to learn.
Mm-hmm.
And if you like a challenge at all and you appreciate the beauty of the game, it's not just about making the balls. You know, you get to the point where you can pocket balls. Like you see Jenna, she pockets some balls well, but then once you start learning about how to move the cue ball around, then you start learning about patterns, and you can see position play in a whole different way. You're constantly learning all the time, so. And regardless, especially with the APA, that regardless of your skill level, you have equal value to anybody else on the team, which is so great.
Oh, well, and eventually, as you get better, you also start noticing and figuring out where the cue is going to end up.
Right.
Getting some questions about the rosters at this point and what each team can still field in terms of this match. And it looks like for the team of Make It Work, they're now at 19 points, which would mean they're still left only, I believe, one player who's a 4, which would be Jeremy Bruno, should they get to a 5th and final match. Whereas the Hype team, and again, this is from playing the 2 here, they will be able to throw a 6 or below in the final match.
Right.
So it looks like the only option left at this point, I think, for the Make It Work team will be Jeremy Bruno if they can get to the 5th and final match. whereas the Evansville team looks like they still have
A
at
lot
least
more options,
at
yeah.
least 2-3 options because they could play a 5 as well. So
4, 5,
two
or 6.
sixes and 2 6s and a 5 still to play for them. So
So they've
always an interesting part of the strategy. So good questions out there in the chat.
And this is a wide open table for Charles here. I would be surprised if he doesn't figure out a way to get this rack. It pays attention a little bit. The 8-ball does go, I believe, in the side pocket just barely, but if not, it goes in the corner pocket
well, that's
with
what he
no
was.
problem. So
That's what he was checking out at that point.
you can see it's close. And like I said, even if it doesn't, he's got the corner pocket wide open. He just needs to pay attention here and really play position. Can't say it enough. So many players see that they have, well, I got any of those balls. Well, that's not enough. You need to pick one that you're playing position for. Gonna come up here as long as it's not too firm. Good angle on the 5 to shoot a stop shot. You got the 7, the 1. Come back out for the 8 in the corner, and he's home. Boy, it's easy from here, isn't it?
It
Running
is.
out is not difficult from where we're sitting.
Again, this is Charles Bruno for the Make It Work team at the table currently. Charles, a skill level 6, currently has 2 games.
Again, he's double checking if that 8-ball will pass. But again, you know, it's not the end of the world if it doesn't. All he has to do is come back and play the 8-ball in the corner. So I wonder if he got too far. What do you think here? Did he get too far in the 7? No, he can make it.
Hmm. Not
Doesn't
exactly
seem
what
quite
he.
satisfied
Yeah.
with that leave, but
Well, we'll find out now if it goes or not. Well, I guess it does.
he's
It's
gonna
gonna
take
be
a very
tight.
close look at it. He takes a look at the overhead shot too. It's been interesting. Ava and I talked a little bit about it. How having the stream picture up on the wall, you see a lot of the players, especially those that are watching, you know, from the sideline, focusing on the wall versus the actual table.
Oh yeah.
It's kind of a byproduct of being able to see that overhead shot. And what do you think here, Ava?
Yeah,
Yep,
it does.
looks good.
It goes. No problem.
Looks good. Charles Bruno, halfway there. Of course, still needing 3 more games. He is a skill level 6, which means he is racing to 6 against Gina Payne, who's a skill level 2.
And again, what looked like it could be a kind of a cakewalk here at 6 games to 2. If he does manage a 3-0 here, all of a sudden it's a 6-5 match going into the
that
5th
changes.
match.
That kind of changes things there.
Exactly.
But you know, when we were talking about the lineups left and the other team's lineup, I think they've got a lot more flexibility. And I wonder who controls that match. I wonder who puts up next.
Well, you know what's an interesting thing, regardless of what happens, because Jeremy Bruno is going to definitely be up for team Make It Work. That's a 4. You know, a 4 is not that big of an underdog. They've played the numbers well because you have a 6, a 5, or a 4 left on the other team.
Yeah, but I wonder how, you know, it'll be interesting to see who they decide feels the best.
Yeah.
And they can go out, you know, that they believe can go out there and just kind of clinch it for 'em.
Right. That was a great break there by Charles, but he did let go of the cue ball. Cue ball scratched. Balls are wide open. Wide open. Not a major issue. The only ball that's a bit of an issue would be the 10 or the 12 here at the bottom of the screen. But that can be made off the 8-ball in the side pocket if that comes up. So 7-ball is laying kind of in a funny spot. And again, when you're skill level 2, you're not looking, okay, I can run out here. If I go here, then here, you're not necessarily looking at that. So the choice here is to kind of find a shot that you feel comfortable making. And as you know, right off the break, you have to
Yeah.
go behind the line. That's the only time you don't get to put the cue ball anywhere you want. You have to go behind the line. Nice shot.
Nice shot there by Gina.
Can't let you let go of the cue ball a little bit, but with the 1 ball being where it is, that 5 ball is very makeable, even though it's the length of the table, because you
Mhm.
can really miss that 5 and still have it go in off the 1 ball.
Well, and I'm not sure she can really see much else. So
I don't think she's going for the. What is she doing? 2 ball? No.
she missed the.
Oh.
She just missed the 5. Well, that's why she's a 2.
Yeah, that's right.
I remember when she's got a really strong eye for some shots, but then yeah,
Hey, I don't know too many people that didn't start out as a 2. So.
well, she seems very composed.
Yeah.
I'm guessing maybe that might have even been some nerves.
Oh,
Yeah.
sure.
Well, it's a tough situation. I mean, you know, skill level aside, it's a tough situation here, kind of in this environment with all the stakes on the line and the crowd and everything else. And not to mention she's a 2 playing a 6. So
Right.
And this
there's
is her
that
second
too,
match
right.
in the tournament.
Right, second time she's played all tournament. So, but wow, what a situation for her.
But I tell you what, if there was a way for her to get even 1 game,
Yep.
would be huge.
Well, and that's huge for her opponent.
Yeah, he needs to 3-0 here, because if she does get a game, that puts her on the hill. That makes, even if she loses this match, it'll be 2 games to 1.
Mm-hmm.
That'll put them at 7, and then the next player only has to get 1
I think we're down at the moment.
at that point.
The I don't want to pause the match.
Only if they finish the game and you're not back up. Oh, very good.
Okay. So
we're-
what we're being told by our producers is, and again, we talked a little bit about the kind of the technology change between the YouTube channel and the Facebook Live. Facebook Live has been great, except for the fact that after a certain amount of time, it will drop the stream and end it. So we are down momentarily. However, for archive purposes, the match, once it is posted to YouTube, will continue to carry the action. So we will carry on. And again, we have Charles Bruno from the Make It Work team at the table.
Nice shot.
There's that shot off the 8 in the side.
Although I'm not sure that's where he wanted the 8 ball to move. Well, maybe not.
He can put some reverse on this, some left spin, and have the cue ball go in and go straight up towards the 8.
Yeah.
As long as if he puts enough spin on it, it should go. No, he's not going to take any chances.
Oh, you missed that.
Bring Gina back to the table. As she chalks up her cue. I don't believe, have we seen the Evansville team take a timeout at all with her?
I don't think so.
Yeah,
no.
I don't either, so they're just saving it for the right moment.
There you go,
Nice
Ava. That was
job
the
there.
shot you
There
were
you
talking
go.
about
Pocket the
earlier.
5 ball past the 1.
Doesn't hurt to have a little helper there by the pocket.
Mm-hmm. It's like the last time I went bowling. We had the niece and the nephew, and I decided to play on their lanes. I could do better with the bumpers up.
All of a sudden, you were like a 220 bowler, weren't you? All right. Well, the double kiss saved her from scratching there. But it was a nice little safety here.
That's the luck of, instead of the luck of the Irish, the luck of the 2s.
That's
Yeah.
right. He's shaking his head a little bit, going, yeah, that figures.
And that's got to be challenging for a higher skilled player. I mean, that's something that, you know, they're used to kind of a certain
Yeah. You just got to
level
be
of opponent.
patient. You know, and I say this all the time too. Obviously, if you are a 2, maybe even a 3, you know, do what you can out there, because you're not going to, you know, break and run out, or play always the smartest shot. But you got to play what the table gives you. So I don't care if you're a 6 and you feel like, oh, I'm just playing a 2. It doesn't work that way. You're playing the table.
Absolutely. Well, there you go. He didn't leave her too awfully much.
That's a 3 ball on the side. She does have that.
Well, she's got a pretty. She has a pretty good eye, or at least she did earlier on a side rail shot.
No, she doesn't like the side pockets at all. She's going for the 6 ball. That's pretty common, though. Most beginners do not like side pockets. Looks like it's going to try to kick this in here, go right behind it, and see if he can make the 14 on the side.
He does.
Try.
Well, and he gets...
Oh.
So close.
15 still got tied up there, so he has some work to do.
Gina will return to the table. Again, Gina, skill level 2, currently down 3-0, but needs only 2 games, and more importantly, needs only 1 to secure a point for her team here. Her team currently leading 6-2. As the 2 ball falls in the corner.
Well, Gina's got a shot at the 1 ball here, or a combination.
Ooh.
Surprised
She's
she's
gonna
taking
go
the
for the
combination.
combo.
Ah.
Well, what I've found too, that a lot of the lower skill level don't see the degree of difficulty when it comes to combinations and bank shots. They look at that as easy. So I can't tell you how many times a 2 will fire a bank in that a 6 may not shoot.
Well, look at that leave.
Nothing wrong with the lead.
Way different, though, if she'd have taken the 1 ball.
Be a little surprised, though, that they have not used a timeout to kind of redirect her in certain situations. Maybe, again, they're waiting for that pivotal moment. But
I don't feel that that team has taken too many timeouts, period.
right, right. And we are now back live for the Facebook folks. We do apologize. Some of the limitations of Facebook Live means after your broadcast reaches a certain duration, it drops. So we do apologize for the technical difficulties. We are still in the 4th match here. The APA World Pool Championships finals coverage of the 8-ball championship. So again, we do apologize for some of the technical difficulties. The good news is you didn't miss a whole lot. Alright, we're still Charles Bruno of the Make It Work team still leading 3-0 over Gina Payne. And still in the 4th match here. Seeing Gina at the table, lining up on the 6 ball.
And Gina is now in that position where, yeah, she has to actually almost run out, because the situation for Charles now, he's moved all his balls over into that corner pocket where it should be very, very attainable for him to run these balls and run. And then obviously the 8-ball is clear to be made in either one of the corner pockets. So.
Well, we're glad to see all you folks out there in Facebook land are happy that we're back. It's good to know that
you were
all the
missed.
nice comments. Yeah, it's nice to be missed. So again, we do apologize for some of the technical difficulties. That is one of the limitations of the Facebook Live is the length of a broadcast. But we are now back. Again, you're watching live coverage. The APA World 8-Ball Championship. At the table is Charles Bruno, pocketing the 8-ball, now with 4 wins, needing only 2 more to secure the match. This is essentially now a 2-2 race for these players. Gina Payne, skill level 2, still needing 2 games. Pretty impressive performance thus far from Charles, knowing too that his team desperately needs him, if possible, to come out with a shutout here.
Right.
So that would set up an incredible finale, I think. Still a couple games to go.
Well, and for everyone who rejoined or is in the process of rejoining us, we are taping this, and the tape is I started to say
uninterrupted.
Uninterrupted. I started
right.
to say unedited as I look at Ava,
Yeah.
and there's no editing taking place.
Right.
But it'll be going on YouTube Live, YouTube over the course of the next 24 hours. And although there really wasn't much missed, it was quite a bit of time. It felt like that we were down,
Yeah.
but it was the same game.
Match hasn't changed a whole lot. Charles still playing very strong. Now needing just 2 more victories here in this 4th match. Although I'm sure he had, like I said, I think he's got his eye on the potential shutout here and the 3 points that would mean for the team of Make It Work, which would be huge. They currently trail 6-2, so
And
a
of course,
3-point swing here would set up a pretty impressive finale for us.
yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, he knows how important that is. He's showing due respect to the situation and to her as well, because he's playing very smart and very, very patient, as opposed to going for a bunch of crazy situation shots and just playing the game the way it's supposed to be, because he knows the value of that 3-0. That still slid in there. Good position on the 1. It's got some work to do though. That 3 is covered pretty well by the 10 and the 9 at the other side of the table, so this is not going to be necessarily a quick run out here, but and you had a birthday out here, huh? Renee?
I did yesterday.
I mean, how many years have you been coming out here? And it's always at your birthday, isn't it? Every year.
year 24, 25 years we've been in Vegas.
Wow.
And 24 of them, well, no, actually, all 25 of them have in some way, shape, or form touched my birthday.
Your birthday,
Either the
that's
beginning of setup, or beginning of the tournament, or the end of the tournament. And, but we did manage to get away for a couple of hours last night once things kind of calmed down here.
great. What's good? It's one good thing. Your staff and your friends that are out here are not going to forget your birthday, because everybody knows it's out here. I mean, while you're out here at some point.
That is true.
And what better place to celebrate your birthday than at the World Championship, and you're in Vegas? As opposed to, no offense, but maybe Cleveland, Ohio. Sorry to everybody in Cleveland, Ohio. I know it's fun there. I do enjoy Cleveland, Ohio. That was just an expression.
We could just pick on St.
But
Louis.
you know what I'm saying. Yeah, we can say St. Louis then.
My hometown. We'll just pick on them just because that's where I live. Better than being at home.
Yeah, that's right. I like her composure. She doesn't she doesn't have that terrified look to her, or a give up look, anything like that. And then she does that. Great shot. 2 for 1.
And looking at her face, it's probably what she was thinking. Oh, I'll take that.
Yeah, exactly.
I remember so many times looking at my opponent going, sorry. I'll take that.
Right.
That makes up for all those ones that I missed straight in.
She could possibly, well, overcut it a little too much. I was going to say she could possibly make that off the 3. I don't know if there was enough room, but. And again, 1 point by Gianna would be huge here. Absolutely huge.
And Charles is intently looking at the table to keep that from happening.
Yeah. We still have a really good crowd here, and we have some people leave for dinner, and we have people going to shows, and we also have some people trying to hurry up and get to the red eye, leaving back at home again.
I was going to say,
Yeah.
I know there were a bunch of people departing today to get back home.
Yeah, I'm taking that lovely 12:45 in the morning, 12:45 in the morning red eye.
Ooh, you do a lot of red eyes though, don't you? You travel a lot of places.
Yes, and every time I take the red eye, I say I'll never do that again, and then I do it again every time. So
I think I did that last year. For some reason, I decided I wanted to be home at like 8 o'clock in the morning, and I got home at 8 o'clock in the morning. The rest of my day was pretty much
shot. Yeah,
I laid on the couch with my dogs.
See, well, isn't that nice?
I do miss the pups.
You have 2 now?
I have a big girl and a little one. I have a 85-pound sheepdog.
Oh, wow.
And an 8-pound Maltese. And the big girl is really in charge, but she lets the little one. Whoa, that was
good shot.
That almost seemed like it ringed the pocket.
Yeah, it did.
But yeah, the little one sits up underneath the big one, yapping, and Maggie, bless her heart, just looks at her and just shakes her head.
Yeah, sure. All right, not that much to shoot at here. She wants to leave the 12. She's going to leave that. What happened
just
here?
asked
Oh,
for help?
timeout. Yep, there's going to be a timeout here. And this is the first timeout, I believe, that we have seen. Don't believe the hype. We're going to see her make it work.
I think that's their first timeout in the whole match.
I believe so. I believe so. And the way the rule is, when one team takes their 1 timeout, actually she gets 2 timeouts because she's a skill level 2. And the other team also gets to take a timeout and talk a little bit. As soon as the team that took the timeout is finished, then the other team has to give up their time discussing the shot as well. So yeah.
Okay, what I miss? What I miss? Just kidding.
We can't tell you. You'll have to watch it on YouTube when you get home. We talked about you the whole time.
Okay. Well, it's tough when these long matches, though. I went to stand up real quick, and wow, my legs felt like they didn't want to function for me.
I know.
Oh.
All right. No harm down there. She didn't leave much of a shot here for Charles.
It's like most of our audience has returned, or is continuing to return.
Oh, our Facebook Live audience. Yes. Ava and I were just talking about the fact that our viewing audience here live is dwindling a little bit, but that's because of dinners and shows and
some cases
flights,
right?
Going to the airport.
Let's see here if he tries to play a defensive shot, if he goes for the bank. Yeah, and went for it. Gianna still has a tough way to go here. Obviously that 10 ball is the one that's makeable, but there's no way to get to any other shots. But and I don't see a defensive shot. The fact that the 5 is just hanging right there.
So some folks asking about timeouts. But I think, and Renee, you can correct me if I'm wrong, at this level, right? So in league play, yes, Gina would be able to get 2 timeouts per game, but at this level in the tournament,
No, she
is it
just
one
get level
timeout?
2. She
Does
gets
she
2.
still get 2?
I think so.
Yeah. 3s get 1 and 2s get 2.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Even in the finals at this level.
Where'd it come?
Good try.
And that'll bring Charles back to the table.
Yeah, I would think they get 2. I mean, in regular league play, 3s get 2. 3s get 2 timeouts, but in
Mhm.
higher level tournament they get 1.
Mm-hmm.
But I believe 2s, I'm almost positive if 2s get 2 timeouts.
Well, you know, I used
Kevin's going to settle our bet here momentarily as he
Can you believe the 3 of
talks
us? We
to the
don't
floor
know.
manager.
But I know that's how we played in our
There-
higher level tournament at home also, is that all league, you know, during but the 2s still do get 2 timeouts. Same thing in 9-ball, the
yeah,
1s
definitely
get 2.
in local league they do. I'm just not sure when we get into the higher level tournament.
I was kind of struggling with that one
Yeah,
myself.
because
but
3s are the ones that are the different ones. 3s during league play get 2 timeouts, but higher level tournament 3s get 1 timeout. Or 2s in 9-ball, same thing. Here we go, getting on the hill
there it
here.
is.
Charles secured at least 1
Charles
point there for sure.
Has 5 wins, 5 of the 6 wins needed. He is now on the hill. Okay, so yeah, we did get clarification. The higher level tournament, it's 1 timeout per game, regardless of skill level. So
And here at the throughout this entire tournament?
yes.
Well, that's news. All right.
I
Skill
just
level
want to point
2?
out that I was right.
Yes, and I
Okay.
apologize.
Okay.
That's how we play it locally, is the 2s still get
Sure,
2
sure,
timeout
yeah,
locally, but
right.
I guess here in Vegas, the 2s still get just 1 timeout. My bad.
Well, I'm
I
guessing part of
learn
that
something
is
every
the
day.
time constraints
It's
of the event. I mean, you can see we started this particular final at about 4 o'clock Pacific time. We're now 4 hours, 25 minutes in, potentially with another full match ahead. So
But we also do
Yeah.
time clock at our
That's
local
true.
championship all the way through.
So this is Charles Bruno coming to the table. Important game potentially for him. Wins this game. Not only does he win the match, but he will have shut out his opponent, which will mean 3 points. Would pull his team to within just 1 team point.
Good break there.
Careful.
Great break.
But he does scratch. He
Yep.
pockets, it looks like
2, 4.
2 balls, but scratches.
But I do like that about our league, is that how uniform our rules are, but there is a little bit of a leeway where you can have the local bylaws. We have certain rules that are a little bit flexible, but you know, it's not overwhelming. The majority of it is you just go to the team manual, it's right there, but a few little rules we can change up in the
Yeah, usually
local areas.
usually has to do with awards or you know, the qualifying structure
Not
through
the rules,
playoffs and
obviously,
try and
right.
you know, the tri cup tournaments, end of session tournaments. Usually those are the areas where we see a lot of flexibility or differentiating between markets. You don't see that with the rules or with the handicaps or the general league structure. All of that, and we've heard from so many players as they move around the country that that's one of the nice things, is that they can get plugged back into APA league play in their new community, helps them meet new people, get
Exactly.
more, you know, start feeling more comfortable in their new hometown.
Right, right.
Gina Payne at the table for the team from Evansville here. She's shooting solid balls, or the load number balls.
Her grip is a little bit unusual. I see that a lot with beginners, where you tend to put the thumb on the top of the cue stick, which is, it feels like you have more control, but you actually don't. And I think that's pretty common, because I know a lot of people playing tennis, when they first start out, they want to put the, you
Their
know,
finger
the
out.
index finger on the racket, and a lot of that kind of, it makes you feel like you have more control of it. but it's a habit that you should try to get out of it as soon as you can. I do see that quite a bit, though, that thumb up on the top of the cue. Again, I am impressed with her composure. I mean, I just think she's handling this as well as anybody could expect of her. Just really great attitude. She's doing what she knows how to do, and hope it's going to turn out.
Charles now at the table, surveying the layout of the balls. Again, he is on the hill. He's got 5 games under his belt, needs just one more, which would not only secure the 4th match for his team, but an important 3-0 shutout based on the 3-point system that we use in 8-ball. So
I just found something interesting. I was just looking down again. I just realized when I was looking at the 2 teams and their rosters, between the 2 teams, 16 players, there's not one skill level 3. Which is pretty unusual. Yeah.
It is unusual.
well, and you know, I mean, again, and there may have been throughout the course of the tournament, they may have started as a 3
Oh,
and
of course.
potentially gone up.
But there's
or
also
they may have been on the cusp of becoming a 4 before
right.
the tournament. So
There's also not one 7 on either roster.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a scratch
Oh.
shot. She made it. She probably could have avoided the scratch there, but that changed the tangent line completely by hitting it too thick, so. But luckily for Janet, if you look at where the 9 is and where the 4 and 12 are tied up, he's not going to be able to run out here, I wouldn't think, with this mess of everything going on the table. So she will be getting back on the table again.
Charles with ball in hand. He's going to position the cue ball. Pockets the 9 in the corner.
Well, if he had enough angle on this 11, he could solve that 12 right now. So maybe he can run out here. We'll see.
Takes care of the 11. Turns his attention to either the 13 or what I believe is the 12 ball there.
Yep, that's the 12.
Referee's going to come take a look.
Well, it's a bit of a chance, but I mean, he could make the 13 here and go into the 2 of them. As long as he hits it firm enough, he may be able to see the 15 after that.
So he pockets the 13 and brings the cue ball all the way back down the table. Where he has the 10.
15, and
the
you think he'll
15 a
drift
little
down?
further up rail.
Yeah, he doesn't have a lot of area to work with, but I mean, if he can get dead straight in on either side, that's interesting. I don't know. I thought he was going to do that on the last shot when he was close enough to where he could do something with it, but now.
Yeah, I didn't quite see that coming.
He can really put some movement on the cue ball, can't he? I've seen him do that a couple times now.
I mean, one shot here is just a hit and stick. He's straight on this. You can just kind of, either hit and stick or tap it. You don't want to hit it hard, though, because you don't want to make that 8-ball fly. But, I mean, that's the shot right there. That's should be good enough for a safety. I don't think she can hit that 1 ball. It's close, but. Oh, can she? Well, we'll see. Okay, here we go. She's going to shoot it for
Timeout.
1. No, yeah.
Coach just stopped her.
Which is the second time out then?
Yeah. I think it was in this game.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure it was.
No, we've moved.
Was it the last one?
Yeah, we've moved from one game to the next.
Did we?
I think so.
Good, then it's not, it's not a wrong time out then.
Oh, I don't think they would have let that
It's
happen.
been a long day today.
A long day. It's
been
been
a-
a long,
it's been a
couple
long
weeks,
10
yeah.
days.
Yeah, that's
All
right.
of a sudden, you're just kind of like, it reminds me of a time I followed a truck for so long that after 4 hours, pretty much all the way to Kansas City from St. Louis.
Oh, wow.
By the time I got to Kansas City, which was like 3.5 hours later, I'm staring at the back going, is that even spelled properly anymore? And it was. But after you, I don't know why, but sometimes you just go brain dead. And that may be where we're all headed.
More and more all the time. I'm still on Sweden time too, so it's 9-hour time difference.
yikes.
And,
That's right.
I went to bed at 11 o'clock last night, and I woke up at about 2:15. Like, 'cause that's
Mm-hmm.
what is it? That's 11:15 over there, so you still get on that same. That's my excuse. All right, well, that was a good choice. That was well coached and well executed.
Charles Bruno here at the table for the Make It Work team. Again, needing just one final game here to pick up an important 3 points.
He had hoped that 4 was going to fall there, I think.
So Gina
That's a good
returns
little
the
shot.
favor, right?
Yeah. She may have left the 15 here for Charles. I'm not sure if she can make the 15 or not. But regardless, it was a smart shot. Question is if she hit it too firm. No, I think she did. She did get him.
Mm.
She's holding her own here with Charles is the skill level 6 in the safety department. I like it.
The pace here has seemed to slow considerably in this game, and of course, such an important game, particularly for Charles here. Not sure what's more entertaining, the play on the table or the comments that I'm reading on the Facebook Live, and they come in so fast, it's tough to
Keep up with them.
Yeah.
That was close. That was a close hit, but it's up to the opponent to have somebody brought over. That was pretty clear when she started to aim that way that it could be close, so definitely goes to the shooter.
What's the score right now, Jason?
Score
it's
here is
5-0.
5-0.
5-0.
In favor of Charles Bruno. The thing is, Charles' team Make It Work is actually down 6-2 overall in the match. So, again, one more win here for him would mean a shutout and an important 3 points for his team.
I put him at 6-5 going into the final match.
Right.
which means it could be anybody's game.
Yeah, and should we get to that final match, it looks like we'll see Jeremy Bruno, Charles' son, the Louisiana team, and a few different options available still for the Believe the Hype team of Evansville.
Always more difficult when you have to jack the cue up in the back like that and hit down. Not only changes your aim, it's tougher to see where you're going to aim, but also the slightest bit of spin or miss hit that you get on the cue ball is going to change everything and almost make a little mini massé shot out of it. It doesn't look like it should be that difficult, but it definitely is. All right, here we go. Nice soft touch here. See if you can go around the 8. Just float the cue ball down. I mean, around the 4 ball to get a shot at the 8. We try to draw it. Gina's still in this.
Gina's got a little bit of a fan club here.
I
in the
know.
room. Every time she comes to the table, some shouts of "Let's go, Gina!" Now, once again, Charles will return to the table.
He's got no choice but to kick at this, obviously. He's going to have to go to the Andreal and try to make contact. Gina has 3 balls here. They're all kind of sort of close to a pocket. The 8 ball's not in an easy spot, though, so even if she does get an open shot, I have no doubt she can make the 3 balls if she now...
Critical error there for Charles as he fails to make contact with the 12 ball.
This is the best opportunity.
Interesting.
Gina's had hit right here.
Gina will now have ball in hand.
You know, I feel bad. Did we find out for sure if it's Gianna or Gina?
Gina.
It is Gina.
Yes.
Okay.
It does look like Gianna, though, doesn't it?
It does. I've said Gianna several times. I apologize.
That's all right. We've done much worse with some other names, particularly last names sometimes.
People have been calling me Ooey and EY.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah.
Everything
Turnabout
for years.
is fair play. Of course, Gina, member of the team here from Evansville, Believe the Hype. Ooh, narrowly follows in the 1 ball with the cue ball, but and now she'll decide whether to take the 4 ball or the 5 ball.
You wish you still had a timeout because
right.
you want her to shoot the 5, but
she makes the 4 ball.
I left herself a little tough here.
I would imagine at this point in the tournament, with everything at stake and the crowd and everything else, any shot at this point with that much green in between is going to be a challenge for
very
skill
much
level
so.
2.
But then again, they come with
makes
those.
Us eat our words.
And look at the position.
And suddenly, Gina Payne is now on the 8 ball. She's going to mark her pocket. And we'll see if she can put the 8 in the corner pocket here. She's going to have a tough shot, I believe, but a makeable one, Ava?
Oh, it's definitely makeable, but you know, if I were to coach her right now, I would say bank it. This is not an easy cut shot. But then again, 2s do the most amazing things.
Oh, narrowly
nice
misses,
try.
Narrowly misses the 8 ball in the
Oh,
corner.
wow.
Nice round of applause.
She made a great effort there
on the
and got
attempt.
some due respect for it, too.
What a great crowd this is, kind of understanding the
Yeah,
situation.
I
and
like that.
What a tough task she has, and they They give her a nice round of applause for such a close shot. So, nice moment here in the tournament. In fact, her teammates are going to give her a fist pump while Charles and his teammates confer as he takes a timeout. They just want to catch his breath a little bit with kind of some of the action here in this particular game.
He's getting pumped up
He
over
is getting
here.
her pumped up.
And it's not over.
Certainly
I mean,
not.
the way Charles, can play, he's an accomplished player. It should be, but it's never over till it's over.
So he pockets the 12, and now he will take his turn, attempting to pocket the 8-ball in the same corner pocket. So Charles Bruno comes up big for his team of Make It Work. The skill level 6 shuts out his opponent and gets a very important 3-point swing there. You see the team captain for Make It Work congratulating the skill level 2 Gina Payne of the Evansville team. Again, really nice show of sportsmanship. Seen a lot of that here in this particular tournament, especially as we get into the finals. I think players on each team can kind of appreciate the pressure that is on each player regardless of the team that they're on. So
yeah, it's been fun. You've seen a lot of that throughout this week. A lot of high fives for the other team.
So now we will move into the 5th and final match, and I believe we already know, at least in terms of the team Make It Work from Louisiana. I'm guessing we're looking at Jeremy Bruno, who is Charles' son, Charles being who you just saw win 6-0. The Evansville team, we do believe, has a few options, one being team captain Brian Payne. They also have Derek Bivens, both skill level 6s. They do have Derek, I'm not even going to pronounce that last name. We'll just say Derek.
Bivens?
No, Derek.
Where did you find the other? Oh, Foronda.
Foronda. Derek Foronda, skill level 5. I'm guessing we're going to see one of the 6s here, either the captain Brian Payne or Derek Bivens. And of course, now I do see Brian Payne, team captain for Believe the Hype. Alright, so folks, I'm being told by our producers that because of the kind of the restrictions of Facebook Live, we are going to bring the system down momentarily. We're going to have the players hold the match. We'll reset, and we'll come back in about 2 minutes for the 5th and final match. So we're just going to take a brief break. Stick around. We'll be right back here momentarily with the 5th and final match, the 8-ball championship.
Why? What happened?
All right, folks, so we are back live here at the finals of the APA 8-Ball World Championship. Took a brief break there in between matches. We'll now come back with the 5th and final match of this grand finale of the World Pool Championships. Got a very tight match here, 6-5 in terms of the team points. The team from Evansville currently leading 6-5, but essentially, folks, it's going to come down to this last match. The winner of this last match will determine the winner of the team match here. So as we kind of prepare for this 5th and final match, the teams have posted their players. It looks like, as suspected, the team from Louisiana, Make It Work, has posted Jeremy Bruno, skill level 4. And Believe the Hype from Evansville has opted to throw team captain Brian Payne, skill level 6. And you are seeing them here prepare for the lag. Brian in the black shirt, Jeremy in the gray shirt. Brian has won the lag and will have the break. Again, Brian is a 6, Jeremy is a 4, which means we're looking at a 5-3 race here. Brian needing to get to 5 games before Jeremy can get to 3 games. It's been a wild ride here so far, folks, and it all comes down to this last match. $25,000 on the line. Probably more importantly, the championship trophy.
It's like we mentioned yesterday, the money is nice, but you can spend that.
Title,
the title lasts
forever. Right.
That's bragging rights. Come on, that's
Sure.
what's most important.
Forever
Sure.
and ever.
Money will come and go. Titles, you get to hold on to those. All right. So our floor manager, Joe Bond, one of our league operators volunteering for this event, preparing, waiting for the signal here from the production team for the break. Want to make sure we can bring you all of the action here in this final, very important final match. Players can now have been given the signal to go ahead and break. Brian Payne will do one last chalking of the stick. And he breaks the balls and starts with a scratch in the side pocket.
Not the way you want to start. I believe what, one stripe went on the break, I believe, right? That's it.
I'm not sure. Yeah, one stripe, and then of course he scratched in the side there. So table's still open. Jeremy will shoot behind the head string. Looks like he's got his sights on
14 ball, I would
14.
think.
No,
No, he went
opts for the solids. He takes the 3 ball in the corner.
not exactly the
Yeah, I don't think
what
he's
he was
thrilled with
looking for.
where he
No.
left himself there, but the referee's gonna come to the table and watch the hit to make sure it's clean.
You can't tell on the screen there, but he really jacked up on that, and it was called good shot. But he has opened the table wide open here for Brian. I don't see anything major. There's a couple balls on the cushion there, but where the one ball landed conveniently to stop, kind of a knocked in the way there, would stop the 14 from being able to go unless he can make it off the 5 in the side here.
So Brian returns to the table. Brian, the team captain for the Believe the Hype team from Evansville.
Yeah, I got that in the side, off the 5, and now everything is at least attainable. Not super easy because of where the 15 and the 14 are there on the rail, or maybe 10 ball. What is that, the 12 ball? 12 ball, I think.
On the rail ahead of the 15 ball.
Yeah, it's one of those strike balls, right?
I think it's the
Can't-
I think it's the 14. I think he pocketed the 12 in that last shot.
All right.
Getting a little tough to see from our actual vantage point. We're a little offset from the table here in the championship arena. Looks like Brian's shirt, I just noticed, Believe the Hype, right? Shirt says Believe the Hype. Team name is Believe the Hype.
That's right. I think the rest of his team forgot their team shirts at home.
Well, maybe they're just dirty by now. It's been a long event, right? I always wonder that with some of the team shirts, and I'm thinking,
How many days did they
Yeah,
wear
maybe.
that?
5, 6
Maybe you want to.
days, like,
Yeah.
you know.
Yeah, I would think-
Appreciate the camaraderie, but the smell, would be good.
That's
It's
true.
an important factor too. And
Yeah, most teams, I guess, would have one shirt, maybe two, possibly per team.
Right.
But when you hang in there for a week, yeah.
Right. Not to mention the sweating the
Nice shot.
matches, so to speak, right?
Ladies are probably a little bit more adept at that woolite in the sink than the guys
Oh
are.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I don't even know
You
what
gotta
that
have-
means.
you gotta
I'm like, what? Will I?
Wait, you don't have the woolite in
No,
your suitcase?
no,
That's
no.
an automatic. All right. He looks like he's straight on enough to where he might be able to just tap this and hold the cue ball there without having to do anything fancy with the cue ball. Yeah, just drift it down a little bit, and he should be on the board here unless something
Brian
unforeseen
opts to
happens.
shoot with that bridge glove that we see occasionally.
I
Talked a
don't
little bit
like
about
them.
that yesterday. Yeah, you talked about how you don't do it. Like to have the feel of the cue and the felt
Yeah.
and everything.
Then it's, I can feel what kind of pressure I have. Yeah, I just feels
Right.
more. Yeah, I guess it's what you get used to. But my hands don't sweat a lot either. If your hands sweat a lot, it's great as opposed to using a lot of powder and stuff that can gum up and get on the balls
Right.
and in the cloth and actually affect the game.
Not sure I'm clear on what's being asked
I,
there.
I think they're asking about how far out we have to play this, and if I'm not mistaken, we just talked about this on the break. We've got to play this all the way out.
Got to go the distance.
Yeah, I mean, it could end up 7 to
Could potentially end 7-7, but that would mean would come down to the match win. So, which
'Cause
is right now tied 2-2. So, these players are going to play this out. And Brian there makes quick work of that particular rack, takes that important 1-0 lead in what is a race to 5 for him. Now needing only 4 games to Jeremy's 3. Yes, Joel Powell Sr., the winner of this match, wins the overall match. You see Jeremy preparing the rack here. Brian back at the head of the table, positioning the cue ball, preparing to break.
Took a little bit off that break and failed to make anything there. See what Jeremy can make happen here. It's kind of a not majorly messy, but just the mere fact that the balls are all kind of in one area makes a run out tougher. Again, we haven't really seen Brian at the table, so I mean Jeremy at the table,
yeah.
so see what he's got to offer here. And
Well, we saw a lot of his dad in the last match, which
Yeah,
was
we
pretty
sure
impressive. So we'll see if any of it has rubbed off on Jeremy. That's a nice comment. Mitch, you're right about that. 10 days is long, but yeah, go home to a new baby. It's going to be a little bit longer. Of course, we talked about that a little earlier, but my wife Katie, who actually works for APA,
Katie's
back
actually
home.
Katie's actually responsible for the planning and organizing of this
She
particular
is.
competition.
She is, and it's tough for her to not be able to come out. But of course, she currently about 8 3/4 months pregnant. So Wednesday we expect to welcome our son in the world. And knock on wood, I think I have successfully made it through the 10-day trip. But
I think it's suspicious timing, personally. You know, think about it. Like, it's not like you didn't know there was going to be a world championship in August here. So, you know.
well, I will say we knew there were certain windows, and we, we
Katie,
got through the window.
Katie said
Barely.
Jason looked at her and said, "Now, how did that happen?" And she said, "Really?"
Yeah, so it'll be a whole different adventure when we get back to St. Louis.
2 is quite different than 1.
Yeah, well, at least
You're
we
now
got a little
even.
experience under our belt,
Yes,
right?
but now you're even.
Yeah,
It's 1-on-1.
yeah. I've got a house full of ladies, my daughter and even our puppy, all female household. So we're evening it out. Back to the action here on the table. Brian Payne. Getting a lot of congestion down in that bottom half of the table.
It is so great how far technology has come, though, to be able to. I mean, that's one great thing with Facebook, to be able to do this live stream like
Sure.
this. It's not simple. I mean, you guys have some great equipment here to be able to do this, but the fact that you can just do this, and also we did that at our local championship, and just kind of held up a camera and showed the very end of the
Right.
match, and people, quite a few people tuned in. It used to just be ESPN. I mean, we still have one ESPN event going on. We have the men's, the women's, and the trick shots. And then I'll be playing against the Texas Tornado here coming up on for the
Vivian,
Hall of
huh?
Fame Challenge.
Oh, there you go.
Wow.
And it was postponed because we lost the location apparently, but it looks like it's back on again. It's going to be in September, probably aired, you know, about a month later. So there's still some television, some pro events on TV. But now that you can do this, and actually you can root your friends on from home in league play, that's pretty awesome.
Well, you know you're getting close to the end. You got kind of a star-studded lineup now here at the broadcast table. I see Florian Kohler, known as Venom, has made his way in down towards the end with his wife Ayana, coming to check out this last match of the championship. Of course, we've got Ava here, and looks like Dr. Q has hung around. So everybody anxious to see what the outcome here is in this last match of the World Pool Championships.
It's very convenient for Florian. He lives out here in
Yeah,
Las
he's a
Vegas.
Vegas
First I
resident.
was going. I didn't know he was still here, but then I
Right.
remember obviously
Yeah,
he lives here.
lives
So.
right down the road. Jeremy here at the table pockets the 1 ball in the corner. That event you're talking about with Vivian, is that the Tornado Open? Is that the
No,
one?
this is the Hall of Fame Challenge. That's on ESPN. The Tornado Open is going to be about a month later
Okay.
at the Hard Rock Casino in
Down in
in,
Fort Lauderdale, Hollywood, right?
Hollywood,
Man,
yeah.
what a great place that is. Of course, we've
Yeah.
been there a few times
Hollywood's great.
for the WPBA when they had the classic
Yeah.
tour that went through there.
We got
Great
some,
facility.
got some watchers wondering if you're going.
To Vivian's event,
Mhm.
yes, I am playing in the singles in the ladies division, and I'm also playing in the doubles with another legend of our game, Mr. Earl Strickland, and I
Oh,
will be playing
wow.
doubles together.
Wow.
Yepper.
I'd like to put some mics on you guys for
No
that one if
kidding.
possible.
That would be fun.
Earl and Ava, quite the duo that would be.
You know, we're always looking for some good video and audio content.
Oh my. Maybe not this one.
Have you ever played with Earl?
Actually, I have. He
Have
owes
you?
me one.
Okay.
Yeah, he said that too. He said we got to do this. I owe you
Okay.
one. So yeah.
So you can kind of keep him
No.
focused? Is that the right way to say it? Focused?
That's one way.
Yeah.
That'll be his job to keep himself focused.
Yeah. That'd be interesting. So is that
We'll have
similar
fun.
to our doubles? Is that an alternate shot?
We'll
or-
have fun. Scotch doubles
Cool.
like we play. Yeah. Yeah.
That'd be very exciting.
Yeah, that'll be a fun event. So it's women's, men's, and then the Scotch doubles, Jack and Jill mixed doubles. It'll be great. I'm sure that will be live streamed too. I don't know any details, but think it's the TexasTornado.com or something like that if you want to check it out. They also have an amateur event. I believe that there's quite a few of the APA players from down there that are going to go play in it as well and give it a shot.
Brian continuing to kind of pick away again at this end of the table where the vast majority of the balls have decided to reside. Brian shooting strike balls.
He should be able to go right into, if he can really focused on right on the 5. If he can go get a solid hit on the 5, should have a shot at this 12 ball. Just a little bit of just below center. Nice little punch shot to right into the 5. Perfect.
Oh.
Except
Yeah, so he
tied up
pockets
another
the,
one.
Yeah, he pockets the 15, but he ties himself up a little bit there with the 14 and the 13. Looks like he can get a clean hit, but I don't know that he's got much of a shot.
Well, he will be able to, for sure, break them open. The question is he going to get stuck behind all these balls if he does? Because the 9 ball is obviously open, but he has to make sure he gets a clean path to there. So
Somebody commented, they said Ava and Earl, they want to see Ava and Earl versus Shane and Jeanette.
there you go.
Is that a potential matchup? I don't know who else is
Could
in
be.
it,
I don't think Jeanette's going.
No.
She told me she was not going to
Yeah.
go. So
but well, I know she's busy. Of course, she's now, like you, running a league there and down in Tampa, Florida.
And that first year
Focusing
of
on
running
that.
a league.
It's a learning curve, isn't it?
Oh my.
Yeah, that's quite the learning curve.
My husband had to talk me down from the ledge a few times before I got the hang of everything.
People just don't realize what goes into
No,
it, you know.
no,
And
no.
a lot of our league operators are so good at what they do, they just make it look way
Yeah.
easier
Right.
I'm
than it
glad-
is. There's a
I'm
lot behind
glad
the scenes.
that I didn't know how much was worth, because I wouldn't have done it, to tell you the truth, had I known how much. But I'm glad I did, because now I love it. But
Oh.
I don't think
wow.
anybody knows when you first take over. You have no idea what you just got, especially as if you're not familiar with the league itself.
Mm-hmm.
Even though I know billiards, I know pool, but I didn't know the league system. So every question I had to just let people leave a question on the answering machine, because I was afraid I knew I wouldn't know the answer.
Yeah.
I could read that rule book
Yeah.
20 times in a row, I still wouldn't. Oh,
It's a
it's
big
terrible.
rule book. I mean, that's,
Yeah.
it's not. Sometimes we all have to refer back to the rule book because there are so many, and sometimes certain instances, rare instances that come up and things like that. So
Clearly, all three of us were insecure about that two getting 2 timeouts.
I wasn't that insecure, but
Okay,
you
so
know.
you- so
but
you're
I'm
just
probably
weak?
the I'm
You're
probably
just
the
saying you're weak.
I'm probably the least of the 3 of us on as a rules expert. So, but that one I thought I knew, only because of our opening screen
Yeah,
that mentioned
yeah.
1 timeout per. See.
Anytime
know
he sounds
some
very
rules.
confident about the rules,
Yeah.
it does make everybody else nervous.
Yeah, exactly. All right, we'll see what he's going to do here with that 2 ball being there. He drifted too far with the cue
Ooh,
ball.
yes,
He
he
wanted to do
did.
just that, but wanted to put the cue ball behind the 14.
Wow. That is an understatement.
Somebody asking about APA in Boulder, Colorado. I'm not sure. Who's in Boulder, Colorado for us?
It's Kevin Lavonin.
Kevin, so what, 100,
I
100 teams or so
I
there?
believe we're around 120, 130 teams.
Yeah. Of course, Kevin, league operator originally in New Jersey for us and relocated out to Boulder.
All right, this tester here.
Opportunity here for Jeremy as he's going to mark his pocket.
This would be pretty big, because having Brian be a 6 and getting even to where both needed 2, that's feels like a lot more
Right.
uphill here than getting back to where it's even according to skill level, and he
Very
did. Nice
shot by
shot.
Jeremy. There was a lot of green there, and he handled it well. He is now on the board, and we are tied at 1 game apiece. For Jeremy, though, the difference being he needs only 2 more games here, whereas Brian's still needing 4. So what has been a seesaw battle here in the finals continues into the 5th and final match.
You like them when they go this. I mean, that's a good match. When anything could have happened.
Would not surprise me if we see a hill match here. Just kind of the way this, not just this final, but really the entire final day. You know, we had some tight matches in the semifinals. Of course, that was one of the reasons we got started late with the final, was the duration of those particular matches. So
Well,
a
those
lot
kind
on the
of
line and some close matches is a good thing.
those kind of matches are not just crowd pleasers, but they're also a tournament director and league operator dream
Yeah.
when they close,
Well, you want
go
close
close
matches.
like that.
Always want close matches.
Could have been anybody.
All right, here we go. Great break. One ball goes in.
Well, he had some
And
interesting movements there with his body for that break, didn't he? It was almost like,
the 1 and the 10 went in, so he's got open table here.
watch his movements here as we watch kind of a replay of his break. He's very animated in his. Don't see it so much there, but you can kind of see off camera.
You can
He's
see
got
his knees
some
and-
interesting movements there.
Some body English.
Yeah. Well, whatever he did, it appeared to work pretty well.
Trying to figure out here. I don't
Somebody referenced there. He said like a ninja. I like that.
Well, that was the series of balls he wanted. I would think I
Fails
would
to
choose.
pocket the 4, so we'll see. So it is an open table still. He had one of both on the break.
Yeah.
So Brian will have the option here.
I still think I would take the solids here. You can see that 5 ball's in a good spot right there. The 6 can be made. You just got to kind of pick off balls. So yeah, he's definitely going to stick with the solids.
So Brian pockets the 4. He will take the solids, the low numbered balls.
Moving over to the 2.
Puts the 2 in the side pocket.
All right, so here's the shot right here. He's getting position and shoot the 3 ball all the way down. He's looking at that. And from there, he could, if he gets straight in on this 3 ball, he can play the 6 in the side, the 5 in the corner, and the 8's wide open. So this is a chance for him to run out here.
So it looks like some folks down at the daiquiri stop in Harahan,
Nope.
Louisiana, tuning in, supporting the team of Make It Work.
Brian forgot to draw his ball there.
Mm.
And now he can't really play the 3 ball because then he would be flirting with the 8 ball moving around. So I don't know what he's going to do here. If he can cut the backwards cut on the 5, like he's going to have to do that. A little right spin, help spinning it in, and at the same time the cue ball go up. No, he decided to play defensive.
That'll allow Jeremy a return to the table. Like
It was-
lots of folks rooting for the New Orleans team here for whatever reason. Kind of interesting to see who they're supporting here. If you're tuning in, curious to hear who you're rooting for here in this 5th and final match. Jeremy pockets the 13 in the corner.
He's just got the 15 ball against. Well, and the 8, but I mean everything else is open. And he came out too far to be able to do anything with the 15 at this point, so.
Pockets the 14 there in the side. Boy, a lot of folks. NOLA.
Yep.
Lots of folks in the New Orleans area tuning in. We appreciate them watching, as well as all of our viewers here. This
Good
5th
try.
and final match.
was a good try, but now he kind of got himself in a mess here. 3-ball blocked the 11. I'm sure he was planning on getting at least the 11 after the breaking those balls up. 12 balls obviously blocked, so he's got a really thin cut here if he's going to try to make this. You have to let the cue ball go. Nope, timeout.
So Jeremy's dad, Charles, who we saw in this last match, is going to come have a talk with his son a little bit about what he's seeing at the table here.
I do see that quite a bit too, that I feel that the coach sometimes takes the timeout too late. You also see it too early when it really doesn't matter. If you have two,
Right.
you know, lower skill level players playing, why take a timeout, you know, 3 balls into the game? But a lot of times I see them not take a timeout until a player's in trouble. But shot selection or a discussion before you get to where there's trouble, that's kind of where.
It's a key.
Yeah.
It really is.
Yeah, it is.
When I first started playing, I remember my coach used to always stop. He'd say, "You want to talk?"
Uh-huh.
And I'd go, "Okay." He said, "What are you going to do?" And I'd tell him, and he said, "What are you going to do next?" And I'd look at him and say, "I'm a 2. We don't know where the cue ball's going to be." And he'd laugh, and then he'd tell me, "You don't want to shoot that ball," and explain why.
Right.
Kind of a nice message from Ron Bates. I don't know if you remember Ron from the wheelchair event back
Yes.
in April. He said he was able to go home and kind of watch the semifinal match, so he appreciated the fact that we were able to bring that to him. And of course, he says he'll be back next year
Good.
to regain his title.
Good, good,
We
good.
hope to see you again next year, Ron.
Well, meanwhile, that timeout sure worked because Brian has no shot here. And Jeremy was able to leave that 15 ball there as well.
All right, some folks at home rooting for the Believe the Hype team, too. Starting to see some folks from rooting for Indiana, Evansville to be specific.
You have to have some patience, you know, with 8-ball. I don't usually have enough patience. You know, I've played a lot of straight pools, so there's a lot of safeties in that. And then the 9-ball and 10-ball have been the games on the Pro Tour for so long that now if I play games like 8-ball or play one pocket, or it's hard for me to do this. You know, play, it's smart, but it's kind of, I want to fire them up, all right, and I usually tend to take it, you know, take a flying shot at something a little sooner maybe than I should have. So I admire the patience that it takes to play a really good game of 8-ball. Again, especially on a smaller table where there's so much traffic that you have to play the smart shot.
Absolutely.
It's interesting to kind of look around the room and see some of these folks. Although they're right by the table, I'm looking at these two ladies here that are obviously tuning into the stream and listening. A mere 5 feet from the table itself.
Well, you know, when I came in, people were laughing at me as I walked down, but I walked down with my iPad and my buds in my ear,
Yeah,
listening.
watching all the
And
way.
it took me a little while when I got in to realize that y'all have a slight delay.
Oh, that's right, we do.
There's that short, just small, but yeah, it took me a minute.
Just a couple of seconds.
I'm
right?
thinking y'all are talking about something that happened already.
Yeah.
Yeah, there is a slight delay.
Like me? Producer said safety delay is
Yeah.
there in case somebody does something dumb. And I
There we
said,
go.
like me? And he said, no, like pull the plug.
There we go.
All right,
So we've got a bit of a safety battle that's ensued here, huh?
bit of a cat and mouse game,
Yeah.
huh?
Defense is such an incredibly important part of this game.
Yeah.
It always amazed me how some markets that really hadn't played competitively, you go into them and they think that defense is a bad thing. And it takes a little while before players realize how important, it's just like in any other sport, though. You
Yeah.
have to have a good offense game
course.
and a defensive game.
There's a now defunct and closed bar in South Carolina in our area that had teams out of there, and the owner of the bar used to have a tournament on Monday nights, and if you played a safety, he would throw you out. You were out. I never went, but I heard my players talking about it. I'm going, wow.
There's something to be
That's a-
said, I guess, for an all offense. That could be a fun
didn't
type
like-
of a little format.
Yeah,
but
no,
Right.
he didn't like
Not-
safeties.
but
Said you
not
were
for
just
a
nit.
regular
Yeah, no, he
way
didn't
of
like
play.
Right. Well, I think for the viewer, the spectator,
the old
it's
time.
always going to be offense. No matter what the sport is, people like to see offense. Baseball, football.
Right.
Rarely is it the defense that sells tickets, but it's still a vital part of the game, like you said.
If you love the game, you should appreciate this as much as you do, break and run. For the general audience, it's not as exciting, obviously, but.
Again, this is Brian Payne at the table, the team captain for Believe the Hype from Evansville. Some folks just now tuning in. You're seeing live coverage of the APA World Pool Championships from here in Las Vegas. The 5th and final championship decided over the last 10 days. Of course, that is the 8-ball World Championship, which you're now seeing. We have a team here from Evansville, Indiana, the team of Believe the Hype. And a team from Harahan, Louisiana, the team of Make It Work. Seeing Jeremy Bruno at the table currently.
Oh, that was close.
Failing to make contact.
And that should take care of this
And
rack
that'll
right
give
here.
ball in hand
I sure would think so.
to Brian.
The only thing Brian has to pay attention to here, since he's got to play that combination, is to make sure that 6-ball doesn't drift over towards the stripe ball. But I think he can hit it straight on enough to avoid that. That's the only thing I can see going wrong here. You have to cheat the pocket a little bit. Hit it kind of straight on.
You can see he wants to get that cue ball position just right.
Yeah, no, you want to put it on the other side of the 8. Because if you put it on the other side of the 8 and you clip it in, the 6-ball's coming down, the cue ball will automatically go down in the rail and back up again.
It's interesting, I've noticed that towards the tail end of these matches we start to see a surge in viewership, so some questions kind of start coming up over and over again. This particular team you're seeing currently is the team of Believe the Hype from Evansville, Indiana. This is Brian Payne, their team captain at the table currently. Currently seated, Jeremy Bruno, the team Make It Work there from Louisiana. So the states of Indiana and Louisiana battling it out for the ultimate bragging rights. Not to mention 25,000.
Yeah, I was going to say,
Some
there's
big
a little
trophies.
detail there.
Some fame.
Huge bragging rights.
Yeah.
That money will disappear, and they'll never
Yeah.
they'll never remember what they spent it on, but they'll remember how they earned that trophy.
True story.
The memory will never go away.
Well, Brian now on the 6-ball. Nice touch there.
And that should take care of that, and one
He'll mark his
game closer.
pocket. And he pockets the 8-ball, and he is now up 2-1. Again, Brian racing to 5, so still needing 3 games. Jeremy on the board with 1 win. Of course, he only needs to get to 3, so race to 2 for Jeremy. So this match is essentially now at a 3-2 race. Jeremy will rack 'em. Brian will take a seat momentarily. Now he's up and about. Guessing we'll see him grab a piece of chalk here. Position the cue ball. Break here any moment. Gets
There
the
we go.
1
And the
the
6.
6 on the break. Good start for Brian.
Not much to work with, though, here. Might be up. No, can't see make the 2. Play a little defensive shot here using the 4 ball, I guess. About all he can do.
Ooh. I'm not sure I'd be real happy with that.
Well, it's not bad. He doesn't.
No, I
he
meant
didn't
if
leave
I was the
anything.
opponent.
Oh, you mean the opponent? Okay,
walking,
good.
walking up to the table right now, I'm not sure I would be
Yeah.
very happy with this shot.
Yeah, thanks, buddy. That was a good save.
Mm-hmm.
Jeremy surveying the table.
Not really one of not really the best of shots, but he didn't really leave
Avoids-
anything.
Yeah,
But
avoids
he's
giving up ball in hand. And
yeah. I mean, Brian has the 2 ball in the side pocket, no problem. So he's looking. Be nice if he could just put a little left spin on that, come over for the 4, or just hit it clean and go for the 7-5. I think I would go over and get the 4 out of there on that side and work on the other side. Everything kind of opened up with that 1 shot. And that was 2 balls made on the 2 solids made on the break. So
somebody asking about the ball variety that we utilize. Of course, Aramith, one of our big sponsors and supporters, and what we believe to be the highest quality billiard balls. So, of course, that is who we use here for the APA championships.
good shot. And as you can see, any choice, whether it goes for the combo now or the 3 ball, only have 4 balls left on the table besides the 8. Everything is open.
Brian with the combination there.
It's perfect. Just a little bump up here, straight
Now
up. Play the 3 in the side, 2 in the corner.
Takes care of the 7 ball. And as you said, now looks like he'll turn his attention on the 3 in the side pocket.
It's never the greatest thing in the world being on the rail, obviously, but he was more concerned about getting the correct angle than he was.
Yeah, I mean, I was going to say, do you see any real issues for him at this point?
No,
based
but
on his skill level?
no, he shouldn't have any.
Gets the 3 to go in the side. I'm assuming he's going to attempt the 4 in the corner here.
Yeah, and
He
I'm
just
sure
wants
he'll.
to make sure he leaves himself well on the 8.
Yeah, 8 in the side is good because he got so straight he can't really get out for the 8 to play it in the corner. So short work of this. 1 safety that went a little bit awry for Jeremy.
You see the you saw him stop and kind of take a second look and grimace a little bit.
He should
his
still be
position there.
okay.
But yeah, again, Brian's skill level 6.
It's not what he would have wanted, but
Right.
Yeah, just you got a little draw on that.
You see the overhead shot here to see what his line looks like on the 8 ball. So
Again, that doesn't look like it's too much of a cut, but it looks more in real life than it does on that overhead. There he goes.
8 ball to drop. Brian now with 3 games to 1 lead over Jeremy. And we now have a 2-2 race. Again, Brian needs 2 more games as a skill level 6. Jeremy still needing 2 games, so 2-2 race from here on out.
wow.
A little bit quicker rack there than the previous. Not much
Definitely.
defense there, mostly offense.
Every rack has its own life. huh?
Yeah.
Well, we're down to the last 2 games
This is it.
of the World 8-Ball Championships.
Brian with the break. Narrowly misses and scratching in the corner. I didn't
make
see.
anything, no?
Yeah, so it's dry break. Jeremy will have an open table here to work with. Looks like he's going to opt for the solid balls or the low numbered balls. Pockets the 4 in the corner. Now focusing up table in the corner pocket. Where he pockets the 3 ball and leaves himself a shot on the 1, but he's going to have to get over the top of what I believe is the 14 ball. Makes a good hit, but makes it interesting. You saw the referee come over and take a look. Now he focuses in on the, looks like the 6 ball there. Takes it down table into the corner pocket. Looks like Jeremy getting in a little bit of a rhythm. Again, big part of that is the position of the balls after the break.
He's got that shot at the 2. The thing is, he's going to have to put a little bit of draw unless he's got an angle on it. Then he can go down and back up again for the 7. Oh, he's going to play a 7 all the way down.
Oh, wow.
You know, forget. I always play on the 4.5 by 9 table, so you never really want to shoot the shot all the way down
Yeah.
Oh,
that
no.
direction.
Oh, no.
A lot of
So I'm
green,
try- I
as they say, right?
I always forget about that, and then, yeah, and that's too much green.
And so what does he do, assuming he makes the 7? What has he got for the 5 ball back up table?
He's going to follow
Oh,
it all
wow,
the way
look at
up,
there.
make sure he gets a shot. That's a little farther than he wanted. Now he's going to have to let it go a little bit.
Next year they want a teleprompter and a replay on the stream, so we'll add that
Yeah,
to the
I want a
5
teleprompter, too.
cameras and the
I don't know how
4-man
many.
team, yeah.
I don't know how many times I've said, yeah, we're gonna hit this, I mean that side rail, and
Yeah.
then
Teleprompter or telestrator, right? That's what
Yeah,
you were.
telestrator.
They want a
you draw on the
telestrator.
screen
yeah,
and be able
we
to
don't need
show.
a teleprompter.
Yeah.
I don't know. Sometimes I might need somebody to tell me what to say.
Boy, that'd
Oh.
be a lot of script to work through. Well, what are we at? 5 hours in this match? That's a lot of talking.
Good shot. He missed it on the pro side there, where he came out and blocked the pocket for the 14.
Just crossed over the 1,000 viewer mark here on the live stream. Again, if you're just tuning in, you're watching the finals of the APA 8-Ball World Championship here in Las Vegas. Looks like the player's getting a little tired himself.
It's been a long, long day.
Yeah, it has.
Oh. Ava is nicely reminding me to tell you folks back home who you are listening to. Of course, Ava Mattia Lawrence, Hall of Famer here in the booth. APA President Renee Lyle joining us, and I am your host, Jason Bowman.
I got yelled at. I took a quick break between the matches, and I got yelled at by our producer. Said, "You got to introduce and tell them who you are." So here I am.
So
Going,
yeah,
hey, hey.
say who you are. Everybody knows who you are. It's the,
It's the rest of us in the room.
necessarily.
So Ava, Renee, Jason, right? We'll make it easy. Maybe name tags next year. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Little Ava. We got
Yeah.
little Ava.
Little Ava.
Yeah.
Little Ava lost her cue
Yeah.
stick there.
Careful there. Don't lose that.
We're getting a little slap happy in the booth, folks.
It's been a long.
Yeah,
We are
long
I
weeks.
believe, 5.5 hours into this particular match, so tend to get a little slap happy.
Here's your
Brian
save
Payne
right
at the
there.
table.
Worst thing can happen to you is when the balls are open like this and you have one left and they have almost all of theirs, then it's going to be tough. It's an uphill battle.
They're suggesting bobblehead Ava should be a pocket marker, so a lot of interest in these. So champion.
It's a good marker.
You got a Champion Billiards. They can order these.
Championship billiard
Championship
cloth.
billiards.
Yeah, they
Yeah,
are the
okay.
ones that.
Ever since we brought it on the stream, everybody said, "I want the bobblehead." So.
And they proceeds from it go to the Billiard Education Foundation.
Oh, that's
for-
great.
yeah,
that's great. So if you want an Ava bobblehead, there you go. Championship Billiards.
Yeah, somebody was asking about Fairy Larry. Well, that would actually be Harry the Pool Fairy.
Harry the Pool Fairy.
Wanting to know if he'd come to Louisville to help their matches not take quite so long.
Harry the Pool Fairy, a.k.a. Jake. I don't know if people make that connection when they see him in his tournament director role, do they?
Probably not.
Looks a
Probably
little
not.
bit different.
That is a dramatic alter ego.
Ava, they're saying you get finer with age. That's
Well,
kinda a
then
nice
whoever said
compliment.
that is my favorite.
There
then.
you go.
Mitch, are you online again?
That's Thomas Robinson.
All right, Thomas. I mean, thank you.
I'm thinking we could throw one of the sashes on you, and you could walk around out there amongst the other. You see all the Mrs.
the
America
Miss
ladies,
American
and they actually wear their
contestants.
sashes around the casino, so you can see where they're from. So,
Yeah, well, it doesn't matter because I don't do sashes
No.
anyway, so no. Do you, Renee?
how about tiaras? No
Yeah, no,
tiaras, no
no.
sashes. Okay. All right then.
Well, tiara. I mean, if you want to call me queen, I'm fine with that, but Your Majesty, that's okay too. With no
There you go.
sashes.
Brian Payne's going to call a timeout here. He's going to confer with James Ruggiero, who we saw actually in the second match today. Fellow skill level 6 of Believe the Hype. Talking a little strategy here.
You know, it's interesting. Somebody just said that these matches should be played on 9-foot tables. But do you know how long it would take to set up 300 and almost 50 9-foot tables throughout this venue?
I don't
And
know where I don't know
we
where you
wouldn't
get
have enough
I don't know where you
room.
get that
There
many
wouldn't be a
9-foot tables
place.
either.
Maybe the convention center would have a space big enough, but not only that, but
Yeah.
when majority of these of our leagues, vast majority of our
Play
leagues
on-
are
play
played
on
on
7-foot tables.
3.5
yeah.
by. So you know, whoever you were, you got voted down. Sorry, buddy.
Well,
I-
it's a
I know,
nice
but
idea.
it
but
doesn't make any
yeah,
sense.
There's
Yeah.
only a handful of people in the country. Not a handful. There's a couple that can bring in 300 plus tables of any size, and
Right.
9-footers are
Well,
one. I don't know that there's that many, and two, logistically, the size of them and the setup of them is
Well, I think
far
back
more
to
challenging.
when we were a sponsor of the WPBA, you guys used to have like 12 tables set up for your event, and it would take a couple of days to get them set, and get
Mhm.
them level, and everything ready. Just 12.
And expensive to drive around with them from place to place. So.
But yeah, they're when you look at, I mean, and we look at where does our play take place, and the very, very vast majority of our play takes place on these style tables.
Right. The valleys, the 7-footers.
Okay, so he's going to try a 3-ball combination here. He's going to really pay attention to where the 5 is going though, and where to clip it, because he doesn't want to just have the 5 stay right there. The 11 goes. He needs to get it out of the way. to clear the pocket for the 14 and the 10. And at the same time, he needs to get a shot here after this. And it was just too much to think about. But a good accidental safety. He
Right.
even let out a giggle there.
Renee, you know the interesting thing though about the 9-foot tables, we do have one APA event that we produce, the U.S. Amateur Championship, that is played on 9-foot tables. So we do have one particular format, again, geared towards the higher end players. Of course, the preliminaries for those getting ready to start in mid-September. But if you're interested in playing with us and you're interested in play on 9-foot tables, check out the U.S. Amateur Championship. That may be the program for you. And, of course, that's open not just to APA members, but non-members as well. Of course, APA members get a little bit of discount on the entry, but that is a event that is non-handicapped, played on 9-foot tables, and open to any amateur player that wants to enter.
There are actually, I believe, 2 or 3 venues that are smaller tables, but that is because those areas of the country, those preliminaries will take place on smaller tables, just
Right.
because we weren't getting much participation from those areas, and it was because they had to travel so far to play in one of the planned preliminaries. So we tested it last year and had good success attracting some more players from a particular area of the country by hosting a preliminary on bar
Right,
tables. But
pockets.
yeah, the championships are all on 9-foot for the U.S. Amateur, and it is great competition.
Oh yeah, if you want to see good pool, it's, you know, we kind of saw some of it yesterday with the Masters players. You'll see a lot of players that are in that U.S. Amateur circuit that also play in the Masters. Similar rules in terms of the combination 8-ball and 9-ball. You know, the jump shots and the jump cues and the non-handicapping. The difference really just being the size of the table and the team factor that goes with Masters. So.
And you stream that for us as well. Not the
The US
same.
Amateur
We don't do it
Championship
quite
we
the same
do,
way,
yeah,
but
yeah.
we've been streaming that event
Figure out
for
a
a
way
while.
to bring that to you, yeah. That'll be here in November in Tampa. It's Strokers. A lot of our higher end players probably familiar with the Strokers location down there. Jose and his crew always take very good care of us.
Yes, they do.
All right, Brian. Really good position here to just kind of float the cue ball up, play the 9-ball on the side. Oh, away from it a little bit. Well, he still can cut it into the side pocket and just come down to the bottom cushion and back out for the 10.
Somebody's asking about, I guess their APA league does have 9-foot tables. And again, some areas do. I know Richmond in particular is an area that has some 9-foot tables. I think Raleigh's another
Charlotte,
area.
Raleigh,
Seems like some of the North
down
Carolina.
in Florida.
But we do have there is a factor within the handicapping, right, that kind of takes into account the size of the tables.
Yes, we actually have a factor that we put into our handicap system depending on whatever size table they play on,
Right.
whether if it's a 7-foot, if it's an 8-foot, and we take into consideration whether they're bar boxes or drop tables, drop pockets.
Yeah, so don't worry, we know you're playing on 9-foots or 7-foots and factor accordingly. Nice shot there by Brian. It's a 9 in the corner.
Banked that one in. He played it. He had a much easier shot in the side pocket, but he chose to play it in the corner so that in case he missed it, he would not have left anything on the 5-ball for Jeremy. So the shot was made. Got a position here on the 10-ball and just going to draw this back up for the 8 and put himself on the hill here.
Really impressed by Brian here. You know, team captain, has the longer race here. Obviously taking a lot of pressure on his shoulders and performing like we would expect a 6 to perform, so kudos to him.
Well, and now that we think about it, that last match, I mean, he I didn't realize he was
there. Pockets the 8-ball. He is now on the hill.
I didn't realize he was the captain earlier when we were talking about the
Right.
strategies of why they chose to put their 2 up.
Right.
But that's probably part of it, is
Right.
he was sitting there thinking, I'm the one who needs to step up
And
and
I'll
take that
close
5th
it.
match.
Right.
Well, and
I'll
what's
close it
interesting
out.
is I believe, so in that last match was Gina think that's Brian's sister.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know, she came up a little short. Big brother's trying to pick it up and make sure that they're all going to go home happy one way or another. So,
And like I said, it's the science to
Yeah.
put up the right way and kind of put high against low, so you can put low against high and just kind of play around with it, where you're a well-rounded team all the way around and
right.
play the numbers. And
So Brian Payne is now on the hill. Needs just one game to bring that championship trophy back to Evansville, Indiana. He's going to have Jeremy take a look at the rack real quick. He sees maybe some gaps.
Yeah,
or
the one ball
spaces
fell
he's not
off.
real happy about.
I think the one ball fell off when Jeremy was finished and went and sit down. And again, it's so important that the top three in particular, but obviously you want all of them to be touching, but for the top three to be frozen so you don't get that dud rack.
Somebody's asking Jason about the overall score.
Overall score here is 6-5 currently. Believe the hype leading 6-5, but essentially based on the way the three-point scoring breaks down, the winner of this match is going to win the overall match.
Oh, that 8 ball
Barely
is
missed the 8.
Wow.
almost scratched as well.
You hear the crowd come alive a little bit with the oohs and the ahs. Surprised we've had such a nice crowd kind of hanging on, wanting to see how this how the script ends here, if you will.
I'll tell you what here, guys. I think Brian has a run out here. The 10 goes to 11, the 15, the 9, the 13, and the 14. This is all about cue ball control here. Unless, what? Okay, now I'm confused. I thought he, 1, 2, 3. Oh, this was a, I didn't see that that was a stripe ball.
Oh, you
I
missed
thought
that
was
one.
a solid, yeah. Yeah.
I like that comment. I don't know anything about pool, but I did stay at a Holiday Inn Express last night. Such a witty audience we have out there.
Wow. I wish I
Some
could see
fairly
that
amusing
screen. I'm
comments
missing
that
it
I
all.
can't- that I can't share necessarily, but
I had
I'm
to pull
missing
my-
it all over
I
there.
had to pull my glasses out because
Yeah.
my eyes I kept squinting every time I looked down.
you folks back home tuning in and commenting, you're helping to make it more lively for us here in the commentating booth, so we appreciate that.
Mm. Wow. Well, I guess you can see I can't. I can see a couple of balls. Never mind.
3-5 combo, which is not
Mhm.
easy. And the way he has been playing defensively, not sure that he would go for it, but it's very makeable, more so than it looks on the overhead. Oh, and he's got the 2 ball on the side. The 4 ball.
The 4 ball. Yeah.
No problem.
Another question about the home state of these two teams. Of course, Brian Payne here at the table and his team from Evansville, Indiana. Their opponents make it work from Harahan, Louisiana. So we have Indiana and Louisiana here in the final round of the 8-Ball World Championships. Probably some folks in both of those towns tuning in, rooting on their hometown team. I was looking to see back home, it looks like, of course we mentioned the Daiquiri stop where the Louisiana team plays for that we all wish we were at the moment, or shortly thereafter the tournament ends. And the team from Evansville plays out of Bob's Lounge.
I have a feeling that there's a few people watching at those two if they're streaming it.
Yeah. I know back in St. Louis we had The St. Louis APA had some folks getting together there,
We
celebrating a particular member's birthday while they tuned into to the finals. So
I think we've gone beyond.
might be bedtime there, though.
It might be getting close to some people's
Close
bedtime.
to midnight back in St. Louis.
Well, I know when we had our national champion. You know I have a national champion, right? Did you know that, Renee?
Yeah.
Yes.
Juniors.
Yes, in the juniors.
Austin Lee. Shout out to Austin, yeah, who won the national championship skill level 4. It was so exciting, and they had hooked up Facebook onto the big TV in the pool room there, so there was a whole bunch of people rooting,
Yeah.
and yeah, it was
That
great.
is
Very
so cool.
experience.
And I had one of those ridiculous phone bills because I streamed. I was in Charlotte and I was driving home while Mitchell was driving.
And
I was
you're
streaming
watching it
I'm
as you're
watching it the
driving?
whole way.
Yeah.
That's what I get for not getting the unlimited plan. All right, as we're
Folks in orange.
entertaining ourselves here, this is looking like there's 3 balls away from this
Wow.
being over.
3 balls
Wow,
away
wow,
from
wow.
the end
2
of it all,
balls,
huh?
6 and 8. Everything's by the pocket.
All right, buckle up, folks.
And it's starting to look like Make It Work is going to have to be happy with the runner-up, which
Yeah.
is unbelievable in a field of 713 teams.
yeah, it
I mean,
is.
it's incredible.
Yeah, and that's, you know, it's
And
like
that's just the teams that were here. I mean, you got to think about,
Yeah.
you know, they
Yeah.
had to work hard to
Yeah.
get here
You
to
bet.
begin with, whatever market they came from.
he gets the 2,
Oh.
but he
Oh,
scratches in the side
I
pocket.
had to say
Wow.
that, didn't I? I apologize to everyone. I apologize to everyone that is rooting for Brian here, and I guess you're welcome to everybody that is
There you
rooting
go,
for
yeah.
Jeremy, because
Yeah.
I've done that before, and I thought
Still a
that
ways
this
to go
time
here, yeah, but
there was no way he wasn't going to
a
run
little
out
bit of
there.
a
but
mistake.
wow.
Somebody comment on there a moment ago from Orange County. Of course, we had a team yesterday from Orange County, the team of We Are Done, that took home the Masters Championship. That was an outstanding match yesterday, capped off with 2 9 on the snaps to end it. So it was quite the exciting finish in that one.
I was going to say, I'm trying to figure out what he's doing here, so coach is coming up to put it into this move, I think. I think the reason he's looking at it is because he doesn't want to go all the way down with it, I guess, and he's trying to play it off the 6. But that could be bad because the ball can kind of get stuck there. And instead he's going to have him take the 1 ball that it only has 1 pocket, get that out of the way. This way he can drift the cue ball up to play then one of the balls on the side rail over here. There's some nerves going on right now on both sides of the room. Both teams are nice.
Jeremy pockets the 14 in the corner.
See Jana over there, she was looking up. She's not even watching. She was in the background in the shot a minute ago, and she's looking straight up in the
Mm-hmm.
ceiling. Well, she's watching.
She
up
might have
there,
been the
isn't she?
screen.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
yeah.
right. They have the big screen up there. Keep forgetting that.
There's a lot of players that are sitting there just staring up at the
Yeah.
wall instead of
It looks like
watching
they're
the pool
just
table.
looking into space, but that's
Mhm.
right. All right. Good shot. Jeremy with a completely open table now. See what he can do here. Oh, he
Oh.
overcut it.
That may
That may.
prove
Well,
to be...
don't say that.
Yeah, never mind. Scratch that. Brian back at the table with what looks to be a makeable shot. Is that
It does.
acceptable? On the
Okay.
6th ball on the
Yes.
side. We shall see, though. Nothing is a given at this point, particularly with the stakes here in this final match.
There's some nerves here.
He very softly
Oh my,
pockets
oh my, he almost got
the
snookered.
6 in the side.
He almost snookered himself there.
Clears the 11 ever so slightly. Grab his pocket marker. He will put it on the corner pocket. And will attempt to close out the final.
And there you have it. That's it.
Your 2016 8-Ball World Champions from Evansville, Indiana, the team of Believe the Hype. Folks, in just a couple of minutes here, we are going to award both of these outstanding teams for their great performances here at the World Championships. We do invite you guys to stick around, help us congratulate them again. That'll be here in just a couple of minutes. All right, folks. Well, you've seen it here live. That's a wrap from the APA World Pool Championships. We want to congratulate the team of Believe the Hype from Evansville, Indiana, and of course the runners-up of Make It Work from Louisiana, giving us an outstanding finale to what's been an outstanding 10 days here in Las Vegas. Kind of sad to see it go, but it's time for us to hand out some trophies and head back home. So until then, see you guys next time.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye.